Check 1, 2, testing. Test, test. Okay, surfers, please clear the area. Welcome to the Australian.
Burleigh is the best place for surfing events. It really is. It's a natural amphitheatre.
It really is a great spectacle for surfing.
What a scene up here. Can you believe it?
What a contest.
Yes. He's going to blow a hammy. He's done a hammy. Has he done it?
Russ, he's cramping. The old bones, mate.
This is one of the only events in the world where a 2-point ride can be as exciting as a 10-point ride.
It's the best one in the world and probably the sickest weekend of the year.
It's the best thing for your surfing and for your life. The highlight of my life, dude, Danny. It's been amazing.
37 seconds. Where is he? Seconds.
Man, I thought I was coming to a surf comp. This is not a surf contest.
Welcome back to Burleigh Heads. Oh my goodness, for the second year running, it's the 2025 Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle Finals, presented by NRMA Insurance. Vaughan Blakey, Jess Starling, here to fire this day up like a couple of bush turkeys just scratching our way to the heavens. What a great event. What an unreal, celebration of grassroots surfing culture in this country, bringing together the best clubs for the ultimate bragging rights to be the Aussie champs. What are you looking forward to this weekend, Jess?
God, we're back in Burleigh. This is my favourite event of the year, hands down. I just love being here. The energy is absolutely outrageous. All weekend, it is so contagious. We've got 42 clubs this year, $113,000 worth of prize money to give away, and at the end of the weekend, we're going to have sore knees and ankles because the Hyundai Hill is back for another year.
There is nothing better than watching athletes who think they're at the prime of their careers just delaminate on Kayo as they run up the hill in front of friends and family all over the country and their board riding clubs. Let's get into the nitty-gritty. Tell us a little bit about the format and what we expect to see this weekend.
All right, so our 42 teams are made up of 22 teams from New South Wales, 8 teams from Queensland, 4 from Victoria, 3 from WA, 2 from South Oz, and 1 from where we all know and love, Tassie.
That's right, each team is made up of 5 surfers. So we've got the Masters, the 2 open males, female surfer, and the little grommet. And let me tell you something, the great thing about this format is that grommet could be paddling out against a former world champ. And if they're anything like my grommets, get ready for zero respect for their elders. They will take it to them, and it really is great. Who are you expecting to see do well this year, Jess?
I feel like I'm going to be biased and say Narrabeen, but I also want to remind you we have the NRMA Insurance Power Surfer this year. They can only surf once. They surf at the end of the team, and they have to make it into the Oakley Exchange by the end to make sure that they get the points for their team.
That is so much pressure. So 5 surfers in each team, plus the bonus NRMA Insurance Power Surfer. That is incredible to watch. And really, you can see teams either absolutely nail it, step up to the pressure, or just completely melt. It's going to be great to see. Yeah, I'm hoping to see maybe a few of the minnow clubs do well. You know, we've seen it in the past. You have your heavyweights, Snapper Rocks, Narrabeen, Merriweather, etc. But, you know, this year, maybe it's Seaford Boardriders from South Oz, maybe yelling up, maybe one of Bungan Boardriders right next to us. Can they get it done? Like, this is one of the great opportunities for these clubs to put their stake in the ground.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, last year we saw Burleigh take it out. They were kind of an underdog club, came here, first year at Burleigh, of course. The locals took it. Conditions, I would say, are a little bit more nicer this year, so I feel like it's going to be a bit more of an even playing field.
Well, that's probably enough from us. I'm frothing to get rolling. Back up to Sean Doherty and Reggae Ellis in the commentary. Let's go, you guys.
Alrighty, thank you, Vorno. Yes, everyone, welcome to the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle 2025 edition. We're going to have a huge weekend. My name is Reggae Ellis. Joining me here is Sean Doherty, of course, our local legend, Stace Galbraith as well. So all happening, boys. You psyched, ready to go?
Oh, I'm totally psyched, mate. Of course, we had a bit of a, this is a second go at running this. You know, we originally scheduled this on the Cyclone Alfred weekend, which probably wasn't a great idea in retrospect, seeing Burleigh was pretty much underwater at that point. So we're having a second crack at it, and it looks pretty good out there, Stace.
Yeah, it looks really fun. Good to see you both. Good to have you both back up here. It's good for me to come over the bridge. Not quite local legend. I appreciate the sentiment there, though, Reggae. But yeah, Burleigh, beautiful part of the world. And Vaughan and Jess, what a stellar job they did there to roll that out. I'm fully informed.
High energy intro, if I've ever seen one. Of course, the format of this is pretty exciting all the way through. We've got all sorts of different factors to take into account. What's the story with the kick-off each heat at the Oakley Battleground?
Yeah,
Oakley
right.
Exchange.
Up at the Oakley Exchange, we're going to get a look at it here. So it's we're going to run down the national park here. This is where you'll obviously take over from the surfer, and this is where you'll start your heats. It's going to be tricky today, though. Obviously, the rocks. We've been watching El Salvador. You got to get off the cove here. So that camera's going to be static all event, all day. So if you're worried about if your vision is going to get captured of you falling over on the rocks, yes, it will.
We've
got you.
Yeah, we've got you.
And it'll be on high rotation as well.
But with the way the tide is at the moment, it's obviously pretty high. High tide was 7 this morning. The better waves are further down the bank. So as Joel mentioned in the highlight reel getting into this, it is not just a surf contest. There's a lot of athleticism to get you on the spot. As you can see, the surf is a little bit further down the point there.
Yeah, so basically you're doing a full lap at the point. You're starting up the top of the Oakley Exchange, running down, jumping off the rocks, paddling out, catching your wave, and then you've got to come back up the Hyundai Hill and tag the next surfer in. So it's a bit of a test of physical fitness. There it is.
Yeah, it's sort of a cross,
There's Heartbreak Hill.
Yeah, Ironman meets surf contest. So it's full on. Of course, we've got 6 teams in each heat. There's 70-minute heats. And the surfers, they kind of averages out in that 70 minutes you got, maybe 10, 12 minutes max. And obviously, you want to leave plenty of action out there for the your top surfers at the back end. But yeah, it's going to be an exciting day, like as Jess mentioned. Different conditions to what we had last year, where it was a bit of a victory at sea. But there's definitely some fun waves out there. It's a wide contest area, so it'll be interesting to see how the surfers manage that, because there's a lot of room to move out there.
Yeah, so we're basically, whereas last year we were out in the cove, and it was, as you said, Reg, the finals day last year was like 6 to 8 foot.
Yeah.
And yeah, I can't believe we didn't lose anyone, thankfully. But yeah, obviously a very different scene here today. We're on the rock runners here at Burleigh. A couple of nice little ones, Stace, high tide.
Yeah, it looks really fun. I think it's going to get better throughout the weekend. The swell's picking up all day, and then tomorrow slightly bigger as well. So this is, as you mentioned, it's ideal size for this format.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to get their opportunity, so it definitely is going to level the playing field, whereas last year was all kinds of victory at sea. And yeah, what a result it was last year, though. The local club going all the way. That highlight reel there, Bottle Thompson getting the winning wave, just giving me chicken skin. That was crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This has been a long format, of course. These clubs have qualified. We've had eliminations nationwide in various states, and this first heat is indicative of that. We've got Burleigh Heads, the locals. We've got Jan Juck, Margaret River from WA. We've got Avoca from the Central Coast, Allura from Sydney and Torquay. So, awesome heat coming up.
It is, yeah. Well, that's a pretty stacked first heat, I'll tell you, for round one. But, mate, speaking of Burleigh, of course, the defending champs. You know, the hometown win, the huge win here. Burleigh went nuts for I think a fortnight afterwards. No one worked, and
That's right.
but we've had a look earlier and had a chat to them to see how they're shaping up for the defence of their title.
Lane. Joel. Where have you guys been?
Yeah, I was doing something weird in the cove. I don't know.
Well, I was like just...
Don't worry. All right, we're here now. Let's talk about last year's Hyundai ABB Grand Final. The people, the vibe, the location, everything aligned.
The other club's been ripping though. We have to be smart with our strategy to keep the upper hand.
Agreed. We're going to have to step it up. Let's go back to back.
Well, we don't have to worry about Snapper. Paco can't run to save his life.
Mate, I thought I was coming in a surf comp. This is not a surf contest. What is this? Far out, man. This is a joke.
You got a point.
Well, what about soaking up the rocks? That'll give us the upper hand.
Yeah, well, I've been doing that every morning since start of July.
Wait, really?
Yeah, that's why we were late.
What about Birdie's model? Josh Kerr was around last year.
Look, Kersey here, Amy, little roof boots on, what's doing? They're like proper runners. Caddy for the board and a caddy for the shoes.
Nah, they're just weird.
What about the run though? What are we going to do there?
Well, let's just do the exact opposite of what Solly did and we should be sweet.
I actually scaled my way across the rocks all the way to the beach where you actually come in and then ran around that thing and all the way back up here. It was twice as much work and it was hard as hell.
Yeah, you had a shocker.
Guys, I've got it. We're going to use the intimidation strategy. 10 in a hole, get really fired up, get in their heads, cycling out.
Yeah, I like that. Solid, Matty. Good stuff. Well, go on, get moving.
Are you coming?
No, I've got work to do. Get out of here. Scoot.
All right.
Well, there you go. There's the Burleigh crew there in the red, ready to do the deed out there. Of course, Jay Bottle Thompson, their spiritual leader in that package. I think Bottle has been polishing that thing for a long time.
Yeah. Well, mate, you could, of course, a big hometown victory last year. The Burleigh crew took it out. Generally you might go, well, maybe there's a sense of favouritism with the judging, Reg, but they won the final by about 40 points.
Yeah,
they were so far in front. They basically surfed the perfect heat, and so they're off to defend the title. Mate, I can't believe this first heat. Like, who does the seeding on these things? Look at Stace.
Yeah.
They're like some of the biggest clubs in the nation meeting in round one.
It really is, yeah. There's a couple of really big names in there, and I'm just going to go out and say it, Shauno, your old neck of the woods. Torquay beat Janjuk straight off the bat.
Oh.
How good, let's trot.
We're talking.
Yes.
Well, we're talking about a bit of feeling.
Yeah, they're not best buddies, are they?
Well,
Janjuk and
no,
Torquay.
not exactly. The
Bit of resentment.
big brother, little brother, those two clubs. But
Yeah.
Janjuk are up in the first heat of the morning as well. So there it is. There's the lineup. So Burleigh Heads, Janjuk from down there in Torquay, Margaret River from over west, Avoca, Central Coast, Allura from Cronulla, and and of course there they are, Torquay themselves, TBC. Mate, do you reckon Jack and Torquay are just going to sit there on each other the whole time?
Oh, looking at who's going out first, probably not. Xavier Huxtable for Torquay. He's... I don't think he's got that in him. He wants to surf.
The fiery ginger.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
Mate.
Is he? Isn't that just a stereotype? He's not that fiery. He's maybe on the footy field, not in the surf. He's just such a lovely kid and he's such a good surfer. And I think that with that amount of time on the clock, you just want to get your surfing going. And there's enough good quality waves out there that you should be able to, leave the tactics at home for the start anyway. But as the clock counts down, that's when we'll see that kick in.
I can't believe those two clubs have drawn each other.
Oh, I love it.
in the
It's so
first
good.
heat of the day.
It's a sign of how strong the coast is. There could probably be 3 clubs down there.
Yeah,
I mean,
true.
they are spread out across the whole coast, but it rings to the era of when D-Bar splintered off to into the D-Bar Boardriders, and they just came on so hot. They won every national event, and it's just a sign of how strong Australian surfing is across every coastline.
Yeah, well, there they are. Just surfers in the first heat of the morning, getting ready to kick this thing off. Of course, they're going to run down the hill and jump off the rocks here at Burleigh. Reg, here we are, mate, bright and early.
Yeah, bright and early, ready to go. It's going to be a big day. We're going all the way through to 5:30, of course, today. And, it's going to be an exciting time. Of course, we're wrapping up today. We're going to have the redemption round, which is going to feature the 6 highest place, like top 3 make it through each heat. So the 6 highest place, 4th place getters, they surf
One last shot.
One last shot, and 3 of those teams will be making it through. So that's going to wrap things up this afternoon. So it's a big day coming up. Of course, we're here for the entire weekend. And tomorrow afternoon we'll be crowning one club, as the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle champion. So, Stace, you've got work to do, mate.
I do.
Thanks for joining us here in the booth, and we'll be crossing you throughout the day. I'm looking forward to seeing you running up the track.
Yeah, I'll see if I can keep these hammies together. Thanks, boys. Have a good day. Good to see you both.
See you, mate.
All right, see you then. So there you go, Stace Galbraith will be out there, out and about, part of the commentary team with the roving mic. So, Shauno.
There we go. There's Matty Job from Burleigh. Of course, he was pretty much best on ground here last year.
Outstanding.
With Burleigh winning the ABB. The first year it was held at Burleigh. He was in sublime form and really brought it home. But as we said, this is a gnarly heat to kick this off. There's Andrew Sheridan from Margaret River, as we said. Xavier Huxtable from Torquay. We haven't got the heat sheets up yet to see who else is here. There's the early
bias commentary. But no, it's as you said, 46 clubs. It's the depth of Australian board riders, of course. It is where it all starts, and there they are.
There's the Juck crew in the white. They're the Evoca there in the blue.
So they're
starting early. They're getting a bit raucous down there early on. We haven't even started the first heat of the whole weekend yet, Reg.
No, exactly. Well, that rivalry between Torquay and Janjuk. Who has, Winky Pop's pumping at 6 to 8 feet. Who has right away at Janjuk? Board riders or Torquay board riders?
Well, if you speak to Torquay board riders, it'll be them every day of the week, mate.
Yeah. I heard they don't let Janjuk hold any of their club contests at Bells.
Oh, we're getting controversial here in the opening 30 seconds of the broadcast. There we go. Well, they're down the hill into the Burleigh Cove. So this is how we start the heats. They come from the top of the hill down, do the infamous rock jump here into the Burleigh Cove and make their way out.
Now, a lot of these surfers wouldn't have had much experience dealing with the rocks in the cove. They get slippery. High tide, you can see it sort of pushing across the rocks, so it's a matter of timing as well. You can hear the sound of that. It's very loud, that outdoor mic, isn't it? You know, so Burleigh have chosen to move across the cove a little bit further inside, so you'd think, okay, the Burleigh guy is going to know where to paddle out without getting in too much trouble. But we did see last year Bottle Thompson make a meal of it.
Yeah, well, he's done it 10,000 times in his life, and he screwed it up the, probably the most important time he needed to nail it.
Yeah, we can see the Burleigh surfer's already made his leap off the rocks, followed by Allura. So all the surfers heading out there now. Looks like the Janjuk surfer, I think that's, or is it Margaret River? Can't tell in the morning light, but surfers making their way out. So this camera is going to be rolling throughout the day. Yeah, there you go, that's better. So heat number 1 out in the water right now.
Yeah, very different scene, Reg, to what we got here last year. For the first year we hosted the ABB here at Burleigh. It was absolutely macking here last year. Huge, big easterly trade swell. Kind of was 6 to 8 foot on the Sunday. So it's a little mellower today. So these crew will make the jump off the rocks. They'll paddle out in the cove and they'll drift down to the corner of the point where they'll do their surfing.
Yeah, well, obviously, with this, one of the things we see at the Boardriders Battle, there's always someone on the beach trying to direct the surfers out in the water. Last year it was extremely difficult. This year much closer to the rocks, and see that's the Burleigh Head surfer making his way around the point and looking to grab the first wave of the heat. So 6 5-minute heats here, and top 3 clubs will be making it through.
Yeah, so the makeup of the team as well. So you've got 5 surfers in the team. You've got to have an over 35 surfer.
Yep.
You've got to have a female surfer. You've got to have a junior surfer. And you have 2 opens. So I'd say that guy there you're seeing here in yellow, that is Andrew Sheridan from Margaret River. He'd be there over 35s. He's There's no shame because he is still absolutely flaring. I was chatting to Shero earlier this morning. They're coming off the back of, well, obviously a typical autumn over there in Margaret River where it hasn't been below 10 foot for about 6 weeks. So he's in pretty good nick at the moment and gets first wave of the event. So basically what happens, you can go out there, you can catch as many waves as you like, but you've got to nominate, as soon as you nominate the one you think is your score, you come straight in, and that's when you start the cycle. Okay, we've got the team list. I'll tell you what, I was having a chat to Shero, that team list there for Margies, we're talking about this new generation of young crew coming out of that area. Yeah. Macklin Flynn is coming out next. That kid, if you've seen him in solid surf, he's nuts. Willow Hardy, she is unbelievable. Benny Spence, Oki Fraser. Like, Margie's never really put it together on the at the ABB. Never had a big year. Maybe this is it.
Yeah, we see Macklin Flynn was their NRMA Insurance power surfer. So each team has the NRMA power surface, which means they get the extra wave there. So Macklin Flynn there for Margaret River. So he'll be, I think he's the next surfer out. But yeah, team list should stay pretty solid throughout the whole event. And at this stage, we've just had that one wave for Margaret River. And he may have stayed out there.
Yeah, I think Shero's hung out there, mate. You can see the, there he is, Andrew Sheridan from Margaret River. It's obviously, a lot of talk during the week. They've moved the tour contest from Snapper Rocks up here to Burleigh. We're seeing a replay of Andrew Sheridan's opener. Of course, not a grain of sand left at Snapper Rocks, mate. It has absolutely been gutted. And so they made the call earlier in the week that the tour contest, which starts in about 3 weeks' time, will be held up here at Burleigh, where they've lost quite a lot of sand. There's not much sand out at the cove, but there's still remnant sand hanging around the point. And so the call got made, mate. The CT, the big tour contest, is coming up here to Burleigh.
Coming to Burleigh, where modern professional surfing started.
It did, yep. There we go, Matty Job from Burleigh Heads. Oy, can't quite get around that last section. Of course, he was, as we said, he was unbelievable last year on finals day for Burleigh Heads. He just went out there and absolutely delivered every heat.
Yeah, you'll find it happens with each team, they'll have their stalwart who's super reliable. I remember Tully Wiley was the man for Torquay Boardriders last year. Just kept putting, every time he went out, just strung scores together really quickly. And looks like Andrew Sheridan there. He's locked in that 4.5, so coming in to make the big run.
Yeah, gets the Margies crew off and running. It's the other, mate, it's the other great aspect. Oh, you can hear the heavy feet. Look.
Yeah.
Mate, he's a big unit, Shero.
Yeah, he's pounding the Hyundai hill he's heading for now and just pounding along the boardwalk.
I was going to say, mate, the other great aspect of this event, mate, is it brings together all these crew from all around the country. A lot of them are old mates.
Yeah.
Some of them used to do the pro tour together. A lot of them have surfed together. Some do the tour together now. A lot of them are just surfing buddies. But it's kind of is a bit of a reunion as well. We've seen Zave Huxtable here from Torquay Boardriders. Now, he is a guy who's, at the cutting edge of what's happening now with Australian surfing. He has been for a few years, just getting ready to make that next jump up.
We can see him looking so sharp on that wave, a smaller wave. He's heading back out. He didn't want to bank that one. Well, at this stage he hasn't anyway.
No, he's the guy. He's the guy TBC kind of really need to drop a 7 or an 8.
Yeah.
And I'd imagine they'll send Zave back out as the power surfer at the end of this heat. We've seen the replay here. Just grabbed it. It's kind of a little insider. Got one nice little Rio, and then that wave ran out of juice. So he'll go looking for something a little extra. Yeah, there's the wide shot, of course. It's going to be fun for our cameraman because surfers are going to be spread over about probably 200 yards of bank out there. There's sand pretty much all the way out, so you can. There's a close bank obviously next to the point, but then bigger ones also roll down the beach a bit. And you can see the crew sitting wide there.
Yeah. So just waiting on the. There you go. There's a 4.23 for Zave on that, so he'll probably hang out, wait for a better wave, as Sorno said.
Yep.
He'd be looking for the 7. Of course, we mentioned that he may be the power surfer. The power surfer is nominated by the club. NRMA Insurance Power Surfer gets to have an extra wave. So once the team has completed their 5 surfers, the power surfer heads out for a second bite of the cherry.
Yep.
And usually, well, quite often it can make or break the result. There's Janjak now.
Yeah, it's Cooper Downs.
They'd be loving the fact he can surf in board shorts.
Yeah, well, the water's actually been pretty warm down there too. There you go. He's got great style here. Just joining the dots a little bit on this thing. It does look like, well, you know, that wave actually looked a bit like Jack on a good day, Reg.
That's right.
The much maligned beach break down there.
It has its moments, doesn't it?
It does have its moments. They're few and far between, but...
it's like Avoca there.
Yeah, we're going to get you the team sheets. The crew, mix the teams up early on, so we're still just scratching numbers and we're looking into the sun. So you're going to have to forgive us if we don't pick everyone. But Avoca, of course, you know, they're past winners here of this event. Here's Allura from down there in the Shire, south of Sydney. So Allura are actually, they've been runners-up in the ABB in the past. Yeah, Avoca, as we said, were past winners. I think they won like 2015, 2016.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they were on a roll there for a while. They were always knocking around the final in the semis, at least. There's definitely been a changeover looking at the team list, Shauno. Like, you know, you look at someone like, we're talking about Burleigh, North Narrabeen, big changes there, you know. So I think the evolution of the club, I was looking at QBC one, I didn't actually know anyone in it.
Well, you haven't lived there for a while, Reg.
I know, every time I paddle out, the grommets, they just drop in. I go, don't you know who I am? I go, yes.
Don't you know who I used to be?
That's right. I know.
No respect, Reg.
No. Well, yeah. As I said, I haven't lived there for a while. So
yeah, I haven't had a good look at the Avoca team, actually. We're still waiting on the team list to come up. I did see Caleb Tancred down there.
Yeah.
So I know he's coming up. So the Jack team, I know that there's Cooper Downs. Kai Nudd's in there. Carly Shanahan's in there. I know Timmy Stevo's around. I didn't see his name in the team list, though, which is a bit weird, as he's generally their main man. Okay, and this is Matty Job here from Burleigh. Oh, there you go. He's right on the bricks here. That's a great little wave.
What a combo. That was sick.
There you go. Well, he started, mate, where he left off at the end of last year.
That's going to hold them in good stead, I imagine. I think pretty sure he's their power surfer as well, so he'll make his way back in and he'll be paddling back out in about 60 minutes.
He's a funny little, he's a funny lad, I'll tell you. He comes down and stays with us at Bells often during the contest, and there's never a dull moment with that guy around. So there is the Burleigh team. That's pretty much the team that did the job last year. Yeah. Matty Job, Thomas Woods, Isla Huppets, Rico Haybiddle, all there last year. Storm Hoskin is a new addition. That'll be the Grom. And as I said, Matty Job will go back out as the power surfer. Here goes Dave Huxtable for Torquay. Just trying to get this thing to run. Big, explosive turn to finish there. And he's going to call it quits. He's on his way in.
Right.
So, a fun fact here, Reg, and a fun fact I'm pretty sure was pointed out to me by the Janjuk crew. Torquay Boardriders only made it into the ABB final, Reg.
Yeah.
Because one of the Tassie crew couldn't come back up when the initial event got cancelled.
Yeah, they didn't qualify.
They didn't even qualify.
No, they got a wild card.
They didn't even get a wild card.
No, that's right.
They were a last-minute replacement.
I was talking to
Thanks, Janjuk, for that fact.
Yeah, they weren't happy that North Narrabeen got the wild card ahead of them.
No.
But no one was happy when North Narrabeen gets any help whatsoever. So
but you know what's going to happen now? Torquay's probably going to win the ABB tomorrow afternoon. Imagine how salty Janjuk will be if that happens.
Wow.
That looks like Thomas Woods on his way down for Burleigh Heads.
So there you go. There's the tag happening in the Oakley Exchange.
Oh, there's the big fella.
Charlie Wiley heading out. He was one of the form surfers last year.
He's not going around the gates. He's running through them, mate.
Yeah. Big guy.
He's a big unit. He was one of the best surfers here on finals day last year.
Oh, without a doubt.
But he's the president of TBC.
Yeah.
These days, as well as being one of Australia's best up and coming surfers on the qualifiers.
And here we can see a great shot of the jump off spot. Thomas Woods there, no dramas. Local Tully coming behind him. Meanwhile, out in the water, Margaret River. Nice. Oh, unfortunately, surfer just losing it there off the top. So some fun punchy waves out there, Shauna. It's a bit sort of, it's moving around quite a bit. There's probably 2 or 3 little different sandbanks where the surfers are sort of utilising the takeoff.
Yeah, it's a bit of a lottery out there, mate. I'm pretty sure that was Macklin Flynn in the yellow from Margaret River. And I think they've got him listed as the power surfer, so he'll surf again at the end of this heat.
Yeah, so we'll see. The power surfers, the NRMA Insurance power surfers, they head out after the other 5 surfers. All 5 surfers have locked in their score. So sometimes they can head out with 12 minutes remaining. Other times you'll see them with 30 seconds.
Yes.
And of course, the whole idea is you need to have all your surfers, including the power surfer, back up the top of the Hyundai Hill.
Yeah, so basically the go with this format is you've got 65 minutes. You've got to catch 6 scoring waves with 6 surfers.
Yeah.
So if you divide that up, you've got about 10 minutes each, which sounds easy in theory. Doesn't always work out that way. Best laid plans, etc., etc.
Yeah.
Yes, there's Isla Hupperts. Of course, she was speaking of standouts from last year, Edge. They're still talking about her 9.2 ride.
That's right. That was one of the high scores.
Was that in the semi-final or the final last year?
I think it was the semi. She sort of laid down the gauntlet, and didn't they go wild, the Burleigh crew?
Yeah, well, you've got to remember, like, that was the 6 and 8 foot day.
Yeah.
And she got chucked out, and I think Burleigh might have been... They weren't winning at that point.
No.
They were trailing.
I think it brought them straight back into it.
And she went out and just dropped into this thing that just is this huge throaty barrel, and then came out of it and just threw a huge turn, lit it up, ended up with a 9.2 score, which completely changed the heat. Burleigh won the semi. Burleigh went on to win the final.
Yeah. She ended up way up the beach after that one too. Had to do the full sand run.
Well, fun fact, of course, Reg, Isla Hupperts was once from Torquay.
From Torquay, that's right.
She used to surf for Torquay Boardriders. I'm pretty sure she was TBC.
All right.
Until, well, that's kind of a bit of a typical thing, People from the south migrate north.
Yeah.
Come up here to the Gold Coast and go, why am I living in Torquay where it's 12 degrees for half the year?
I often wonder that. Like, a lot of Torquay surfers spend time up here.
Yeah, well, even the Torquay crew who live in Torquay aren't in Torquay all the time.
No, they have holiday houses up here at Burleigh Heads.
Particularly all the ones that are on tour.
Yeah.
Your
is that half
your Zabe Huxtables and your Tully Wileys, every swell, they're always up here.
Yeah. Well, you know, the Goldie's sort of the hotbed of pro surfing talent, isn't it?
Yeah, so we're still chasing some team lists here for Avoca Allura. So we'll get those to you guys as soon as we can get our hands on them. But Avoca always coming up here with a strong team. As we said, past winners. Yeah, it's Macklin Flynn there for Margies. That one's going to run out of juice, though. Running a shot of him in the new Surfing World, Reg. Just put a bit of a shameless plug for my magazine.
Oh, yeah? Yeah, you've finally sent it to the printers.
Yeah, only 3 months late, but we got there in the end.
Yeah, I was wondering about my subscription. I thought, then no, actually forget about it.
No, we didn't forget it. We can't forget about you, Reg. But, you know, a big double page of Macklin Flynn, mate. Those kids over there are absolutely running riot in the last couple of years. There's a whole bunch of them. We're seeing a few of them here in the Margaret River team. They're all good small wave surfers, but they're also all pretty gnarly, as you'd imagine, when it gets a bit serious.
Yeah, totally. So, yeah, we've got, well, things are starting to tighten up as far as these scores end or the time goes. Now here we see good looking wave on the outside, as you said, running out of juice through this middle section and just looking for a little rebound here. Surfer in yellow.
Yeah, well, actually, our story in Surfing World, mate, is about this little break over there called Huzzers.
Yeah.
Which is like a bit of a last resort, bit of a cosy corner kind of deal.
Yep.
It looks a bit like Huzzers out there today, just quietly.
It does. Well, there you go. Someone's excited by that.
That could have been Caleb Tancred there for Avoca. You can hear the ABC crew getting pretty excited down there on the hill.
Yeah, we're looking at Avoca, their team. Shannon Whitaker, Lennox Chell, Talia Tebb, Bo Atchison, Noah Hartney, and Caleb, I'm not sure. It's got him down as a reserve.
Well, I saw him up there on the hill with his board.
He got Wilco as a reserve too.
Really?
Yeah.
There you go.
He called the drag
in case
Wilco
of emergency.
Call Matt Wilco. Well, a good reserve to have.
Well, he was part of their team when they won it.
Oh, totally.
Of course.
Yeah, it used to be him, Ace Buchan.
Yeah, Wade Carmichael,
Glenn Micro Hall.
Yeah, they had a gnarly team, yeah.
Yeah. Lennox Shell. You see surfers just paddling across this dead water, looking to make up some time with just 44 minutes remaining.
There's Carly Shanahan for Jan Juck in the white. So, of course, it's completely up to the teams what order they send the surfers out in, so it gets a bit tactical.
Yep.
How it all works. You know, they've all got their ways they like doing it. Okay, here's Allura again. Now, we haven't got the Allura team list, so I can't tell you who it is right now. Is it Shane Campbell? It might be. But he's been out there quite a while. So he's going to need to get in. So he's been out there 20 minutes. So basically, if you're going on the theory that each surfer has 10 minutes to catch a wave,
yeah,
he's had his 10 minutes
and someone
else's 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So
beautiful turn there.
Here's Macklin Flynn. Look at this wave. It's a nice little clean one. Is he going to get a bonus section? I don't think it's going to reconnect. Anyway, he's going to ride it to the into the beach for another score for Margaret River.
Yeah, look at this replay. Nice clean face. This one just standing up, offering him a bit more through this section. It looked like it was going to do something ever, and then it just sort of ran out of steam, but nevertheless, Margaret River locking in another wave. And just finishing off there.
Yeah, there he is doing the hot lap up to the top of the hill. It's easy for the grommets, Reg.
Yeah, it is. They all look so fit.
It's a bit more entertaining when you get the over 35s doing it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, when they...
It doesn't look as easy.
No. Yeah, he's doing it really easy and heading up from the Hyundai Hill. And meanwhile, out in the water. Looks like Avoca. Now, current scores, Avoca have moved into first place.
Yeah, that last wave for Caleb Tankred to 6-7. So there's a bit of movement on the scoreboard. Margaret River in second currently. Jan Juck in third. There we go. That's Willow Hardy going down the track into the National Park, off the rocks into the cove for Margaret River. Of course, we've seen quite a lot of her in the last couple of years in the qualifying events, mate. She
great surfer.
is deadly. A great surfer.
Oh, nice.
There's Woodsy here for Burleigh Heads.
Yeah.
Thomas Woods, he was, of course, a big part of last year's win. He had a solid event.
Yeah, well, Burleigh currently sitting in 5th place. Plenty of time, obviously, at the 40-minute mark here in Heat 1, Round 1 of the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle. And, yeah, Avoca, Margaret River, Torquay, Jan Juck, Burleigh and Allura, our teams out there now. You can see on the replay, beautiful turn there. This one just sets up nicely. And Thomas Woods just bringing it down to the inside for the finishing touches on this wave. And making his way in. So Burleigh, a bit of ground to move, make up.
Yeah, they are sitting on a good score, though.
Yeah.
Matty Jobs opener a 6.63. So you can see the on-ramp there, Reg. See, we haven't got a lot of sand down there in the corner. Of course, we've got pretty well hammered during Cyclone Alfred, so there's not a lot of sand. They've had to do a 45-degree gradient on-ramp just to get started.
Yeah. Oh, there goes Tully Wiley. So taking Ellie Harrison there. So third surfers heading out for a number of teams at the moment at the halfway mark in this heat. See a bit of wind outside. Oh, light blue there. Yes, so we've got plenty of action happening out here at the moment. Avoca in the blue with that 12.43 two-wave total. So things are tightening up. It looks like surfer in white looking at that. So the third surfer out for a number of teams at the moment. And just looking to consolidate out there. So the conditions, a lot of movement in the water, different peaks around the place. And each team trying to lock in that decent wave score. Things are going to tighten up very quickly here in the back end of this heat. Of course, top 3 teams make it through. And then if you are the 4th place team, of course, you'll get a chance again this afternoon in the redemption round. But yeah, just these scores just drifting in at the moment with 38 minutes remaining. Avoca holding down the lead. Total of 12.43. Looks like the Avoca surfer number 3, making their way back in. So we'll see that score get locked in as well. Of course, you are watching the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle. It's the Avoca team, Bo Atchison.
There he is. Well, that's the Grom, Noah Hartney.
Noah Hartney. And I think Noah did a good job out there. Caleb Tankred, of course, we saw earlier, locked in that good score, and he is the NRMA Insurance power surfer for Avoca.
So yeah, big guns coming up next for Avoca with Lenny Chell, who was once the Grommet in the team. But
yeah,
now he's probably the main man, you'd reckon.
Probably is these days. Yeah. So yeah, the evolution of the board riders clubs. You know, you can see some of the older blokes you'll see walking around who you think, you know, they've just wandered out of Burleigh pub. They actually were.
At one stage.
They were once an
the top
NRMA,
dogs.
Yeah, they were a power surfer, NRMA Insurance power surfer. You know, and then they pretty well fade into oblivion.
Yeah, well, they post up on the hill and yell all afternoon.
Or they become the team strategists.
Yeah, there's a lot of coaches in these teams.
A lot of coaches in these teams. Basically, anyone who's been in the club longer than 10 years reckon they are an expert. But of course, there's plenty of action in and around the event. We're just going to cross down to Stace. What's going on down there, mate?
Yeah, just doing a surf report on up at the Burleigh Pav, and tell you what, tide was high this morning, but as it's draining out all day, like you mentioned, Rego, it's moving up and down the point, and there's lots of scoring opportunity. It's not typical Burleigh, as you can tell, rifling tubes down the point, but what it is offering is a lot of opportunities on the inside and a little bit further out the back. It's not what they're looking for out there.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, thank you, Stace. So, yeah, sure, no, the Burleigh boys, the local knowledge coming into play. You know, they would have surfed under these conditions a million times before. You know, I suppose, compared to other locations where we've held the finals of the Hyundai Boardriders Battle, this one really does, the local knowledge can really influence it, as opposed to a wide beach break like we used to have at Newcastle or Cronulla back in the day.
Yeah, no, true. It definitely was the case last year, Reg, when it was 6 foot.
Yeah.
You know, it's definitely advantage to the locals at that point. A little more random here at the moment. It's a little more busted up, of course, as we said. Stace just mentioned the bank's not perfect here. It got a bit of a haircut during Cyclone Alfred, and it's a bit all over the place, but still these guys know a good wave out there.
Yeah.
But there's a bit of pressure on the Burleigh guys, Reg. That's the other thing, mate, that like they came through, they had a really poor track record in this event over the how have we been going now? 10 years?
No, longer.
Longer, 12 years. And the first year that we moved it to Burleigh, they went absolutely nuts and won it.
Yeah.
One of the biggest wins ever in the ABB history. But now they've got to back it up, mate. And they've got this first round heat, like this gnarly stacked first round heat. They've got Avoca, they've got Torquay, they've got Margies, they've got Allura, they've got Juck.
Yeah.
It's actually a pretty easy heat to lose.
Yeah, no, definitely no favours for the defending chaps as far as this heat draw goes.
And they want to be here on finals day tomorrow.
Wow.
Yeah, because if they get into finals day, that hill will turn red.
That's right.
With all the Burleigh lunatics will show up. And then all of a sudden, it's game on, you know?
No, exactly. So, as we can see, well, it's like Willow Hardy there on, just hitting it high on that backhand. Will she come through? And looks like surfer from Jan Juck. Can't quite recognise in the morning light. And we've got 33 minutes remaining in this, and there's the overview. He's going for the paddle, trying to make up some time before he hits the run. I'm not sure the exact distance of the run. We'll have to get we'll get Vaughan Blakey to actually do it and measure his steps. But I think it may be about
500 metres.
I think, I was going to say a K, but just sort of make it more interesting.
That's how you exaggerate your own running, Reg.
That's right. I went for a run this morning, 10 Ks up to Nobbies and back 12 times. And here we go.
There's the wide shot. That's Isla Huppert's for Burleigh. One nice little turn, but that wave was a little soupy. Here we go, Allura, who we haven't seen a lot of. They're sitting in 5th so far, and I don't think that wave's going to help.
Wow.
Oh, it's a good little set here.
Yeah. Who was that? I think that's
Avoca.
Yeah, you can hear the Avoca crowd. I love the sound effects, the exclamation every time someone hits the lip. Whoa! And you get the rhythm of the wave.
That's
dictated by the supportive crew.
Yeah, there's Ellie Harrison for Torquay.
Yeah, well. And there's Ellie just sort of looking with that elusive wave at this stage. Torquay currently sitting in 6th position.
Yeah, they've got a bit of work to do.
Yeah, they do indeed. They've already had Xavier Huxtable and Tully Wiley out there, and at this stage looking a bit grim, but I've seen it turn around before.
Yeah, here goes Ellie now, just down the beach a bit. That one's not going to work seen quite a lot of Ellie surf over the last year or two. Of course, she surfed the tour event at Bells last year. Made it through. She was all quarterfinals.
I think he made the quarters.
From memory.
She did,
Lost to Joanne Defay.
Yep.
But she's also been surfing a fair bit lately and got an absolutely smoking wave of Kira during the Cyclone Alfred
right,
day.
yes.
She was out there amongst that.
Some quick slices there.
There goes Lenny Chell.
Yeah, Lenny Chell and from Avoca. So Avoca currently in third position. So we've got Burleigh Heads moved into first after their third surfer. So looking pretty good. 31 minutes remaining. Of course, all clubs looking to get their 5 waves and get their power surfer back out there so the NRMA power surfer can garner some more points from the judges. We see the big sprint there. Surfer number 4 for Avoca. So they're looking good time-wise, Shauno. They're going to get their 5th surfer out with plenty of time. And that means their power surfer.
Yeah, I think they're sending Caleb Tancred back out as the power surfer. Not a bad idea. They might even swap that around if they get through this heat. I've got a feeling they might use Lennox Chell if they get through to finals day as a power surfer as well, with a very, very strong team. They bat deep, Avoca.
Yeah. Well, Avoca current heat leaders. So,
but yeah, mate, it's a bit of a lottery with the rest of them.
It is indeed. Like, it's pretty tight. You look at those scores, like, you know, Janjuk, Allura and Torquay, like, barely scraping into double figures.
Mate, we might get to a stage in this heat, Reg, where it comes down to Janjuk or Torquay for a spot to go through.
It's come to blows, you reckon?
Mate, would you want me to give you the short history of Janjuk and Torquay?
Yeah.
Of course, both clubs exist in the same area.
Yep.
Torquay, obviously, the long-established. I think they're on 60 years.
Yep.
They're the big dogs. They've been around a long time. They're the powerhouse club. So it's very much a case of big brother, little brother. Janjuk only sprung up, I think, 5, 6, 7 years ago. There we go. There's Willow Hardy trying to get this wave just to do something for her. Connected through. She's been out there quite a while, so she's going to have to bring this one in.
Yeah, a couple of turns on the outside. Probably wasn't the big score she wanted, but nevertheless, Margaret's currently sitting in third spot. Yeah, so Janjuk, about 5, 6 years on.
So basically, and this is the way a lot of these clubs form, they could be a really big club in town, but then the club almost becomes too big in a way, and then you get a little splinter club that breaks off and starts doing its own thing, which is what Janjuk did. Of course, Janjuk's the beach break in town. It's not exactly one of the world's greatest waves.
No,
it's putting it mildly, but it is. But it is a bit of a cult wave, and they all love surfing it.
Yeah.
And so it almost formed as a social club in a lot of ways, whereas Torquay was a serious club. He had all the tour surfers, and so Janjuk became like a bit of a hit and giggle social club, and it's kind of in the last couple of years got a bit serious. Here goes Ellie Harrison for Torquay.
Nice.
Yeah, she needs this thing to reform just a little bit here. Yeah, which it might do, just fading it back.
One turn on the outside, probably didn't offer her what she was anticipating, and Torquay, well, kind of needs some points from Ellie for that one. But
yeah, I think the body language said it all there, Reg. She's a bit frustrated, but that's the beauty of this format. You know, it's going to. It's tough, even for surfers who've surfed quarterfinals of World Tour events.
Exactly. All right, as we see this last wave here for Janjuk, quick in and out. Now we're going to cross down to Jess Starling, who's at the Rise Women's Breakfast with a special guest.
Guys, I'm with the GOAT. I'm with Lane Beachley. Welcome in. What a turnout we have in the breakfast this morning.
I know, when you get an invitation for women to come and hang out with women, the excitement is palpable. There's hundreds of us here.
We got a pretty cool thing we're celebrating here today. So this is Rise. This is the new wave of female and girl surfing. It's a $1 million grant that the government has given to our sport to put towards female and surfing. How incredible is that? What about the progress in our sport?
It's insane to see, and it's very satisfying. You know, I think about what women's surfing was like even a decade ago, but to have this kind of support from the federal government and then to have the encouragement of everybody in surfing to get more women involved is very rewarding, very satisfying, and it's only going to help the sport continue to grow.
This must be a bit of a pinch yourself moment, I guess. You've been through every single chapter of this sport. You're such a pioneer for women in our sport too. I feel like what a moment for you in your career too.
Yeah, it is a pinch me moment. Sometimes I just stand here and I look around and go, how did we get here? And is this really happening? Because I think about when I competed here and the misogyny and the sexism that was rife through surfing, and now today we've just got this movement that is just so beautiful to be a part of, and to see women outnumber the boys in the water sometimes, and then to see this investment back into the sport, it truly validates all of the crap that we went through. You know, it truly validates all of the battles that we endured. Even my predecessors and their predecessors, you know, the girls back in the early 70s were doing it for literally nothing, and now today it's rise, and we are rising, and we are going to own this space and be very proud of what we've achieved and continue to push for more.
Surfing Australia is making big money moves to put into women in our sport.
Talia Tebb, I think, for Avoca. It might be.
Yep, pretty sure it is.
She's got a nice little inside runner here
nice
too.
turn.
Great cutty.
Yeah, really held that arc nicely. So Talia bringing it through to the shore. Avoca currently in second.
She's got a great style, Reg.
She has got a great style. You hear the Avoca crew going psycho out the back for Janjuk. So again, nice looking wave out there. Looking for something on the inside, just chucks it up. Quick little snap to finish. And Janjuk currently in fifth spot. So predictably things are tightening up. We've got the top three at the moment. Burleigh, Avoca and Margaret River. Not far behind them at Torquay, so Shauno, like between third and fourth, only, well, half a point or 0.6. So things are pretty tight. Now Janjuk all of a sudden a jump from fifth to third. And we'll see this in the next 23 minutes, of course. The power surfer is going to come into play. Oh, that was nice as well.
Yeah, we still haven't even had a team list here for Allura, so I can't even tell you who's out there at the moment. Apologies. But Allura are in the mix. So they're sitting in fourth. You can see the Allura surfer just looking in to the crew on the headland, looking for some advice as to whether to come in and claim it. I think they'd be mad not to. So Allura in fourth. Of course, top three go through. And fourth place gets a second chance late this afternoon to make finals day.
Yeah.
So you don't want to finish fifth or sixth. That's the bottom line.
Yeah.
So the big news for for the crew down there in on the surf coast in Victoria is Juck are leading Torquay. Torquay are in sixth place. They're in last. Juck are qualifying in third at the moment. So game on.
Yeah.
Mate, there'll be some interesting crew down there.
Be some...
I think it's Ty Slavin's Bucks party, so not all the Juck crew are up here.
Oh, okay.
So they've got a bit of a skeleton crew, so I'd imagine they're all watching down there on the surf coast. There's a match within a match here. It's Juck versus Torquay, plus everyone else.
All right, speaking of Juck, there goes the fourth surfer heading up to fifth surfer heading out there for Janjuk. So currently third position. Now Allura, they're back in fourth. And I imagine, well, Jarvis Earl will be their power surfer when he gets back out there, as we can see. I think out there is Avoca, current heat leaders. So this may be, I think they'll be heading their power surfer out after this one. Of course, the NRMA Insurance power surfer gets that second bite of the cherry with an extra wave. We'll be back with more action live from Burleigh Heads as the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle continues right after this.
A help company would get people back on their feet, make complicated stuff simple, and even try to predict the unpredictable. So that's what we're doing. NRMA Insurance, a help company. Would get people back on their feet, make complicated stuff simple, and even try to predict the unpredictable. So that's what we're doing. NRMA Insurance, a help company.
All right, here we go. It's all happening here at Burleigh Heads as we motor on through with the first heat of round one here at the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle. And there you go from Margaret River. It looks like it's just there. Pretty sure that would be their power surfer. But Margaret, no, not. Margaret's currently sitting in sixth position, but things are pretty tight between third and sixth. We're talking like 3 points, and that can turn around pretty quickly, of course. Each team needing to complete their power surfer within the allotted time of 65 minutes, I should say. And there is Burleigh Heads.
Yeah, that's Rico Haybiddle for Burleigh. So he was I think he surfed a couple of the heats last year when they won through and won the whole thing. So Burleigh's starting to look pretty safe.
Yep. Currently, well, you know, they got 18.71, and that was Rico. So they just still got. Yeah, 2 surfers to go, waiting for Storm Hoskin. Matty Job, of course, will be back out as their power surfer. And Avoca. Caleb Tancred out there now, I'm pretty sure, as their power surfer. So as we hit the, 18-minute mark, we've got Avoca currently leading. See, Torquay have made a move. They're back up in 4th position. Janjuk now down to 5th. And Allura in 6th. Dom Kellett lets to lock in his score for Janjuk. And looking for Allura. April Davey out there at the moment. Shane Campbell will be their power surfer.
I didn't think I was hallucinating before, Reg.
That's
I was
good,
watching
Sean.
the guy in the black, and there he is. I said, geez, that looks a lot like Troy Brooks.
It is. It's a Brooko.
It was Troy Brooks.
Yeah, and Brooko sucking him in, of course.
Yeah,
he's their over 35 surfer, former long-term CT surfer. And Brooko is okay.
He's been living up here in the Goldie for a long time now.
Yeah.
But he always, when the phone rings for TBC, mate, he answers it.
He answers it, that's right. He knows where his heritage lies, and that is in Torquay, of course, where he was born. So Burleigh, defending champs, currently looking pretty solid into this first heat. You know, they've had 4 surfers, and it's a pretty decent score. As we see out from the drone shot, looks like up there for Allura.
Yeah, it's April Davey.
Yeah, it's April Davey putting some points on the board. And she's going to need to lock in something. They've got a lot of ground to make up, Allura. And we can see changes happening consistently throughout as new surfers locking their scores. And Torquay currently in 5th position. And speaking of Torquay, we're going to cross down to Jess, who's with the legendary Troy Brooks.
Brooksy from Wildcards to the first heat. You're doing all right. You're looking a bit gassed though.
A little bit gassed, yeah. First heat of the day. It's a bit hard to get the timings organised. We sort of had to go flat out. I didn't have much time to go, so I quickly grabbed one and run, surf, run. Pretty tiring straight up.
We were talking, you didn't originally qualify. Was it pretty heartbreaking not to get, that official spot into this grand final?
Yeah, we made the final here last year. Clubs did amazing, last few years in all the big events. And then they just come unstuck in Victoria against some of the local clubs there that went nuts and fair and square knocked them out. So pretty stoked to get the wildcard.
And I got to know, what's your take on the new running track? It's still pretty hard, hey?
These signs are pretty slippery. I nearly went arse over down there, but the track's good. It's pretty safe, so not bad.
All right, we'll let you get on with it for the rest of the heat. Thanks, Brooksy. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thanks, Jess. So there's Dom Kellett there for Juck. So we've been talking up this rivalry, Reg, between Juck and Torquay. They're literally almost matching on scores. You can see it there. There's, at the moment, 0.3 of a point.
Yeah.
And they've both got 2 surfers to go.
Yeah.
So, and then they're 4th and 5th, so they're not even qualifying at the moment.
No, that's right. It's a bit of a battle for 4th place. 4th place, you do have a chance of getting another bite of the cherry this afternoon in the redemption round. The 6 highest placed 4th place getters, bit of a mouthful there, they'll get another shot. 3 of those will be making it through to tomorrow, but we've got...
So you're going to bring him in, Dom Kellett there.
Yeah.
So that'll send Cooper Downs back out as the final surfer for Juck. So they're going to be sweet for time.
Yeah. And
meanwhile, here we go for Margie's. This is Toki Fraser. So Margie's, have jumped up on the back of who got that last wave?
Ben Spence.
Ben Spence,
he got the 7.83, so a huge score there.
Completely changed things.
I think that 7.63 actually was the highest score. Yeah, it is the highest individual score. We saw Matty Job with a 6.63 on his keeper for Burleigh Heads, but at the moment there we can see Allura.
There's Shane Campbell there. He's been a huge part of this team for a long time now.
Yeah.
When they finished second in one of the very early ABBs, he was one of the main men.
Yeah.
So he's going out as their power surfer. Cooper Downs there for Juck. Of course, there'd be a big contingent watching down there. As we said, it's Tyler Saban's Bucks party down there. So a lot of the crew couldn't come up, but they'll all be watching it, probably with an early cheeky beer, I'd imagine, to get the day started. So it's starting to get a little pointy here. We're down to just under 14 to go.
Yeah. Well, we've got Janjuk. There you go. They're a good 4 points clear of Torquay and Allura. So Janjuk hoping to be one of the... Well, if they don't get in the top 3, that 4th place may give the one of the teams this a second bite of the cherry. But at this stage, Margaret River and Burleigh Heads looking pretty good with 1 surfer remaining. It looks like Margaret River now pulling the trigger on this one. That's Macklin Flynn. So their NRMA Insurance power surfer just busts the fins out of that one, unfortunately.
That's Okie Fraser there.
Is that Okie Fraser?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He's only holding that 2.38.
Yeah, he hasn't come in yet.
Yeah, so Okie looking to better that 2.38. He probably was going to do it with that one, and he wants to get back in and get Macklin Flynn out there. Still plenty of time, though. 12 minutes remaining, 12 and a half minutes left in this heat. Each club still with, well, some of them got even 3 waves left to catch. So time's starting to put pressure on a few of the clubs, but not these guys. That's Burleigh. Storm Hoskin looking to lock in a wave.
They're looking a bit nervous up there, the Burleigh crew.
Well, you know, they can with 12 minutes remaining. We're going to see things tighten up. All the action happening hard and fast here at Burleigh Heads as the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle will continue. We'll be back with more action right after this.
Would get people back on their feet after things go wrong. An it will make complicated stuff simple. A help company will cover you no matter who's driving your car. Or if you forgot to lock your front door, Kevin. It would hire climate scientists and try to predict the unpredictable. It will do all those things. So that's what we're doing. NRMA Insurance, a help company.
Well, Sean, it's tightening up out there. You see Margaret River and Burleigh Heads holding a bit of a slender lead. Ooh, nice turn there. And I think that's Oki Fraser, is it? Yeah, the boys are happy. The crew. So there you go. The support crew are pretty happy. Oki's going to lock that one in, and this bloke, Macklin Flynn, will be heading out as their NRMA Insurance power surfer, and Margaret's leading at the moment. So they have locked in 5 waves. I think that last one of Oki's hasn't been allocated by the judges yet, so that'll extend their lead as we see.
That's Storm Hoskin for Burleigh.
Hoskin, yeah. What did he do? Oh, a bit of a foot slip.
Yeah, need a bit of wax on the back of the board there, so running a bit tight for time, so he's decided to declare and come in. So it's made things a little tight for Burleigh. There's a replay of Oki Fraser's one. A couple of nice little pocket jams and a great finish. That was actually quite a sick wave.
Yeah, it was really sick wave.
The Grom. So he's put the Margies team in a pretty good spot. Okay, TBC. And starting to run a bit low on time. So of course we're talking about this battle between Torquay and Jark.
Yeah, well, Torquay, Jarvis Barrows that let to lock his wave. Tully Wiley, of course, is there. NRMA Insurance power surfer, as we see. Storm just powering along up there. So he'll tag Matty Hoskin, or Matty Job, I should say, as Storm Hoskin tags him. So Matty, good to get out there for Burleigh Heads, the power surfer. He's paddling out with just under 9 minutes remaining. So at this stage, anything can happen, of course, but I think we can confidently say Burleigh are looking to progress through to tomorrow, as will Margaret River. Still up for grabs as far as third place goes. You can see Torquay and Janjak less than about a point behind Avoca. So we've got 8.5 minutes remaining. The teams need to get back into the top there at the Oak Exchange. They need the power surfer back in there to not get docked.
Yeah, so this is where things get weird, Reg.
Yeah.
We're down to 8 minutes.
And this is
so
where
most teams have got their power surfers out. We've seen Burleigh and Margies have got power, so they're looking pretty good.
Yeah.
You'd imagine they're looking pretty comfortable. Of course, first, second, third move through to the next round. Fourth get a second chance. Fifth and sixth,
Yagonski.
So it's looking like Margies and Burleigh looking pretty good. There's the big fella, Tully Wiley. So he's got a mountain to climb here for Torquay. So he's their power surfer with 7.5 to go. Mate, he's going to need something big. So basically it's a battle for that third spot.
Yeah.
It's looking like Avoca, Juck and Torquay. So Juck are going to have Cooper Downs. Torquay's got Tully Wiley. Avoca's going to have Caleb Tancred.
Yeah.
Probably going to be whoever gets the best wave out of those three is going to get through in third spot. Stranger things have happened, Reg. We'll wait and see.
No, definitely. I mean, we've got Shane Campbell out there as well, so he'd need to lock in a big score. So it's really coming down to this third place. As Sean said, fourth place gets a second bite of the cherry, but now it's a matter of time and points.
Yeah.
And having watched this event for many, many years, you don't want to sacrifice points for time if you don't have to.
No.
Oh, look at this for Avoca.
It's a great wave. A little rock runner. There you go. So suddenly,
Yeah.
advantage of Oka.
Yeah, so Caleb Tancred.
Jeez, he surfed that well.
He did surf that well. That's what you want from your power surfer. So the NRMA Insurance power surfer for... Have a look at the replay here, Shauno. Just beautiful little setup here. Just drifts into that cutback and just snaps it up in the lip. This one offering him another little section. Just reads that really well and gets time for a nice little carve to finish and then throws that snap. So, yeah, that is going to be something decent there.
So Avoca were hanging on to third place, but you'd have to reckon that almost makes them pretty safe.
Yeah, it may have secured it.
Oh, who was that? Cooper Downs for Juck?
Oh,
because he only gets one wave.
One wave, yeah, that's it. You blow it, you blow it. So that will be, yeah, that is something worth remembering. Once your hands leave the rail, that is going to be the power surfer's score, as we see now.
Natty job.
Natty jobs for Burleigh. Look at this section, Shauno. Whacks it up. Nice. So really taking lots on offer. There's the old Burleigh crew. Yeah, they're psyched on that one. And Burleigh currently sitting in third spot now. We had a bit of a turnaround there. Avoca have jumped up into second spot.
Yeah, well, okay. Well, once Burleigh's number comes in, we're still waiting for that last score from Matty Job to come in. They'll probably go to first.
Yep.
I think Juck are out of the picture.
Yep, they're currently, yeah,
Cooper
well.
Downs went down on that last wave, so... And it looks like I think Allura are probably out of the picture. They're too far behind. It only leaves Tully Wiley.
Yep.
He's probably going to need, here's Shane Campbell now. Yeah, he's going to need at least probably going to need an 8, I think, once that score comes in. Seeing Shane Campbell here. He's just got to go nuts. I don't know if this is going to be enough for Allura.
Well, I tell you what.
Oh, Macklin Flynn out the back. Trying to seal it for Margies. Yeah, he's got to round this. And he's got the little inside runner. Okay, this is looking good for Margaret River. Looking real good. Yeah, you can hear Shero in the background.
Yeah.
So that looks like Margie's home, I reckon.
Yeah, well.
So
how long we got? We got 3.5 minutes remaining. So Tully Wiley, for Torquay to have a shot, their only chance is if they can get in a fourth spot. And he's got to lock in a 5-point wave to do that.
And you know who they'd be knocking out?
Jan Juck.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's the 6th highest place for. So if you come fourth with a low score, you might get the second shot at the title anyway. But at this stage, Torquay looking like they're going out the back door.
Yeah, well, first, second, third, pretty well wrapped up. Here we go. Tully Wiley. He's got to go big on this thing.
Oh, nice.
There it is. Now he needs this to connect.
So 2 good solid turns out there. Is it going to be enough to take Torquay from 5th to 4th? Because we just saw Allura. Shane Campbell locked in a 5.25. That put them up in the 5th, so Torquay back to 6th. So Allura aren't going to catch Jan Juck as far as 4th place goes. You can say there's our top 3, Margaret's, Burleigh and Avoca. Torquay have actually jumped back to 4th with Tully, so there you go. Chopped and changed. So they're ahead of the Juck. So the Juck boys. And where's Tully? Of course, he needs to get back into the Oakley Exchange. He's got 2 minutes and 10 seconds to pound the pavement. And
I wonder if the Juck crew are going to try and tackle him on the way up.
I reckon we should allow that.
Just pull him into the pandanus trees and hold him there for 2 minutes.
Shoulder charge.
You wouldn't want to be tackling Tully, though.
No. Now, Tully...
He's about 6 foot 8 and about 150 kegs.
He's got 1 minute and 50 seconds. If he doesn't make it into the box, they are out. Because, you know, you don't make it, you get penalised. I can't remember how many points. 47, I think. No, not 47, about 5. And then you see Tully Wiley...
Geez, I know a few crew
pretty casual.
I know a few crew in the Juck Club who, if they were here, Reg...
Yeah, they'd be booing him. There he goes.
Well, they'd be doing more than booing him. They'd be walking on the track by accident.
Yeah. Well, look, he's got a minute and a half.
Tripping him over.
I'm not sure what the exact average time is from Sand to Oakley Exchange. I think Stace has done that run a couple of times, just warm-ups in between heats, so we'll have to ask him.
There's the big T-Rex. Listen to the T-Rex footsteps going up the hill.
1 minute to go.
Yeah, he's home.
Yeah, he's on the Hyundai Hill, Heartbreak Hill, and Charlie Wiley. He's still going.
Well, he's kept him in the game.
Yeah.
They haven't finished first, second or third, but they get a second chance.
Maybe.
This afternoon, maybe.
Yeah, well, they're finishing off with a 23.84. And, well, there you go, Charlie Wiley sucking them in. Sucking the big ones, gets them back on. So, looking at the replay. So, this is looking at the first heat. This is Burleigh, of course. Big smash. Beautiful shot from our drone pilot. And, yeah, Sean, exciting stuff there.
Yeah, this is the last power surfer run here. Shane Campbell from Allura. He had a mountain to climb by this stage.
Yeah.
And that wasn't enough for the team from Cronulla. So their run is over. But meanwhile, the crew from the west, mate, are looking pretty good. Chris Binns is over the moon.
That's right. He's
Margaret River, they've won this heat.
Yeah, well,
young fella Macklin Flynn has absolutely aced it. So they are looking solid. So they're through to finals day. And Torquay needed a bit of work here from their spiritual leader, Tully Wiley, to get this done. And they've just scraped it in fourth, which keeps them alive. Technically, they might have to surf again this afternoon.
In the redemption round.
It keeps them in the mix at least anyway. And the important thing for Torquay, they've beaten Juck.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. So that's
they don't care if what else happens.
But there you go. Margaret River winning that one. Burleigh Heads, then Avoca, our top three teams. Torquay, just fingernails still grabbing on there with a potential top four. And we'll be back with more action with Heat 2 of the Hyundai Boardriders Battle right after this.
Double overhead day here at 5:15. Well line detectors all the way out the back.
Here we go. Whack it, whack it, whack it, whack it. Do it! Oh, yes, that was incredible. Where's me? Ha! Best seat in the house. Do it for your club! Oh dear, mate. Deary me. No Logies coming this way, Stace, for that performance. But it is the best seat in the house. The Burleigh Pavilion's fired up as we fire into the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle Finals, presented by NRMA Insurance. Vaughan Blakey, Stace Galbraith in the booth. Cop the energy, mate. Dead set. That hill. I mean, they are frothing.
You mean no more Logies to add to the pile that you already have?
Oh, please. Acting is just not my strong point.
Does it have anything to do with that J. Bottle Thompson commercial?
Oh, I haven't copped that one yet.
It was looking very, very doped youth-esque.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I wonder how Burleigh are going to go this year without Jay, because, you know, their whole campaign last year was really built on the foundation of that giant chin.
Yeah, well, they're off to a great start with Sean Doherty calling Storm Hoskins the Grom. Storm's about 40. That's who's replacing Jay. Get him, Stormo. Nah, Storm's a legend. He's going to get the job done. But it is huge shoes to fill, the Burleigh team, because you've got 6 teams in this heat that are all pretty keen to knock them off.
How cool was it, mate? You know, last year, Burleigh, it was the first time we'd seen the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle Finals here. And the big question was, like, how are we going to get it across these rocks, particularly at high tide if there's a bit of a wind swell where the waves are just relentlessly bashing in there. And, geez, everyone managed it so well, mate.
There wasn't any carnage. Yeah. Bit of a wobble boot there from whoever's paddling out for coughs, and then Sand and Point, no worries at all there. And then the interesting thing about today is, though, is like where you end up from jumping out the cove probably isn't the best spot for the bank, but
Yeah, the current's not too bad today, which is it's a good thing. You're not going to see a lot of paddling, hopefully see a lot of surfing, but yeah, it's no matter what the tide, no matter what the swell direction, it's always a nightmare.
Yeah, it's brought the best undone, those rocks. Mick Fanning famously in a junior comp, jumping over those things to get out for a semi or maybe a final, but yeah, he slipped, had to be taken to hospital.
Hospitalised?
Bashed his head on a rock. I think even the great Dave Rastovich, who's spent plenty of time in this lineup, has come undone on those things. So, you know, it doesn't matter how many times you've done it, it can bring you undone. And hopefully today, though, we just see crew lightly skip over those things and out into the water to do it for their clubs. Speaking of the clubs, big heat coming up. That last one was really stacked, but, I mean, they all are. These clubs have qualified for the ABB finals by destroying the hopes and dreams of other clubs in their regions. So Noosa, Coffs Harbour, Sandon Point, Snapper Rocks, Werry Beach and Bungan Boardriders. Well, like you can see there, Noosa and Coolum, they're about 20 minutes from each other. Sandon and Werry, they're kind of always duking it out. So there's going to be some good blood feuds going on, local blood feuds in these early rounds.
Snapper. Everyone just hates Snapper.
Oh, unless you're from Snapper.
Well, I'm used to it, right?
Oh, you are Snapper, that's right. Yeah.
Just, you know, see, we will see at the top of the line there. As we run through the team list there for Sandon, but I don't think that's Sammy in the water right now, unless I'm got my names mixed up. But oh no, it is for sure. Oh no, hang on. Anyway,
it's tricky in this morning light.
It is. But anyway, I do know who's watching. The great Mick Lowe. G'day, Lowie.
Hey, Lowie.
How are you, mate? I need glasses. Pretty sure that's your boy. Sammy's been on absolute fire lately.
He's the Aussie champ.
Aussie champ, under 18. Here he goes, wasting no time. You can hear the cheers from the rock already. Wowee. That's a really good way to start. An interesting one, though. A lot of time left on the clock, and with someone of his talent, it is quite a strategical play on how early you pull them in.
Oh, nice little re-entry there from the Coffs Harbour surfer.
Young Will Martin, same thing again. There's a lot of good talent early out in this heat. It's quite often a strategy from the clubs to send someone out really strong to get things going, and this heat's no different. We've got Sheldon Simkus from Snapper, Cooper Davies from Noosa, Will Martin Coffs, Sammy Lowe we just saw for Sandon. Here's the replay here, Vorno.
Yeah, he's picked a real nice one. Had a little bit of a ridge moving through the face, but he gets the job done. He was looking for a little bit more punch, I think, but, you know, when you're a surfer of this quality, you can really milk scores out of almost nothing. Wind's really picked up in the last little bit. It's changed quite dramatically since the first heat went off. But that's not going to affect anyone. One of the great joys of this event, Stace, is you only need a ripple.
Yeah.
There are so many other elements at play to be successful in this format.
Some good-looking set waves out the back here, and even with the wind, the wave face always stays relatively clean here, particularly this far down at the point. So you see Sheldon, he's no stranger to a right-hand point.
Sheldon Simkus had that famous runner-up performance at Snapper Rocks. I think Cal Robbo beat him in the Challenger Series a couple of years ago. It looked for all money like he was just going to blitz it and get in, but as we've seen in the past few years, you know, a good start doesn't always translate to the result you want at the end of the year on the Challenger Series, but he'll come here and he'll really do the job for Snapper Rocks. He's so strong. Out the back, Werry Beach, they get cranking.
Everyone's got off to a pretty good start here relative to you know, what everyone else is doing. No one's really had a crazy standout wave. They're all the kind of waves that you get in an event like this and go like, that's right on the borderline of whether I should come in or not. And we'll see. We haven't seen anyone come past us yet up the Gold Coast Dash, up Hyundai Hill, but no doubt you hear them coming. A lot of big boys in this event, Vorno.
Yeah, and don't you watch them as the day goes on. You know, if you're lucky enough to get through heats, well, you're unlucky enough to have to go climb that Hyundai hill over and over and over again.
Wonder how many up and downs that mascot's going to do.
Actually, that's a new development here. We've got a big mascot challenge on the Savo.
You're involved in that, aren't you?
I think so, yeah. Well, unfortunately, New Brighton Boardriders didn't make it. I'm a card-carrying club member again, back in the system.
You bounced around a little bit though, right?
I did. I have
Longy?
bounced. Yeah, Longreef. Did a little Lee-bar stint. New Brighton is where the heart is. I was even in the NRMA Heads Christian Surfers for a little bit.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. And I think I might have even surfed a heat in the Scots Head Boardriders, if that was a thing. Or maybe it was a NRMA. Oh, I can't remember. Anyway, I've been around. But yeah, New Brighton Boardriders, our club mascot.
I think Cooper Davies, as well as doing really good surfing like that of late, easily the most prepared for the run. He's in triathlon mode at the moment, so we could see a scintillating pace set here.
That could be the best wave of the opening exchanges too. Not a whole lot on it, but just big, powerful unit. And Noosa went on a real blitz in this event last year, and it was on the back of Cooper. He's such a good surfer.
While we wait for Cooper to come around the rock, we're going to throw down to Jessie Starling. Good morning, Jessie.
Good morning, Stace, and good morning, Joel. I've got the Vice President and I've just learnt founder of Bungan Boardriders. First heat jitters this morning.
A few jitters, but it's all excitement. We're just staring over our shoulder here. Darcy's looking for his first wave. Feeling good. Everyone's down here, full force. We're ready to go.
I heard you have a mascot that raps as well.
We do, little Navy. Her dad's name's Hammer. She's the mini Hammer, so she's actually dressed up as mini MC Hammer, and she's got this rap prepared. We've got to get her on stage. She'll go off.
Absolutely. The one thing I love about Bungan is you guys have 2 women in your team this year. Talk me through the thought process behind that, because I love where this is going.
We've actually got an incredible depth of women talent in our club, from like tiny little grommets. They're seeing Miller Brown, who's just like making waves in every scene possible. And it's real. You can see that organic growth, which is just amazing. And see it sort of, you've got the women's breakfast here this morning. It's so cool. Women in surfing right now is, for me, one of the coolest things to witness, for sure.
And 10 years for Bungan this year. How cool if we got a win for Bungan? 10-year anniversary present.
That would be an absolute dream. Can't tell you what we'd do to celebrate, but it would be amazing.
Hush, hush on the celebrations. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jess. Kind of celebrating anyway this weekend.
See, Bungan, I feel like I'm an official or unofficial member of Bungan too. I love that beach. It's just wedged into this tiny little corner on the northern beaches. And it really is sort of bookended by big heavyweight power clubs. And they've done such a good job. I think this might be their 3rd time, maybe even 4th, to the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle final. So they've just really flexed. Freshwater, another club that just punches above its weight. I mean, even though it's been around for a long time. But let's have a look at this Hyundai replay. This is Shell.
Yeah, Will Martin.
Oh, Will Martin, sorry. Oh, that was a good start.
And this is Shelley's best. This is a 5.13, I think, Borno.
Yeah. Down the line speed, links it together beautifully. And then this was our Wary Beach surfer. And then Cooper Davies. From Noosa. Snap on the inside. Beautiful finish. Judges will just be gobbling that up.
Sorry, this is the 5.13 from Sheldon. Don't want to get Sheldon in any more hot water. He used a Surfline replay recently at the Usher Cup to get through a heat, but not today. The judges are all over it.
Classic. Yeah.
But and Sheldon, probably the only one that's really broken away. He's had a 6.33 just drop in. Everyone else sort of starting in the 4s and 5s. But as a team event, that's all where you need to be. If every surfer can get up in that mid-range, you're certainly going to see yourself doing pretty well. We saw that in the last heat with Torquay and Jan Jark. It's super tight.
Yeah, and I think you've got to be a little bit careful, Jan Jark and Torquay could have easily paddled out in that last heat just with eyes on each other, and meanwhile everyone's sort of running away from them. That is a danger when you've got your arch rival out there.
Definitely.
Cool and board riders.
Darcy Crump, Bungan Boardriders. He's had a small wave to start. This is a lot better, this wave here from Darcy. It is truly one of the best spots in the world to watch pro surf, and you can hear the team cheering, and they're probably, like, as the crow flies, 30 metres from that wave. But Darcy's obviously got to come around and do the runaround. But for spectating, you're right on top of it. It's so cool.
Yeah, and it's a great mix, isn't it? Yeah, you have all the teams up there on the hill yelling and screaming, and as the day fills in, we're going to see a real festival atmosphere up there.
Cadell Evans inspired yellow, you think? Or
who was that? The Bungan crew?
Yeah.
Oh, they're just rocking some serious millennial steez out there at the moment. I'm almost expecting sort of frosted tips and those little ball bearing necklaces.
Can't tell you what we're going to do at the after party. I think we've got a fair idea.
Yeah, they like that fun. Good, honest fun, Stace. Noosa Boardriders are in this heat, currently sitting in third, mate. Founded in part by the great Peter Troy, one of the true futurists of surfing in this country, a Hall of Famer. A guy who, you know, spent a lot of time travelling. OG from Victoria, of course, that Bells Beach area. But, yeah, really was a huge part in Noosa Boardriders getting started. There's so much epic club history in every single one of these.
Yeah, absolutely. Darcy Crump's not making any history here on that Gold Coast dash. That is a saunter. Come on, son.
Yep. No guap there, mate.
there we go. Hear the trudging. He's, by our team sheet, going to tag off Miller Brown into the water. We heard Joel talking about the depth of the club, and
yeah, I mean,
Miller's sister also surfing in the team as well.
If he was swimming instead of running, he'd be the Eric the Eel of this event so far.
Has he got some gills on him?
Oh, no, I don't know. It's just
Eric the Eel. I thought eels were kind of low-key fast, but they're not, are they?
I think they can be fast.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I just mean, there was in the Sydney Olympics, there was this character who swam the slowest lap of all time.
Yes.
Sorry, mate. That is a pop culture joke from so far back in the past. I apologise.
No, that's okay. My head's full of cricket jokes at the minute. Sean Doherty's got me all tangled up.
Oh,
Ben Lawrenson here.
Whack! He's such a good surfer.
Great surfer.
He's another guy who turns up in these teams events and finds another leg.
That's probably the coolest thing about this comp is, like, it gives such a good opportunity to maybe names you've never really heard of before to really stand up. Alistair Reginato comes to mind, like back when Newcastle that year.
For sure, yeah.
And there's always just some grommet. You know, Ben's not a grommet anymore, but, you know, it gives you that opportunity to really stand up under the pressure, because it is a pressure cooker.
Think back through these comps, like, you know, I think Jake Sharp for Coffs.
Yep.
He's a guy who everyone knows surfs so good, but he comes out here and just absolutely blows minds. There's a heap of them, actually.
It's sort of the first real big stage look you got at surfers like Molly Picklum, and even to a degree Macy Callahan. She was just started looking to qualify, and then she would, you know, this event typically always at the start of the season, it can give you that confidence to run on and have a huge year.
Definitely.
Because surfing in front of your club is terrifying.
Well, there's no doubt, mate. I mean, Isla Hupperts last year, she was probably the standout breakthrough performer.
Yep.
Like, she came from being a prodigy down in Vico, came up the coast, started doing all the training and surfing the points as crew like to do these days. But this was the event that put her on the map. She was one of the big players in that final that helped get the win for Burleigh. And, you know, who's it going to be this year?
Not Dean Bowen. Dingo Bowen just took off on the world's biggest closeout. They're one of the smartest competitors I've ever laid eyes on. Dean's a former champion out here. He's won 25 grand at a pro junior.
Is he a former world, like WSL World Junior
I don't know about WSL, maybe ISA.
Okay.
Yeah, but anyway, Dino's a great mate of mine, and he'll be absolutely ropeable at that wave selection there. Because where he beats need him to stand up here, Vorno.
Now, who has the worst moustache? Dexter Muskins or Ben Lawrenson? Who's got the seediest mo out of those two?
Can you look at yours real quick? No, yours is solid as. Dexter, my boy Dexter for sure.
Yeah.
But Dexter's been running it for a while. He staying strong.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not much on it. It's like a cappuccino moustache, really.
Don't need to look at the team sheet to know who that is.
That's Lee Winkler, the former CT surfer. Bashes it.
One more, backside.
Oh,
wow.
Pulls the tail out. Go Wink.
That was sick.
Shout out to the Banana Coast and Bryn Good, mate. The mascot, where are you? This is heavy. We need you up here, man. All shout outs to the crew at home in Coffs watching. I've got a soft spot for Coffs, of course. Screw up down there a lot of time on the Aquajet, but this is a much more...
Did you have a 40-year childhood?
Mate, I'm still living it. I'm still living it, Stace. Mate, I was just hanging out with Ockie like the last few days, and I was like, does this guy age backwards? He's Benjamin Button.
He is. He
looks fit, eh? Surfing
he's
sick.
fit as.
But look how fit and lively and zappy Lee Winkler's looking. That power, that low centre of gravity was such a thing in that sort of late 90s. You had him, Trent Munro from just down the coast from at Scott's Head, just down the coast from Cross Harbour. Backside.
That's better, Dino.
But I love seeing these evergreen legends just getting out there and ripping, man.
Yeah. Lee Winkler looked like he had that board on ice from last year. Same board, I think, but it was 100,000 foot here last year, and he was still riding that crazy little tweaky epoxy carbon-looking thing.
Yeah.
We'll get a look at it as it rolls past, but today looked amazing. But last year he was getting blown out to sea.
Mate, there's a good chance it will be rolling past as well. Oh, well, what about this guy? Speaking of evergreen surfing talent.
Yeah, wow.
This is Josh Kerr, just qualified for the Challenger Series, a chance to make the CT on twin fins. I mean, this is one of the great stories of 2025. And he'll be doing the Challenger Series with his daughter, Sierra Kerr. That is just unheard of.
Yeah. They had an amazing showing here last year, the father-daughter combo. As we see Kersey getting his run on up the side here.
He's going to be coming past any second, the Gold Coast Dash. The Gold Coast, Stace, it's a place you call home. I mean, it is so surf city up here. There's just so much going on. Everywhere you turn up, you just go into a local cafe, you're probably going to run into like one of your surfing heroes. But aside from that, everyone gets in behind a big surf comp, and this is the birthplace. This is where it all began. What was it, 60,000 on the headland, they said, for that original man-on-man event?
Kersey's going to be careful here. He's got a Mac Tuna coming up behind him.
Yeah, Kersey like a
Dean
little...
is looking unbelievable on the run.
Kersey's like a little lure.
Yeah.
And that thing is just a big bust-up. Dino looking committed.
Fit as.
Big beefy yellowtail. Just hear the bang and the next thing Dino's just running down the beach with Kersey in his mouth. Oh, let's tap into the action here. Noosa Boardriders out in front. 5.43 and a 6.18. That's a big score. Snapper Rocks in second.
Burleigh Heads in the last heat. That's similar setup. Started so strong.
Yeah. Pretty tight here, Noosa and Snapper. Coff's not far behind. Wink dropping a really good score there, 5.68. Sandon Point in fourth. And Stace, you just don't want to be finishing in fifth and sixth. Game over.
Yeah.
It's a long way to come for one heat.
Oh, no.
So fourth place, I think the highest placed fourth get a bonus round. All right, well, we're going to have a quick break here from the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle Finals presented by NRMA Insurance. Stay with us, plenty more action after the break.
live stream, share. Boost Mobile works in more places. Now on 5G. No lock-in contracts. Bring your own number. On the full coverage of the Telstra mobile network. Switch today at boost.com.au. Boost Mobile.
Welcome back. This is a Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle final at Burleigh Heads, presented by NRMA Insurance. Vaughan Blakey and Stace Galbraith. Thrilled to be calling the action again, mate. We're like a couple of urban flamingos who have found a lidless wheelie bin. We're just pecking away up in here.
Reeling about with the apple cores. The postponement of the event was a real heartbreaker. You know, we're all that energy was pent up and we were ready to roll, and we had a bit of a false start, but obviously worth the wait. And there was a lot of people had to go through a lot of hard times, a lot of water to get to this point. But we're on the other side of it now, and stoked to see some fun waves rolling through here at Burleigh Heads.
That's it, mate. And a big shout out to all the crew watching us live on Fox Sports and Kayo. This is fantastic stuff. Noosa Boardriders holding it down at the moment. Snapper Rocks in second, Coffs Harbour in third. And that means the arm wrestle at this stage is between Sandon Point, Werry Beach and Bungan to avoid, well, getting the boot for one thing, but fourth place, if you're not going to get through, you want to finish fourth. There's a second chance there to keep the dream alive. There'll be a bit of a bonus heat at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's a real scary sort of scenario, that sort of percentage to have another surf. Like, 66% chance you're going to get through the heat. You really don't want to be one of those teams in fifth or sixth.
So the Surfing Australia mascot challenge is on the Savo Stace. That's where we're going to get all 42 clubs to put their biggest unit in the costume and get up there and try and win a prize for their club. It's going to be pretty massive.
And what's the format? Are they to run?
I kind of think
jump, swim?
It's a cross between sort of Red Faces, Australian Idol. I don't know, what other talent shows are out there?
Did Saturday Night Live do anything like that?
Surfing's Got Talent, something like that. But yeah, it's going to be pretty good fun, I reckon, because there's some pretty burnt units in those mascot suits for each club, and they can bring some good fire. Spewing though, because I don't know if Coffs have the banana up here this year.
It's only early. Coffs is only a few hours down the coast. Get it up here. Surely that last wave of Lee got them fired up, if they weren't already.
On the backhand, Snapper Rocks. It's our female competitor.
Raya Campbell.
Hang on a minute. Wasn't Raya surfing for Padma Beach? Boardriders?
I think she was, yeah, she was, yeah.
A couple of years ago?
Yeah.
Classic.
I think it might have even been this year. That's all right. Bit of international flavour.
How's the Snapper Rocks depth though, mate? Like, you know,
it's crazy.
What, Kobe Enright's not available?
Kobe Enright's away. I think Sierra might just be either away or working on a little niggle before she starts the year. Obviously chasing the Challenger Series, so Ray has stepped up, and so much depth at Snapper for sure. Even in the gentlemen's division, like Parko's not even in the comp, and he's just done the JG 8-week challenge like you have, and he's looking gnarly. He would blitz his time from last year. Oh!
Is that Credo?
Could have been Creed Smart. Looking absolutely electric. But kind of that sort of personal surfing attack. Like if you're surfing heat just for yourself. When these Boardriders events roll around, you've got to find that happy medium between blowing the absolute back out of it and getting the job done and getting in on time.
There's so much time on the clock here, and they're really just mowing through their surfers. So many waves today, Stace. That little wind swell's just got heaps of opportunity. It's picking the right one, though, because these things can really flatten out quite easily. Getting the wedge, getting the little scoop, so you can just blast it. That's what you're after. Oh, I love this event. It's one of those rare surf comps where you're almost never sitting there watching an empty lineup or waiting for a set to come. There's always something going on. If it's not As I say that, look, there's no one surfing. There's no one running around the point.
Oh, that means we're due for an onslaught.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but you're right. Like, just with the tide getting a bit lower, it's sort of making the ocean a bit flatter. It's starting to look a bit like Middleton out there. And
I won't hear a bad word about any beach on this country at the moment. Mate, I just went down to South Oz, had the sickest time at Seaford. And Seaford Boardriders are in this event.
Yeah.
Shout out to all the crew down there.
I didn't say it was bad. I was just saying
the bowl, mate. Actually surf the bowl. Jared House was saying to me, it's on its day, it's like inside Sunset crossed with backdoor, and can confirm. Although, you know, it was 1 foot.
Well, you've been on the Get Flogged tour.
Yeah, I have been.
Paddle yourself out over and get demoed.
Yeah, I've definitely got a bit of a bad habit of doing that at the moment. It's like all my persos, like, are just me getting hammered.
Hammered, yeah. It's pretty sick. You look like a real hell man.
Cheers, man.
Yeah. It's sort of like Ross Clark-Jones. No vest.
Yeah.
Just getting stitched up, smoking a ciggy.
There's a lot of scary similarities there, actually.
Nah, I've had great times at Middleton as well. I guess the point I was trying to make was it just breaks a little further out with a little more swell.
Yeah.
And it doesn't actually make the wave any better, unfortunately. So it makes it a bit trickier to find those insiders because like any point on the east coast of Australia, you're always drawn to the top. Especially if you see another bloke 10 metres up, you just want to paddle inside him and you just want to get the inside. But we're pretty lucky today. It's a pretty long, stretched out bank, and there is actually some fun waves right down the bottom, but it can kind of feel like no man's land if you're sitting down there by yourself.
For sure. Looks like Raya Campbell coming in. No surprise here. Snapper Rocks back up into the top position. They've been really locking away good scores here. Nothing under a 4.28, and you'd think that Raya's going to get a good score here because she absolutely hammers this little seggy bush.
Nice.
And it was smooth. Judges will love that, particularly in this sort of choppy, bit gutless, tide going out conditions. Noosa in second. Just looking at some of the scores here and the time that's still to go. It's not as desperate as it first may seem here for Bungan and Sandon. There's good scores locked in. Just keep an eye on that clock as we see
Eddie Hamady out the back there.
Hamady.
Beautiful first turn from the Egyptian prince.
I think him and Rasta were separated at birth a bit.
Maybe, yeah.
Similar vibe.
Yeah, big time, yeah.
The great porpoise man.
Yeah, he was, isn't he?
David Rastovich.
Big spoon chest. There's a really nice first turn there for Eddie.
Is there a contender for best wave ever surfed at Burleigh?
I mean,
is Rasta in that conversation?
You'd have to be in there. I mean, didn't Burleigh have an award recently, best surfer to ever surf Burleigh, and it was Munga?
Oh, I love that.
But I don't know if that's something they hand out every year or just once a decade, or like does Champ have one of those awards as well, or you know, is it sort of a bit of a Burleigh thing? I don't know.
Yeah. I see what you're saying. It's just like pats on the back for the boys.
Which is not for Munga.
No way, man.
Not at all. But you know, I reckon Champ's probably got that award at home too, if you asked him.
Whoa, that's a good little snap to get going here for Werry Beach. Looking for the connection. It's Foam Climb City at the moment. And just missing a touch. Just a touch of explosiveness. The section never really sat up there for the Luca. But he's got a little bonus section. Bush tries to lose the fins. I had to kind of push it. Or is that Tull?
I think that might be Tully still coming in.
Oh, sorry, that's Lucy.
And then Lucy Darrow coming out next, yeah. Lucy's a
Tull.
fantastic junior from that part of the world.
Yeah,
and
she's
done
rips.
great things up at all the junior contests.
Yeah, I watched the surf last year in the Skull Candy down the coast. And yeah, she was on fire.
Here we go, big boy. If you thought Cooper Davies was the biggest surfer in the team for Noosa, you were wrong. Here's Dean Brady, unmistakable style. And he's done
a big unit.
He's done well there to get the rig moving on that wave. Fantastic surfer. And he's been doing great work up on the sunny coast with a lot of the Groms, coaching a lot of them. This is the full replay porno.
Yeah, first turn was nice. I love that extra bit of tweak out of the lip. And he's just linking it beautifully. Oh, puts the afterburners through the back half of that turn. Good surfing. And you know what? That wave didn't offer a whole lot. Dino got so busy on it.
Wow.
Yeah.
He's done so well there to surf that wave as well as he did. I don't know what he's riding, but I reckon a few of the big units will be looking at that board when he comes up the hill. It had him moving along real nice.
There's the Oakley Exchange happening up the very top. Snapper Rocks, they're managing the time beautifully. They've got good scores on the board, and here's a nice stand-up section. Beautiful off the top here. And right through, slicing. Oh, what a wave.
Thanks for coming, Miller Brown. She already had a 5.38 in the system, so it's going to be interesting. I don't think we saw the entirety of that wave, so it's going to be interesting to see how that compares in relation to this wave that we saw just here, Vorno. Here's the full replay.
Yeah, this is awesome. Jams it in the pocket, looking so lively, and just dealing with that little bit of wobble. Had to pump through this section, but once she gets going, it's just it's just nice stuff from Miller Brown, one of the big names in surfing at the moment.
Oh, that was sick. Unfortunately, that wave just kind of shouldering out, but a bit of work done at the start for sure.
Yeah, there's a conveyor belt of talent in women's surfing at the moment, and she is right at the top of the list. Her performances over in the Pacific for the natural selection comp, I mean, it was jaw-dropping stuff. And there it is, the rock off, the cove. Give a shout out to Oki. I think you'd be watching over there in the front bar at Namotu. Snapper Rocks.
Oki watches everything.
Pride. And to all the crew there who are enjoying the action, thanks for a great week. Fantastic, but it's all about Snapper Rocks right now. Oh, look at this. Little lead change after Dean Brady's last wave, 6.18. Noosa back into front. Snapper looking comfortable though. Coffs Harbour sitting in third, so the situation pretty similar. But Bungan will be banking a score here, and that's going to mix things up.
Well, Miller actually had a 5.38 prior to that wave, and then her last wave was a 5. So I don't know how much time there was in between those two waves, but they're often the things that in these events can be a little bit of a, I should have gone into my first one. But you'd never know, you know.
What are you looking for each surfer, roughly? Like, what's the window that you feel comfortable with if you're a team captain up there with the flags?
Yeah, of course it's always condition dependent, but on a day like today, there hasn't been really enough heats to run to truly know what it would be. But by tomorrow, you probably have a bit better of an idea. But just on face value today, if everyone was coming in with 5.5s, I reckon you'd be pretty happy.
Pretty good.
But the trouble with that is as soon as someone drops below that, if they have a fall or they just wave selections out or they just get unlucky and get a 3 or a 4, that really, really hurts.
Yeah.
So ideally, you still want someone to, give it a Dean Brady and drop, a 6+ in the scoreline just to obviously help with that buffer, just in case, the unexpected happens, which happens all the time.
The usual sort of pattern is that a team will get on a mad roll in a heat and they'll drop like a multiple high scores.
Yeah.
Everyone else is in that middle zone, and then the pressure on the last surfers when they paddle out is so immense because they can really change up that leaderboard so quickly.
Creed Smart looking amazing on that wave, which didn't offer a whole lot, but he was getting moving.
Snapper.
Marlon Harrison in and out there. It's pretty tight at the top. 16.6 and 16.4 for Noosa and Snapper.
Yeah, they're toe-to-toe at the moment. Snapper and Noosa are just trading blows. Snapper pinched the lead back, 4.85. And the time management is really nice here from both clubs. Marlon Harrison. Great Australian talent. Jai Neal coming up. How many times has Jai surfed at this level for the club? This is as big as it gets.
I mean, this is as big as it
format.
gets, and I don't think he was in the team last year. I'm not sure. I could be wrong. I'm trying to think who their junior was last year.
Well, what was it, Marlon?
Might have been Marlon.
I think he was still a junior last year.
Yeah.
Centre point. They're looking to get ready.
put a move on this leaderboard as well.
Parish Burn.
I think that was Parish Burn. He would have been pretty stoked with that wave. Offered him a couple of good opportunities.
What's the go to?
Ethan Stocks for Coffs Harbour getting ready to run out there.
Oh, he doesn't mind bludgeoning a lip. He's got a big frontside air rev on him too, so keep an eye out for that. There's a handful of surfers in this draw, Stace, who you know are going to paddle out and really give it a good send. Stocksy has that ability.
Good score there, locking in for Parish.
Oh, Sand and Point, big move up the leaderboard. Into second on the back of Parish Burn. So they're just building here. Noosa now down in third. They'll want to keep an eye on that. Coffs Harbour down in fourth.
Here's the camera.
A little bit nervous.
All sorts of things on this thing. Wow, see that big grab?
Kersey's carrying on like Philippe down the bells down the stairs.
We're going to have a quick break, Stace. Kersey and Sheldon watching on the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle Finals here at Burleigh Heads. Back with more in a minute.
Swipe, stream, share. Boost Mobile works in more places. Now on 5G. No lock-in contracts. Bring your own number. On the full coverage of the Telstra mobile network. Switch today at boost.com.au. Boost Mobile.
Welcome back to the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle presented by NRMA Insurance. I'm with Miller Brown from Bungan. She's dedicated today. Got a bit of a sore knee, but there was no way you weren't showing up for your team.
Yeah, there was no way. Got to do what you got to do. Yeah, Bungan.
I was chatting to your vice president earlier, Joel. He's saying 10 years this year. Does that put a little bit of extra spice on it for you guys?
Yeah, for sure. It was like the first comps I did was Bungan Boardriders. I've been doing it since, and yeah, so much fun. So good to support the team.
And how cool for you guys, it's you and your sister, 2 girls in the team. That's going to be pretty cool.
Yeah, it's so cool. It's so sick that Lucy gets to be in it too and we get to do it together, and yeah.
Love it. A little bit different to big airs and charging big barrels, ABB format. Are you stressing out a little bit?
Oh, a little bit, because you kind of just got to do as many turns as you can, just get it done, and then that run is hectic. So you're just like, when you're on your stomach on the way and you're just like, deepest breaths, just preparing yourself for the torture run you got coming up. So
a little bit of a Miller Brown insights. Deep breaths on the stomach on the way in. Get ready for the run. Thanks, guys.
Yes, Jess. Thanks, Miller. One of the real stars of Australian surfing. Keep an eye on that name. Miller Brown is going to really shake up things in women's surf, not just in this country, globally, mate. She already is, really. I mean, the performance she put in just recently over there in the Pacific for the natural selection event, it turned heads globally, mate. Don't worry about that. But what a character as well, eh?
Character. Beat Kelly Slater in a heat too.
Oh, put that little feather in your cap.
I kind of love that he's still popping his head up. Can we get him signed on for like AB or something?
Oh,
You know, he would.
He would definitely come down here and surf these. You know what? Actually, a shout out to the Space Coast. They're probably watching over there. I think that's his Boardriders Club from Florida. And they've been trying to get him out here for ages, but this happened during the break. Big swoop.
Gia Lawrenson.
From Gia Lawrenson and Noosa.
Wow.
Crack! Oh, what on earth? Is that wave of the morning?
Wave of the morning.
That was so strong.
Could have got one up here by young Marzi. We saw this over our shoulder. Beautiful snap out the top and then another fang. I love the pizza out the back there from Marlon. That was sick. Thought he was going to be a little bit late when we were watching it live, but the coping just kind of worked out perfect for him. He got up and over it, no drama at all.
Look at this. I mean, yeah, That was a clear miss, by the way.
You know what? Gia will be so stoked and so proud of herself there because unfortunately last year in the final she was just at the mercy of the ocean. It happened to so many people, but I'm sure she was been thinking about that all year. And then for her to paddle out here in her first heat today and put a score on the board like that for her club and send them rocketing even further in front, she's going to be super, super stoked on that, as she should be.
Mate, this is such a great heat. Noosa now back in the lead. Snapper Rocks in second. Sandon Point in third. Sandon Point, one of those clubs, been around forever and really looking to put their name up there with the list of champions who have taken this event out.
Ethan.
Big up and over for Ethan Stocks. You know, he will go hard. There's no question about it.
Yeah.
As a Grom, he was such a vicious little surfer. As he sort of filled out and gotten big, you know, you just see that attitude in every turn he does. Overcooks it there. But Koffs will be getting a little bit nervous. Well, he's already backed a 5.68 as well, man. I mean, what are they going to need from him here? Bungan Boardriders, they've got good scores on the board too, but they need to get moving. Time could be the enemy, although 22 minutes to go. And Werry Beach, they've got a little bit of work to do. That wave of Gia Lawrenson was so impressive. Oh, she really found a bit of canvas to open up the shoulders and get that power game really locked in.
Love a good kick out.
Love a good kick out.
That kick out just then from John Neld, it kind of made me had to check the team sheet.
Yeah.
It looked a little Porky-esque.
Do you reckon?
But I don't think it was.
You know,
I think it can be.
Two best kick-outs in surfing. Come back to that in a second as Stocksy gets moving again. Onto the inside. What's he looking for? I wonder if he'll get a little section to throw these fins. Oh, it's a little up and over. And a late hit. Best pullouts in surfing. Steph Gilmore. She just exits the wave, gliding over the back, straight over. Oh, okay, hang on. Let's throw it down to Jess Starling with the hero of the day, Gia Lawrenson, after that last wave.
Guys, last year was almost like a worst nightmare. It was fun entertainment for us, but it was a bit of a worst nightmare for a surfer. It was huge, it was rippy, Gia, redemption at its finest.
Yeah, last year was, I had a great event up until the final. I got like washed around, could run around, and then got washed around again, had to do the hill. But yeah, I feel like this year I'm just kind of coming in with like a clear headspace. Like, I feel like that didn't show my surfing enough, so I'm pretty keen to put it on display this year, yeah.
I've been told we're going to get to see your wave on the big screen behind us, actually, and we might just get you to commentate the wave too.
Oh my God, no. Oh my God. Okay, we're watching it, we're really watching it. All right. Yep, very nice. Just pumping, yeah. Oh yeah.
Big finish. It's hard to be, she's a very humble lady, everyone, so it's hard for Gia to be put on the spot. Stevie, what do you think of Gia's performance?
It was really good, actually. I hope we get a better result this year and then go Noosa.
Amazing. Well, Stevie might just be the future, but Gia, she's the star of the show today. Thanks, guys.
Unreal, Jess. Great to hear from Gia, and yeah, I mean, there's only one thing worse than hearing your own voice, and that's watching yourself surf. But thankfully for Gia,
it's like that when you got that on display. That was great.
You know, in your head, like, I mean, how shocking would it be for most people if they had to actually watch themselves surf?
I'm lucky enough to film a lot and also get filmed a lot. And if I film a wave of someone, it's a psychology lesson. Like, have you seen yourself on tape before? Because I don't want to be the first person to ever show you. Here's the SD card. Go and watch it by yourself.
Yeah.
I don't want to have to coach you off the cliff when you think you look like Joel or Mick. And
here's the SD. Like here's a box of tissues. Check you later.
Check you later.
It's tears.
It is. It's tears. It's heavy.
So some good replay action here.
John Neld, snapper, beautiful turn out of the lip there. And he just had to work pretty hard to get this one going through the inside here, but certainly got a bit of damage done out the back.
I mean, it is nerve-wracking when you're paddling out for your club as a Grom, but far out. Paddling out with the whole Snapper Rocks culture, history, success on your shoulders. He's done a good job so far, John Neld.
Yeah, he's done really well. It looked like young Mitchell Peterson there for Noosa.
Yeah, he's an upcoming superstar as well.
And I think it might have been Pearl Peters before that for Sandon.
Oh, they called him in.
Calling Mitchie in. Let's
have a look at this thing.
Oh, a sick turn.
Oh, yeah, that's That's a good wave. 3 good turns, done with speed. Couple little sticky moments, but definitely nothing that's going to be too penalised by the judges.
They're onto their power surfer now, Cooper Davies, and he's got, you know, by the time he hits the cove, he's probably going to have 17 and a half minutes on the clock.
That's
or
plenty.
Thereabouts. Plenty of time.
And the thing to remember about being the power surfer is that you only get one bite of the cherry. There's no paddling back out. As
What would
soon
you
as
rather,
you get to your feet.
17 minutes or like 5?
Oh, I almost think I'd rather just 5. Like,
Yeah.
just pick your wave, get onto it. If you got too much time to think, you can sit out there and just get lost at sea. We've seen it happen many, many times. Oh, here we go. Blood sport as we get ready to take a break. Cooper Davies, Sheldon Simkus ready to do battle at the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle, presented by NRMA Insurance. Back in a minute. Full stop. Snap off the lip. We are back with action live to your screens. And this is looking like Sheldon Simkus up and over.
I think it's Luca Elder
Oh,
from
it's
Bunyan.
Luca. What?
And you know what?
It's Luca,
I
sorry.
the cool kick out before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Good one. Thanks for correcting me.
No, well, I'm correcting myself.
Stace Galbraith, Vaughan Blakey in the commentary box as we start to wind down this heat. 16 minutes 30 to go. Noosa Boardriders out in front. And that's a nice little flex on Snapper Rocks at this point. We do have the power surfers to come. Snapper in second. Sandon Point holding down third with some fantastic surfing from the South Coast Club, who have been around for a very, very long time. And we'll get into a bit of that history in a moment. Coffs Harbour starting to get a little bit nervous in 4th place. It's not exactly where you want to be, but it's not dire straits. If you wind up in 4th, there will be a big bonus round at the end of the day for the top clubs that finish in 4th. Will have a surf off to continue. But Wary Beach, come on Wary Beach, Gerringong's finest. We've got to get Wary Beach back into the combo here. It's been a bit of a tough one for the South Coast Club as well.
Yeah, great club, great atmosphere down there on the South Coast. They'd be really stoked to come up here and have a couple of heats under the belt. It's a long way to come just for one.
Non-surf. So just paddling in here. So this heat has been a bit of a tough one for Wary Beach, but a shout out to the crew and everyone. It's a huge achievement to make the finals here. You've got to take down some crazy opponent. So a 2.38 for Lucy Durra there.
It's a tricky position. Bungan kind of find themselves in the same position here.
Well, they've got to get quick scores.
Yeah.
So, you know, she just doesn't have the luxury of staying out there and just waiting around. We've got to try and... The only way Wary Beach can get in is get more surfers out there, get everyone back in on time and hopefully get some big scores in the process.
Totally. Need a bit of luck now with that clock counting down. This is Rosie Smart. Oh, no, excuse me. This is Pearl Peters from Sandon Point. As she has a 2.2 on the board already. She'll look to improve on that, or at the very least, at least ride this wave all the way to the shore so that she doesn't have to do a lot of paddling. Just try and get in as quick as possible and get up and around that hill.
Yeah. As I was saying earlier, Stace, you know, Sandon Point, they've been around since 1964 in one form or another. It's a really long, esteemed, historical club. And I think it sort of like hit its straps when Tony Ryan was sort of at the helm. That's when it sort of gathered momentum, and he's a lifetime member, and a shout out to the great Midnight But yeah, that club, I mean, from my era, when I was growing up, Jake Spooner, he was the man.
Then did he relocate up this way?
Yeah, I don't know, but I know he definitely have his heart well and truly stitched to the sleeve of that Sandon Point jersey. One of the greats from down there. I think he was a ASP Rookie of the Year, Spoons.
Yeah. So young Sammy Lowe, the current under-18 Australian junior champion.
Is Lennox Smith. What's his club?
He's in Jones Beach.
Jones Beach.
Yeah. Outside Sheldon. What?
Oh, turn of the day. Woo-wee. Formula One, accelerate into your turn and completely
Did you
burn
see
the
that?
rubber. Yeah.
Let's go!
My word, the Snapper crew are pumped.
Sheldon, you're my man.
Marlon Harrison, mate, he knows how to punch a few lips as well. Don't worry about that. But that turn got him really pumped up.
That was pretty sick. Cooper now on his power wave.
Okay, well, we saw Sheldon and Cooper facing off before, and that's as good as it's going to get for Cooper Davies. You don't get a second bite when you're in the power position, but Noosa are really looking strong anyway. Oh, is he going to get a little bonus here? Just a tap. So Noosa and Snapper Rocks, they really have been in the arm wrestle for first place in this one. Coffs back up into third. So Coffs Harbour and Sandon Point.
Oh, this is going to be a monstrous score. Wow.
Oh, that turn was just butter. Yep.
We might not see a better wave all day. Oh, how back-to-back big sets.
Yeah, these are some nice looking down the line point waves, but that one just crumbled off on Coops a bit. Oh, there's nothing better than hitting a section with speed. Just the amount, matching power for power, sending the big Rui off the back.
This looks like Lucy Brown for Bungan. She's done well to get this wave in good time. And same thing again, is if she can just get this wave all the way in, will help her get back out and get Darcy Crump, who's their power surfer, out with enough time to do his job. As we wait for the score from Sheldon's wave. There it is, a 9-point ride. And
hello.
Vaughan Blakey's long lost cousin.
Yeah, it's Stingy the Irukandji. We've got the exact same haircut. and we're actually really good mates, me and Stingy.
Rosie Smart here on another wave. She's already got a 3.5 on her scoreline, but she's obviously looking to improve on that. A beautiful turn in the lip there. And she'll be doing the big run around and getting her power surfer back out into the lineup. That will be none other than Mr. Lee Winkler. Lee had a great showing earlier.
You know what's kind of hard, Stace? Like, you could finish a wave and be pretty much dead level with the Oakley Exchange box, but you've got to ride all the way in, go up the Gold Coast Dash, Hyundai Hill. Nice wave, though. That was a really nice turn. Clicked it beautifully. Oh, just getting back to best dismounts. Oki
kick out.
Unbelievable Oki kick out.
Yeah.
Steph Gilmore.
Yep.
Amazing kick out.
Yep.
Aussie Wrong. Great kick
yeah.
out.
Joel, he's got that one-hander kind of.
Yeah. Epic kick out.
Epic kick out. Kalani Rob.
So scores dropping in here, and it is Snapper Rocks on the back of a full-blown demo job by Sheldon Simkus on the most hapless section you've ever seen. The thing didn't stand a chance. It got clobbered.
And it was...
Oh, righto, boys. Geez, that is a bit of a slap in the face. I mean, you'd rather gargle sea urchins than have to run up that hill.
Yeah.
And these are the NRMA Insurance power surfers strolling. A leisurely stroll on a Saturday morning.
Sheldon got the stare off by about 3 points there.
I think, you know what we should have done? If you're going to walk, then you should be forced to put activewear on.
Sort of when in Rome.
Yeah, exactly. Like, this whole headland is covered in it. Like, get Sheldon and Coops in the gear.
Important wave here for Werry Beach. Nice couple of turns out of the lip there.
This is good. Well, they're fighting back, and that's what I love about this event too, Stace. As long as you're out there,
you're
and there's time on the
you're
clock.
never out of it. You just need to make sure you keep chipping away, because we've seen, you know, disaster strike with the clock counting down, and the Grom there, Kai, he's done a great job. That was a really well surfed wave, and he's now going to tag Big Dingo Bowen, but he's got to get a trot on. Not worried about Dean's pace. He was flying earlier.
Yeah,
absolutely flying.
Yeah, the only problem with Dean being so fast is that if he trips over in that Trav Lynch style, then half the contest side is going to get cannonballed into oblivion.
We might get catapulted.
Oh, here we go. Now he's put... That's for the crowd. Strolls all the way up and then gasses it for the last 10 seconds.
Not great optics there.
You got to make sure of the team.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, they've done well for their clubs, haven't they? The Power Surfers, NRMA Insurance. Getting these two up the ramp with time to spare, and Snapper Rocks will hold down first place over Noosa. Koff still out there. 7 minutes remaining. Sandon Point now, slipping back down to third. Bungan, can they pull something out of the fire here, Stace? You would not write them off with Miller Brown.
Not at all.
Who's the power surfer for Bungan?
Darcy Crump.
Oh, Darce. Yeah,
I reckon it's a pretty vulnerable spot for any power surfer in Bungan Board Riders.
It's a very... Well,
that isn't
at some
Miller
point,
Brown. Because he needs to go out there and stand up.
Yeah.
Because everyone in the whole surf world is obviously talking about it.
Yeah.
Right? And so if he goes out there and for whatever reason can't convert, it's going to be a hard run back up around with Miller Brown staring you down going, I probably could have done that.
Maybe that's part of the plan, though, because if maybe they were thinking, okay, let's go round two, get Miller in the power surf position.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, we've seen teams swap it up a little bit.
You have, yeah, that's right. But they've got to get through Phil before they get to Darcy, and I don't even know if that's going to happen.
5 minutes, you've got to get off the rocks, you've got to paddle out the back, you've got to get your wave. Hopefully it's a good one. You've got to get up the chute. It's a lot.
I think too, it might have been the better surfers at the start of their matchup, Bungan, that did soak the most time. They did get the bigger scores, Darcy, Miller and Luca, but then they just didn't leave a lot of time for it to come back around.
It's a bit of a coach killer when you're locking away a good score on your first ride and then you elect to paddle back out and you don't better it.
And it's so hard to know in this format. Like, oh, was that a good wave? Like, is that it's such a big difference between, say, like a 4 and a 5.5.
That's true. But
and if you're not confident that it is closer to the higher end of what your guess is, and you come in and you read out a 4.17, you're going, oh, should have gone back out. I was already out there.
Every team here, Stace, has kind of a team manager or a tribal elder or someone in that coach role. And generally speaking, once the first couple of heats have gone, you know what you're banking.
Yeah.
And this is only heat 2 of the day. So, I think all the clubs will take a lot away from this heat and go, okay, if there's 5s or 5.5s in there, just come in.
Yep.
So this...
Is that Phil now up and riding for Bungan? Oh, this is so hectic. Oh, I just don't know if Das can get in and around in that time, even if he did just literally do an Ironman, run down the cove and then just paddle back along the point. Just with the way the swell is at the moment, it's not really the quickest way around. And as we can see, Phil paddling in here now, he's still got a really, really long way to go.
Mate, just when you thought Hyundai Hill could not get more torturous, we've added a paddle element to the whole thing. You've basically got to paddle the line of the point just to get to the run.
And, like, the closer you get, the sort of... It's not really dragging you down like a good honest south swell where you end up at, Nobby's Headland in a minute.
It's kind of pushing you on the rocks, if anything.
It's almost just pushing you in and not down.
Oh.
Glad it's not me.
Well, one of the big prizes associated with this Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle Finals is that the top 4 teams get to select their power surfer and their female surfer to go on the Dominic Adventure with Owen Ryan.
Oh, sick.
It is so fun, man. They go away, they do a bunch of other sort of competitions, and last year, Burleigh won the ABB and won the Dominic Outdoor Adventure as well.
Have they been on the trip yet?
Oh, yeah. That was last year. So,
Yep.
so the top 4 clubs, you'll get to see those guys as part of the
Sick.
Dominican Adventure with O as well. Stay tuned for that.
Wow, this is super intense here. We got Coffs and Sandon both still in the water.
Bungan's up to 4th.
3 minutes in the clock.
Bungan's moved up to 4th.
But they're not. They're behind these guys even, because Darcy's still got to get out and in to not get.
Not get penalised.
To not get penalised, and now these two are even still.
What's your strategy here, Stace? What are you doing? If you're Darcy and there's even a sniff to get into that 4th place, are you just paddling out, catching a one-footer
paddling
and
straight
just
in, not
going
even
for
standing
it?
up? Yeah, like
this is where there's comp rules, dude.
Yeah, but I would love to say there's enough time for that to happen, but there's not. There's 2.5 on the clock. And
so
I think
that's
Phil's going to just get back to the box, and then Darcy's still got to get in and around.
Oh no!
Yeah,
he's sucking in the big ones already as well. Oh, that's a bummer.
Yeah, that is a bummer.
I thought for a second Darcy was actually on the rocks paddling out. I was like...
But in saying that, if Sandon don't get in, here goes Sammy. He's going to hold Wink off. Going left on the right point. Love it.
Joking. And he gets the Larry in. Drops the wallet on the rocks.
So now he's got that amount of time, and now Wink's out the back. Hey, Sammy's going to have to get going here.
Lowy pulls a competitive flex on Lee Winkler.
Like you said earlier.
That's what I said.
No respect.
No respect. The Grommets don't respect anyone in there.
Going for the throat, and it's great entertainment. Lee's best effort here, I think, would be to get a bit wider.
And just
try and ride the wave for the longest time possible, because there's just not that link up. Whereas he could almost catch Sammy. You can see the whitewater trail that goes in a bit further to the north. Whereas if you're paddling up the point, the waves just end up on the rocky, and you can't get in.
He needs nothing. Well, he'll need a little score, because Sammy did a pretty decent Larry on that wave, which will get some points.
Dingo
out the
Bowen.
back. This is crazy. It's mayhem. It's the best kind of mayhem too, because the clock's ticking down, and we've got some classic weighty rigs about to hit the chute. Can they get the Gold Coast Dash firing? Will they even make it to the entrance?
Wow.
Now where
Dean v Wink.
Where?
Sammy Lowe.
Is Sammy Lowe.
But to be honest, their team's in 3rd and he's in front on this foot race.
Yeah.
So it could actually...
Well,
I'd
there's
love
no
to build some theatre here, but realistically, they're either all doomed or that's going to they're all going to get over.
No, it's done.
I think they're all doomed.
It's done.
But they're all just going to stay in that reduced position.
There's the shot. And it doesn't even look like Sandon Point are going to make it up to the Oakley Exchange. So, what a heat.
Wow. He's got 20 seconds to get up the hill, but they're all going to lose 5 points, and it'll just stay as is.
Wait up.
Here he comes.
There's a little score that got in for Wink, and Coffs have moved up into 3rd.
Wow, okay, that's huge.
He's got 9 seconds. Sammy Lowe. Oh, this could be massive. That tiny little nothing wave that Wink caught might be the difference.
That's huge.
And that's what separates this event. Literally getting to your feet can make it.
Wow, he didn't make it. So they're going to be looking for that redemption heat if they're lucky. 22 points was their score.
Well, Lee Winkler has just played hero
Masterstroke.
of the day by
Huge.
standing up and doing nothing. Got to be one of the strangest formats in the world, but how good. It's a team sport.
That is crazy. Big tip of the cap there to Snapper and Noosa. That's a demolition job.
Yes, agreed. Well, Coffs Harbour have pulled off a minor miracle there. I just thought when Sammy Lowe held off Wink, that might have been the job done. But Sandon Point, they're a pretty decent score there, Stace. I think they could be turning up in that bonus round, the Savo. Werry Beach and Bungan. Well, Werry was almost
Are we
there.
still now you kind of got me thinking, are we still waiting to score for Dean? Because he kind of tagged one too.
He did.
But I
to
don't
be
know if it's going to be enough.
Pretty decent score, 6.2. Bungan, unfortunately, a little bit left behind. And it was time management. The scores are not far off. Has Wink done enough here?
Dean got a 4.1, Sammy got a 3.3, but I think... But they're all going to get...
Whoa.
Yeah, but they're all going to get that.
Okay, the penalties are dropping in.
But after what Lee did.
How scary is this if you're watching it on the big screen and
yeah.
you're like Coffs Harbour right now? You're going, what? But they've got to drop them all in. So
has Wary had their 5 done yet? I don't think so. Yeah,
we're going to wait.
So Wary going to go down to like 16 points, and then that'll be them in 5th.
What's the Sandon Point mascot there?
I don't know. Is it like a Hulk smash scorpion?
It's a scorpion.
It's a pretty buff-looking scorpion,
isn't it?
10 times, but as we said, no doubt that Snapper Rocks took that one out, absolutely smashed it. Marlon Harrison and Sheldon Simkus came home incredibly strong.
Marzi surfing so good.
Boys are absolutely flaring. Kersey, Raya did their job as well. It's been a really strong performance from that club.
I believe we're still just waiting for one last 5-point deduction. Is that right, Stace?
I think so. I think Wary still need their 5 points taken off, which would take them down to about 16.5 points, probably put them in 5th position, which would leave Coffs in 3rd. And like you said, Vorno, that wave from Wink could be the difference.
I'll tell you one thing that's really important, Stace, and that's the 5-point Sandon Point just got taken off them. Like, if it's only 4 or 5 clubs.
You are on today.
Yeah.
You are so on fire.
So scores are locked in, and it will be Coffs Harbour who grab that 3rd place spot. Snapper Rocks and Noosa in 1st. Sandon Point in 4th, but keep an eye on those 5-point penalties because they might have just gone from a start-up in the bonus round to missing it completely because of poor time management. We'll keep you up to date on that throughout the event, but Lee Winkler needed a 0.66 and he did it by standing up. So huge effort for
Never out of it, Vorno. Never out
of it. We're going to have a break here from the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle Final presented by NRMA Insurance. Heat 3 up next with Sean Doherty and Reggae Ellis in the booth.
Ever been hooked from the first wave? Or given a pathway to shine? Have you ever found your tribe amongst the noise? Or sacrificed to stand out amongst your peers? Ever felt support that gives you the strength to keep going? Or paddled into the unimaginable? Ever met a generation that knows no bounds? Now you can.
In 100 meters, keep left. Head north on M, one motorway for 302 kilometers. Estimated time of arrival, 3:08 p.m. Starting route to destination.
Well, here we are back at beautiful Burleigh Heads, and look at that overview to the towers of Surfers Paradise coming down from North Burleigh. Went for a run up to that little headland yesterday, Shauno.
Shirtless, Reg?
Yeah, shirtless, you know.
Well, it seems everyone's doing it around here in Burleigh.
Well, that's right. You've got to be shirtless. You've got to have tights on. And you've got to run like these dudes are at the start of a Heat 3. Here we go, round 1, of course, of the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle. Coming to you live from beautiful Burleigh Heads. And Shauno.
Yeah, another
big one coming up.
Stacked one, mate. That's Culburra there in the black from the south coast of New South Wales. Another former winner of the ABB.
Yep, that's right.
Of course, Point Lookout out there in the blue from Stratty. Oh, sorry, they're in yellow, Point Lookout. South Coast from South Oz. They're in the white. Yallingup from WA in the red. And Reg, speaking of rivalries...
Man, one of the biggest rivalries in Australian surfing.
Look at this, they've drawn each other. North Stain.
Yeah, the Gumbies from south of the pipe.
And Queenscliff.
Yeah, the Legends from north of the pipe. Yeah, so there you go, Queenscliff and North Stain. Similar thing to Torquay and Janjup, I suppose.
Big brother, little brother.
Big brother, yeah, QB surf course around for many, many years. And we used all the cast-offs, went south of the pipe. Yeah, people like Richie Lovett, Martin Lynch, got rid of them. But yeah, it's a great heat coming up here. Of course, Yelling Up, strong club from West Oz, South Coast from South Oz. Point Lookout, well, as we know, Sean, always a wild card in these kind of events, and North Stain always very strong. And Queensland, first time QBC have been in the finals for a long time, so I hope they don't blow it.
But just looking at their team, just quietly, Reg. Actually, both Manly teams, QBC and North Stain, looking pretty good. Look at North Stain, Sol Grunling, Axel Rose Carrata, Saxon Reba, Dayan Neve, Isabel Higgs, and then in QBC, Winner Vincent, of course, Samson Coulter, Elise Cooper, Hunter Sutcliffe, Austin Ware.
Yeah, then Winter being the NRMA Power Surfer, Insurance Power Surfer, I should say. But yeah, so solid teams. Looking across the board, look at Culburra, Ty Watson, Owen Wright.
I saw Mikey Wright hanging around earlier.
Lenny Carecross, Ben Warren and Dax Carecross. And
maybe just save Mikey Wright till finals day and then unleash him.
Yeah. But they're a very solid team because, I remember when Culburra won, it's a huge one. That was when Tyler went over the rocks, wasn't it?
And that was the year after.
A year after that, that's right.
So that was when Mikey got chased up the beach by his dog to win the final. Remember that?
Yes, I do.
Newcastle. He had his dog with him.
Yeah, as he does.
Yeah.
Cruising around. So the first surfers out there right now. We saw in that last heat how, so I think 3 clubs got docked 5 points for not getting back into the Oakley Exchange in time. We've got these 65-minute heats, and the rule is all 5 surfers, including the power surfer, need to be back in with their waves locked. So 6 waves have to be locked in before the clock ticks over. Otherwise, you lose 5 points, and that can be heartbreaking. Seen many times someone go from second all the way down to 4th or 5th in elimination. But right now, all happening out here at Burleigh Heads. So wind swung a little bit further around to the southeast, Shauna. It's a little bit messier than earlier on, but I think we won't see it swinging further out onshore throughout the day. So what we have at the moment, that's how conditions will probably prevail for the rest of the day. And we're here all the way through to 5:30 this afternoon, Sean.
That's right, mate. And a bit of southerly wind. Maybe expecting a bit more swell tomorrow as well on the back of that. So we just have to ride it out a little bit this afternoon. But, mate, the last heat, plenty of surfable waves out there.
Yeah, definitely.
The high tide's actually helping it a bit, I think, at the moment.
Yeah, we saw a big result from the previous champion, the former Snapper Rocks, looked pretty solid out there. Sheldon Simkus, in particular, looking sharp as. And then on the screen, we can see Ruby Berry out there for Yelling Up. Max Longhurst out there for South Coast in the white. We've got Curtis Ewing out there in the yellow for Point Lookout. Sol Grudling for North Stain. And who's this up and riding straight away?
I think it was North Stain there.
Yeah, might have been Sol.
Sol Grudling. Yep. There's Ruby Berry for Yelling Up as well. So it looks like these crew are actually sitting a bit wider.
Yeah.
Maybe.
If we turn around, we can have a look.
Yeah.
But yeah, sort of tricky conditions out there. They're all sort of sitting in off the point, drifted around from the cove pretty quickly. You might see the cove coming into play tomorrow, maybe, if the swell does pick up. But just got, early start this heat, just under an hour to go. And we're going across down to Chris Binns, who's with one of the secret weapon of Culburra.
The secret weapon, you reckon?
Well, not really.
There you go, you're under the radar. Owen Wright, tell us about this event, mate.
Oh, they've pulled me out this weekend, put me out of retirement, dust myself off. Nah, it's good. We're looking forward to it. We won back in 2018 and Mikey sprinting up the beach there. So we're trying to, recreate here. But, it's looking good out there.
Talking about sprinting up the beach, your mascot, the stack hat, I don't even know what creature that is under there. What's
It's a Culburra Cougars. Our town has an incredible soccer team, and so we took the Cougar logo and put it in the Culburra Boardriders too. So,
whose stack hat was that modelled off?
Probably my Tahiti one, yeah.
I mean, does your power surfer have to wear the stack hat?
Well, yeah. I probably should wear a sack hat.
And just tell us about this event, what it means to surf for your home beach. I mean, you live up this way these days, but Culburra will always be home.
Well, we started back when I was about 7 years old. We were in the Boardriders, and it was only just brand new then. We were in it for a few years, and it died off. And then with the resurgence of the ABB, the club started back up, and like the Watson boys and the Wrights and a few other crew in Culburra, we're just like, let's do it. Let's just reinvent the Boardriders. And for me, it's just that grassroots back connection to my hometown, and they're still all my best mates. So it's so good to just be competing with them.
And who would your rival Boardriders be?
Geez. Well, we just did that. I don't know. Geez, they're all pretty good, aren't they? Like, it doesn't really matter. doesn't.
A few years ago, we saw your sister end up in the pool at one of these. The pool here at Burleigh's indoors. You'd be doing pretty well to do that, but now there's a running track. How's that event for you?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you guys have seen, but the start of the running track's like 45-degree angle. I don't know how I'm going to get up that, so I'll see how we go. I don't know, feeling fit, not doing much else, so should be all right.
Looking forward to it. Go get it, mate.
Cheers, mate. Thanks.
All right, back up to you guys in the box.
All right, there you go. Owen Wright for Culburra Boardriders. And yeah, psyched, ready to go. And, talking about how, for his career started in the Boardriders Club, as it did for many Australian pro surfers, Sean. It's sort of like the backbone of surfing, competitive surfing in Australia.
No, it's where it all begins, mate.
Yep.
It's where you learn the ropes as a 5, 6, 7, 8-year-old, mate. And then, but this, it's the beauty of this event, mate. It joins the dots. It joins the grassroots end to the big end of town. Here we go. This is it Sol Grunling there?
Yeah, Sol Grunling from Northstone Boardriders in the blue.
So, Reg, you were talking about this rivalry.
Yeah.
QVC, Queenscliff and Northstone. Of course, they exist on the same bit of beach, pretty much. They're only divided by a stormwater pipe.
That's right.
Give me the potted history, mate, of this rivalry.
Well, I think it started, years ago, because there actually was, used to be a Boardriders club when I was a grommet down there at Northstone. Wind and
Sewerage?
No, Wind and Sea. Oh, no, Atlantic Pacific. And then we were told, you guys should start your own club. Don't get involved with that riffraff down there. So we started Queensland Boardriders Club. And then we're the strongest in Northstone. They did have Wind and Sewerage, which was run by Mick Mock back in the day. And as we see, a good finish there.
Curtis Ewing there.
Yeah.
With Stratty.
In the white, so...
Yeah, but it was like it's a big, long history.
Yeah, totally.
Rivalry.
But that pipe is, I know people who've not surfed south of the pipe in their life. Other than South Queensland Point, which is the Bower.
If they accidentally drift past it, they catch on fire.
Yeah, that's
spontaneously.
Right. It's funny, like you'll see someone from North State, North of the Pipe, what are you doing here?
You weirdo.
Yeah. Did you get lost?
How heated does it get, Reg?
No, it's friendly rivalry, like a lot of the crew, there are quite a number of Northstone Boardriders originally in Queensland.
Yeah, a lot of defectors.
Yeah, Richie Lovett, people like that. But it's, as you said, it's one long beach, and both very strong clubs though, you see their events, they've got like 50,000 divisions each one. So that's the Surfing White finishing off on that replay.
That's not Curtis.
No, that was South Coast from South Oz.
Australia in yellow.
Yeah,
okay.
That would have been Max Longhurst with a 4.55 for Max. And
it's pretty solid start, mate.
Yeah, well, Sol Goodling, good solid start too with that 6.38.
Here we go. This looks like Curtis.
Yeah.
Yep. Bang.
From a North Stratty.
Yeah, we've seen his brother get through overnight into the the round of 16 over in El Salvador. So, yeah, Curtis leading off here, 4-point lookout.
And he's looks like he's going to come in after that one, so locking in one pretty early. And looking at the replay here, nice. 2 good solid turns on the outside, gets his third foam climb into it. Little snap to finish, just didn't ride out of that one, but looks like he was happy enough to lock it in.
He's claimed it.
So the surfers catch as many waves as they want, but as soon as they decide time is running away from them, or they think, hey, that's a good score, I'll keep that one, they just have to make their way to the beach. And of course, then they do the long run to tag the next person.
Yeah, there's Lincoln Taylor coming up next, 4-point lookout. North Stradbroke Island. You see the crew are wearing black armbands. That's for Spike Semple, who passed recently. Of course, Chris, the club pres. So, yeah, the Stratty crew surfing for Spike this weekend.
Very good. Well, that's... Hopefully they can do his honour by winning. Well, that's the plan.
And Point Lookout, mate, are one of those clubs that have gone close a few times.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this. That's Ty Watson from Culburra there. So we just interviewed Owen, of course. When Culburra came back onto the scene, you know, and famously won that ABB.
Yeah.
It was the Watson brothers, Ty and Geordie, and the Wrights. It was basically two families
that did the deed.
Yep.
Well, we just saw Ruby Field with a good couple of whacks too from yelling up surfer. So things are tightening up for these first surfers. Got some good scores. We saw, of course, Sol from North Stain with that 6.38. And I think that's Ty Watson there from Culburra. So at this stage, Queensland Winters caught a 2.33, elected to get back out. Look at the replay here.
Yeah, Ruby Berry there, nice little pocket
good.
snap. And another one, she'll claim that and make her way in. I think Jack Thomas is coming up next for Yals. Of course, come all the way across from the west. It's good to have our Western clubs and our South Oz clubs here in the mix. It's a full national event.
Beautiful, yeah. Unbelievable.
Look at the mascot.
Yeah, I saw you get a couple.
Yeah, that's the Irukandji. That's the
I'll be better now.
The Olympic team mascot there.
Stingy the Irukandji. And you can see Ruby coming back in, just waiting on that score to get locked in for her. And we just got 50 minutes to go. We're just going to cross down to Jess, who's with two NRMA Insurance power surfers.
All right, I'm with the two NRMA Insurance power surfers, Shelley and Coop. Shelley, talk me through, how was the heat?
Yeah, it was good. We being the power surfer is pretty stressful, but we had a bit of time up our sleeves. We were kind of talking to each other up there, a little rock off to see who got the first wave. But we had, I think, 18 minutes to kind of get out there and come in. So it was a brisk walk to halfway, and then we gave a little sprint up the end just to put a bit of power in it, a bit of power and power surfer.
It's got to be stressful though. Like, put me in the shoes of what a power surfer does, because I don't know if I could handle that one wave pressure. I feel like I need a couple just to warm myself into it.
I feel like it's pretty, I mean, when you get a good start and you can get your team off to a cracking start, set a good example and everything kind of starts to go that way, you get a lot of confidence out of that, but that definitely doesn't always go to plan. So you do have to kind of get a bit of meditation going, focus on that breath, really hone in a little bit. And no, we were lucky to come through with a second under snapper, sorry. I think it was, a point difference? We made up for the run.
You guys are good mates. You've had a lot of banter. Do you keep an eye on each other in the surf?
Oh my God, I swear, whenever we're in these board riding battle situations and we're up against Noosa, Cooper always gets a good wave of me. So I was like, if I can win the rock off, it's a little bit of a start over getting a good wave. And he was up the point a little bit. He hasn't had a coffee this morning, so it's a bit slow getting to the spot. But I managed to get a good wave off him, probably the first one in, 3 heats?
Yeah. Trying to get all the 1%ers in me and then, get that little win, but whatever. We'll just take it as it comes.
Hopefully we get a couple more Noosa snapper matchups. I'm loving this energy. Cool, thanks guys.
All right, thank you, Jess. So yeah, the insight, I should say, on the pressure of being the NRMA Insurance power surfers out there at the moment.
Your old mate from QBC there, Winner Vincent, hasn't done a lot, Reg.
No, he's
started
just,
this heat.
No, he's just had a low score of a 2.33. Been out there for quite a while now. They're locking into, 6. Yeah, well, there you go. He's been out there for 15 minutes.
And he's their big gun too.
And he is the big gun. So they need Winter to lock in a good score. And we just saw, it looks like that was...
That's Axel Rose Carota.
Yeah. Quick in and out. So Winter Vincent out the back somewhere, of course, one of the form surfers.
Mate, hasn't he had a past 12 months?
12 months, yeah.
Absolutely went nuts. Like on the through the regional qualifying series and then on the Challenger series.
Yeah. And I think
There he
here he
goes.
goes.
Yep.
Winter Vincent. Nice turn. And again, a lot of power. So he's a tall dude these days, Winter. But 2 turns, what's he thinking?
Well, he's halfway in.
Yeah, I think
he's burned it. He's going to come in, I think.
Yeah. Probably that wave, unfortunately, didn't offer Winter anything after those 2 turns. Have a look at the replay, though, Sean. That first turn,
pretty
power
sick.
to burn, and then another lateral turn there, and this wave just flattened out. So Winter not getting more opportunity. As you can see how the judges reward those 2 turns.
Yeah, great first slash there to get going. And that wave just completely disappeared on him.
Yeah.
But I think with 15 minutes burned on the clock, he's got to come in and give the rest of the crew a shot. So, yeah, early on, it looks North Stain looking all right, Reg.
No, they are. Just a couple of good solid waves there for North Stain. We've got Sol with that 6.38. Axel Rose-Carota holding a 2.83 at the moment.
Oos. There he goes.
There he goes, and he's going to bank that one. So North Stain, their second surfer, making his way back through the beach where he'll do the Hyundai Hill. Because we've got wall-to-wall legends out there, Shauno. You know, as we were saying, every single pro surfer Australia's ever produced, their career started off in their Boardriders Club, and one such surfer is B. Derby from Point Lookout. He's down there with Binzi.
Yeah, you beauty. Thanks, lads. While everyone's trying to figure out the difference between Queenscliff and North Stain, it's the same beach. You guys come from your own island. B. Derby, just tell us about the Point Lookout team.
Yeah, no, we've got a great team this year, and yeah, everyone's born and bred there. So yeah, we're looking to, I don't know, we're a little bit behind right now. Curtis opened basically a 5, so we're in it, but yeah, it's just that middle exchange. That's where you win or lose these battles. So yeah, Link's out there now against Owen, so it's going to be a great goofy battle. I'm looking forward to seeing who comes out better on that, and I can't wait to get out there and hopefully tee off on a wave.
Well, you're a master strategist, obviously Olympic coach. We saw that last heat, 4 teams copped the 5-point penalty for making it back in. So just how important is it to watch the clock and make sure you do get back?
Oh, exactly. It's so important, and that's what makes this contest so great is the pressure and the time element. And yeah, it's all about balancing, performance and time management. So yeah, that's sort of like where we've done well in the past, has been really diligent in making sure we're in on time and getting our surfers in, getting those points.
You've been a Point Master, you've won the Triple Crown, but how good is it to surf your own beach and Boardriders?
Oh, it's the best. That's where it all started. It's a big merry-go-round back where it started when I was 5, surfing in the Point Lookout Boardriders and doing it now at 42. So yeah, I love it. It's so fun.
And this loop, let's say it's 1.5 kilometres, there's probably only about 100 metres of it that's actual surfing. How big's the fitness element?
Oh, big fitness element. Here we go, there's our boy up and right in Lincoln, but he just pulled out then. Big fitness element, and a couple of, Joel said it the best last year. What is this thing? Is it a surfing cock or a marathon? So, no, I don't know. My lungs are going to be burning, but yeah, just push through.
And we just saw Link kick out, paddle back out. Are you guys giving like a 2 or 3 wave limit, or is it just when you've got the one that you know you're going?
I'm more just staying around that 10, 11 minute mark, you know. It's, yeah, if you can get your waves, there's no real limit. It's, but you just don't want to be out there draining all the time, obviously. So, yeah, just being conscious of that. But obviously, like especially our top surfers, you know, you want to be getting over 5s because you can't win if you don't put scores on the board as well.
Beauty, all right, get hydrated, get out there, good luck. Back up to you guys in the box.
Yeah, thanks, Binty. And, well, mate, there we go. There's the big fella.
Yeah.
Owen Wright.
So just finishing off there.
A couple of big backhand whacks there. Turning the clock back to, 2010?
2010.
Still in good nick, mate.
Yeah, still
considering he's been retired for 3 or 4 years now. Here's the replay. Just a little speed floater. Hits that section. It's a nice little open backhand jam there. So there's no question, Reg, he's claiming that straight away.
Yeah.
Straight to the beach.
That is a definite keeper there for Owen Wright from Culburra Boardriders. So Owen looking really solid there.
Not looking so solid on the 500-metre paddle back in.
Yeah. Well, it's as you said, 500 metres. It's a long way across that dead water.
Here we go, Lick Taylor, 4-point lookout. Really getting busy here on this little inside rock runner. Working it over, of course, Link, a former QS surfer.
Yep.
Had a couple of nudges towards qualifying. Great surfer, and here he is. We're watching the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle live all weekend here at Burleigh Heads. Don't go anywhere. Back with more after this.
Double overhead day here at 5:50. Swell lines detected all the way out the back.
Alrighty, here we are back. Here we are back at Burleigh Heads. There's the overview, Shauno. You can see these sets just rolling in out of the southeast. Bit of a south-southeast wind as well. A little bit of chop in the face as we see up and riding from Yelling Up. I think that is Duke. That's them. Has a glass, cast his eyes to the beach, see if the boys want him to come in. And then from North Stain.
Yeah, third surfer up.
Yeah,
Saxon Reba.
Goofy footer. And Saxon just kicking off the back of that one. So at this stage with, well, 2 to 3 surfers out in the water, we've got 2 to 3 surfers having surfed their waves. We've got North Stain and Culburra. And Yelling Up, the top 2 teams at the moment, a couple of points ahead of Point Lookout and South Coast and Queensland with a lot of work to do.
Yeah, a few early runs on the board. Your nemesis, the North Stain crew, looking pretty good, Reg.
Yeah, they've got off to a real solid start. Sol Goodling was looking really good. Of course, locked in that 6.38, which is a healthy score to start with. We saw, speaking of sixes, Ruby, she got a 6.33.
Yep.
Ruby Berry, so
Yelling
great
Up
result for the Yelling Up surfer, and then another high-ish score came from Owen Wright with his 5.9. So
there's the old boys brigade. Owen and Bede.
That's right.
Probably last surfed a heat together. Geez, it'd be a while ago now.
Yeah, well, I suppose their relationship when Bede was coaching at the Olympics and Owen won the bronze medal.
Yep. Yeah, a couple of old mates there teeing off. So Bede's making his way out. There's the Yells crew.
Yep.
They got the super coach.
Go that way, go that way. Yeah, I wonder how confusing it is for the surfers out in the water. They really don't know what people are pointing at.
No, well, conditions. Well, at least Yelling Up have got one coach, mate. Most clubs out down there at the moment have got about 3 or 4.
That's right.
When it gets a bit confusing.
Yeah, they're usually self-appointed. Yeah. And it looks like here we go for Yelling Up. So Duke, next arm, looking for his scoring ride, but again, that one not offering me anything, so back out into the lineup. If a surfer can lock in, the theory is if everyone locks in a 5 or above,
you're pretty good.
You're pretty good.
Yeah.
So
it sounds easy in theory.
It does sound 5 out of 10. That's so easy.
When you think of tour contests,
yeah. No one's keeping 5s and progressing through a heat.
No. But no, 5's quite handy here in these events.
Yeah.
Of course, the real enemy, as we saw in the last heat, is the clock. And you've got to beat that to the beach. So the Yells crew.
Yeah, I think that's a keeper.
Liking that.
Yeah, so Duke will be locking that one in.
Yeah, so we haven't had a really good show from the WA crew in the years.
No.
There are, of course, for such an incredible region for surf.
Yeah, we need to see a WA team in the final.
So it's great. We've got Yells and we've got actually Triggs here as well.
Yeah.
So we've got Yells, Triggs and Margaret River.
Yeah.
All here for this this weekend from the west.
Well, shifty conditions out there. We've got 38 minutes remaining. You'll see Queensland languishing in last position.
Yeah, how you feel about that, Reg?
Well, it's not too good. Not very happy. Yeah, so Sam Coulter's out there. He's just had a .55 at the moment. So Winter locked in at 3.68, which would not be the score they were anticipating from Winter.
No, from their...
That wave just ran out. He needed another section at least. But,
he's going to get a second crack at it. He's their NRMA power surfer.
Yeah, so
they'll send him back out later.
The deal is they've got to build some points, so he's not chasing an 87. So time management, as we referred to earlier, we saw 4 clubs lose 5 points by not being back in the Oakley Exchange in time. So you need to lock in those 6 waves before the end of the 65-minute heat. And it looks like a bit of a paddle now.
Yeah, it's South Coast.
South Coast.
Yep, that is, I think it's Bray Adams.
Yeah, but frustrating for him. Nothing on offer there. So Bray getting back into the lineup.
There's the Yells coach. We might try and get a microphone on that guy and see what the yelling up strategy is. He's going for a flick while he's at it. Okay, well, here we go for Culburra. It's Lani Cairncross.
Lani's going to lock that one in.
Yeah, so Culburra looking pretty good, sitting in second here at the moment. Have you ever been to Culburra, Reg?
Yeah.
It's not much of it.
No.
It's a pretty small town.
Small town on the coast outside Nowra.
There's one road in, one road out. But
nice part of the world, though.
Yeah, beautiful, mate.
Yeah, beautiful part of the world.
Good fishing down that way.
Yeah, definitely.
But then when you look at the calibre of surfers who've come out of there.
There's something going on.
There's something going on down there.
Yeah, well, just trying to figure out where is the surfer in green.
You're looking for your mates from Queenscliff.
I'm looking for Samson Coulter, of course. Rose to fame as the star in a movie of Tim Winton's novel.
Yeah, Breath.
Yeah.
Yep.
Didn't go on with it. Thought he was going to, forge a career in Hollywood, but didn't choose to go that path.
No, gave up the, $10 million contracts to surf for Queenscliff.
That's right. He just didn't want to leave Manly. So it's a big call, leaving Manly. But we're going to cross down to Binzi, who is with Jack Thomas.
Sure am. Jackie T, putting in the big ones. How was that?
Oh, just kept on missing the good ones, and then I definitely don't miss that run. Last year I was struggling, and then this year, now I'm going to go again.
Now, most teams have got a coach and a mascot. Yellingham's rolled 2 into 1 this year.
Yeah, you can't really beat this guy. He's came up with all these crazy ideas yesterday, and I think it's the best one yet. So I think we're going to win, I reckon. Mascot all the way.
You beauty. And, mate, you've spent plenty of time on the Gold Coast lately. How good is it to come to Burleigh and get to represent your home beach of Yellingup?
Yeah, it's pretty special. We've been living here for 2 years now, and the whole, oh my God, Yellingup people to come over and be in my little hometown. Yeah, I'm frothing. Can't wait for the next one.
Much feedback from home? Everyone backing the boys and Ruby?
Yeah, there's so much support back home. Everyone's kind of behind us and, yeah, push us all through.
Right, well, you guys are going well so far. Keep it up.
Thank you. Cheers, Binzi.
Jack Thomas, back to you guys in the booth.
There you go. Binzi, of course, is a member of Yellingup Boardriders Club. And, yeah, Jack. Still sucking them in after that
I know,
run.
yeah.
He was just halfway through the interview. So he's going to collapse.
Yeah, he's pretty gassed after that run.
Yeah, well,
for a
does
young
take it
bloke.
out of there. Yeah. And we just saw Samson Coulter, he locked in at 4.75 for Queenscliff. And they have a long way to go as we see a big snap out the back. Wave shut down pretty quickly for the surfer in red, which would have been Duke, I think, yeah. For yelling up.
Duke Nagston, he's on his way in. So Yell's hanging on to third place here at the moment. So no one's really kind of busted this open. Like Northstein looking pretty good, but everyone else within range.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. We saw Saxon Reba locked in at 4.73 from Northstein. We got Dayan Neve out at the moment, their master. And just a yelling up surfer waiting for the go-ahead to come in, which he has done. So Northstein, Culburra and Yelling Up, top 3 teams at the moment. And we've got 32 minutes to go. So in the back half of this heat now, and quick in and out.
Yeah, it's Durbo's hitting turbo there for Stratty. You can see him just hunting around the end of the lineup here. Yeah, so coming into this, Reds, like you probably would have tipped Point Lookout.
Yeah.
As the big dogs. In this, they've got a lot of experience. You know, they're always here on finals day, always in the semi-finals and finals. But they're just struggling a touch here at the moment. Here goes Northstein, meanwhile, who aren't struggling.
Yeah, that's Saxon, so he's still out.
Well, he's already sitting on a 4.73.
Yeah, which I thought would have been a keeper, but he's looking to improve on that. Still got the halfway mark, so they've got 30 minutes to get their next 3 waves. Of course, Saxon looking to improve on a 4.73 with this wave.
Yeah, not sure. It might be there or thereabouts. But either way, he's banked a score. Here we go. I think this is Bray Adams here for South Coast from South Australia. So he's making his way in. Yeah, as we said, it's great to have those clubs here representing the states down south. B. Durbidge representing North Stradbroke Island. Oh yeah, that's a bit better.
Yeah, 2 good solid turns on the outside. A little runner on here, get probably a little foam tap to finish.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and that's the keeper for Bede. So Bede Durbidge from Point Lookout Boardriders and North Stradbroke Island will come in and tag Monty Mergler, the Grom.
Yeah, there he is, just there, getting ready to go.
So Bede.
Yeah, they really needed that one there, Reg.
They did indeed. That'll bring him up the leaderboard a little bit in the back half of this heat. Still plenty of time, of course, with 30 minutes remaining. Bede Durbidge just make his way across that dead water. And
you're actually fighting against the rip there as well.
So then, of course, he's got the...
that's a deep burn.
The run to go. Look at this replay. Nice. Driving it into the lip that first turn. Classic Bede Durbidge cut back. Now this one flattens out through this middle section. And he swaps the fins on that. So, yeah, 3 solid turns on the outside. Then he got this little one to finish.
Yeah, you probably reckon that's the best wave of the heat so far. And as we said, Stratty was probably struggling a touch up to that point. We expect them to dominate this one. But I reckon that's probably put them right back into the frame.
Yeah, so Bede going for the casual sprint. And at this stage, well, Northstein, Saxon Reba's last score hasn't come in, or he's still sitting on that 4.73. It's like Sam Coulter locked in a 4.75. Yeah, it's a bit of a run though. Bede finished up the beach quite a bit.
Yeah, he came in between the flags.
Yeah, so he's
earned himself an extra 200 yards.
Yep, there he goes on the sprint now. So he's doing the Gold Coast dash on the boardwalk in front of the pavilion there. Be Durbridge. Where he'll be coming in to tag the grommet from Point Lookout Boardriders.
And Monty Mergler.
Come on, Beat. Come on, Beat. There you go.
There he is, the young fella. He's up next.
Yep, psyched, ready to go. So like Yelling Up have got their 4 surfer out there in the form of Maverick Wilson. Ben Warren's out there for Culburra. And North Stain have Diane Neve out there. So Saxon Reba had 5.28 in his last wave, so he did boost his score by nearly half a point. And North Stain currently lead. So those 3 clubs, North Stain, Culburra and Yelling Up, their 4 surfer in the water right now. And we're about to see Point Lookouts.
Well, that score came in for B. It was only a 4.9, Reg.
Oh, yeah, there
Judges
you go.
didn't like it.
No.
So puts a bit of pressure back onto the Grom. He goes Durbo. So a bit of work to do for the Stratty crew. Woo. Heading into the last 2 surfers.
Cooked. Yeah, so B. Durbridge there. I reckon he's cooked. He's doing all right, though. Yeah.
Oh, good. How are you?
That's tough. There you go. Swing straight into suck him in. I can do that. Oh, nice turn.
There's Culburra here. The Culburra?
Might be Queensland.
Queensland.
Oh,
no, it's not Stain.
Is it Dayan? No.
No, it's Benny Wenham.
Culburra. Yeah.
Culburra.
I was going to say. Oh, there's Elise Cooper's out there for Queensland at the moment. So Elise Cooper, of course, she competes on the QS.
Yep.
Goofy footer. Been in QBC since she was a little grom. And she's got some work to do. Queensland currently languishing in 6th spot with a 2-surfer total of just 8.43, which they wouldn't be anticipating after their top 2 surfers. But plenty of time to go. They can turn that around.
No, so we're basically at the halfway mark, so it's a pretty even look at where all these 6 clubs are. Culburra seem to be acing it at the moment. That last wave there for Benny Wern.
Oh. Yeah, that was Maverick Wilson just trying to... Oh, that wave didn't really offer much at the start anyway. He goes back into the lineup. So, yeah, at this stage, Sean, as you said, Culburra, North Stain and Yelling Up holding those top 3 positions quite clearly. Point Lookout. Plenty of work to do. Looks like Queenscliff, Elise Cooper. Don't know if she's coming in after that wave or looking for something better.
There's Benny Warren going doing the Gold Coast mile up in front of the pav there. Pretty good score for him. So it's pushed Culburra out into the lead. And of course they're coming home with Owen Wright as their power surfer.
Yep.
So things looking all right for the South Coast mob at the moment. Bit of a battle with everyone else.
Totally.
Not much between the whole lot of them.
Yeah, I think the back half of this heat, it's pretty scratchy out there. That you can get those ones just with a couple of faces. And looks like Yelling Up surfer here in this replay. Yeah, unfortunately that one not offering him anything. So
yeah, Maverick Wilson just going down. So yeah, Yelling Up hanging on to 3rd, only just. Feels like it's in between tide at the moment. It's a little trickier to find that connection. Okay, well, you're watching the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle live from Burleigh Heads all weekend. Back with more right after this.
company would get people back on their feet after things go wrong. And it would make complicated stuff simple. A help company would cover you no matter who's driving your car. Or if you forgot to lock your front door, Kevin. It would hire climate scientists and try to predict the unpredictable. It would do all those things. So that's what we're doing. NRMA Insurance, a help company.
Okay, and welcome back live to Burleigh Heads here on Queensland's Gold Coast for the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle. The best board riding clubs in the nation here to duke it out all weekend.
Yeah.
Find out which one of them is the best. Reg Ellis.
Oh, nice turn out on the outside.
Is that Dayan?
Could be Dayan Neve, of course. Great surfer from North Stain. He's their master, former on the tour for quite a while. And Dayan, two good solid turns there. They'd be pretty happy with that. And yeah, at the moment though, the mighty Queensland Boardriders Club, not quite doing it, but I have an idea, Sean.
What's that, Reg?
Well, just bear with me.
Yeah, well, there's Dayan making his way in. Yeah, I hope we don't want to cross to the booth at the moment. Reg is just stripping down to his shorts. And even worse than that, he's putting on his pink QBC hat. So Dayan Neve coming in for North Stain, of course, the mortal enemies of Queensland Boardriders.
That's right. So now I'm wearing my hat. That'll inspire Elise Cooper to get a 10. And I think, yeah, we'll see everyone pick up the pace, Queensland.
Well, I'll tell you what, North Stain are looking pretty good here.
They've had a pretty well close to a perfect heat. Oh, no,
the Grom.
Look out. The Grom was really going to lock in a good score.
Geez, Monty Mergler just needed to hang on to that.
Yeah.
He wasn't far from it. So, of course, he's got to get his wave, then Talia Henderson's got to get her wave.
Yeah.
And then they've got to send Curtis Ewing back out. Just trying to squeeze that last turn in.
Yeah, just a little bit too tight there as that lip came down. But yeah, we've got things are going to tighten up pretty quickly. We've got 20.5 minutes remaining. And as we saw in the last heat, I think we saw 4 clubs get docked the 5 points for not getting back into the Oakley Exchange within the allotted time. And there's Elise Cooper there for Queenscliff.
Yeah.
So Elise nice on the outside. She needs something in here. Throws it up. Little hat to finish. I didn't see what she did on the outside, but the Queenie boys trying to will her. Is that... Oh.
That is...
Is that Culburra?
That's Dax Cairns cross.
Yeah, I think that was Culburra in the black.
So I'll tell you what, mate, it's getting really... Culburra probably looking okay.
Yep.
But everyone else, I think, are really getting stretched for time. We're down to just under 20 minutes. So saw Elise Cooper come in for Queenscliff. So she's got to run up and get the next surfer out. Everyone else needs to post 3 scores in 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Which is starting to get a little skinny for all of them. As you can see, where Dax has finished up there, you can see how far he's got to come in. He's got a long way to cross to get across that lagoon on the inside here. And then bolt back up the hill as well. So seeing Elise Cooper coming in here for QBC. Here we go. On the backhand here. I think it's still Maverick Wilson. There you go.
That's a good hit.
For Yals.
That was a sick hit. Only one turn, but what a turn. So Elise Cooper locked in at 4.38. So brings Queensland up a little bit, but still a long way to go. Yelling up, well, that last wave.
I think that's Zach Ogram there.
Yeah, and it was solid as.
So suddenly they're looking pretty good.
Doesn't take much. One server can turn it around. And that's the whole thing. When you see everyone locking 4s and 5s, which is the standard thing, someone puts in a, I'm not saying that was going to be a 7, but if someone does do a 7, 5 or an 8, it can change things dramatically. As Nixon turned that one.
Yeah. Binzi, what are you seeing down there, mate?
All right, we are live down here with Dayan Neve. Mate, how you feeling right now, lad?
Mate, just stoked to put it in for the team. Got some good numbers on the board. Picked it up on the hill, a bit better than last year. Still carrying a bit of a box, so...
What's the inspiration right now?
You, Binzi. Everyone's talking about how fit you're looking.
Mate, same for you. Hey, what's the difference between North Stain and Queenscliff? Because it's a pretty small beach, that one.
Just a massive pipe with barnacles on it in the middle of the beach. That's it. Bunch of legends at Queenie, bunch of legends at North Stain. We froth on each other. Good. Yeah, it's good. It's good.
There you go. And having each other in this heat, that just fires you up even more?
Oh, yeah, it's so good. So good. Just been out there with her mates. Yeah.
And we're going to see you double it up as the power surfer, do another lap?
Doubt that. No, these guys rip, mate. There's no way I'll be going Parry.
Hey, you used to rip as well. We still do rip. Championship tour surfer and doing it for the team. Good on you, mate.
You used to still have it.
I got to you guys.
Yeah, Duffy's still got it, mate.
Yeah, mate, you can always rely on Dayan for a good post-seat interview. They locked down a huge score, 6.93. It was one of the better scores of the...
What's the best wave of the heat?
Yeah, saying he used to have it, he's still got it. And Dayan, how old Dayan been now? Be in his 40s.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, he's been one of the standout surfers at Manly Beach since he was a grommet.
Here's Dale Adams coming in for South Coast. South Oz. So they've obviously got a bit of ground to make up here. Queenscliff have got a bit of ground to make up.
Oh, they've got heaps of ground to make up.
But probably the team under the most pressure here at the moment is Stratty.
Point Lookout, yeah.
Point Lookout.
Yep.
Probably the favourites going into this one. And they're currently sitting in 4th spot. They're down on time a little bit. We just saw the Grom, Monty Mergler, making his way up the hill.
Yep, so he's going to tag Talia Henderson. So pressure's on Talia. Of course, Curtis Ewing, their NRMA Insurance power surfer. So Talia can get out there, get a decent score within 5 minutes. And here's Dayan's. This is the highest score. Like that first turn was... Like, that's great surfing there from Dayan Neve. And 6.9 he scored for this one, Shauno. And, yep, solid surfing.
Yeah, best wave of the heat so far. The big fella still got it.
And yeah, just looking really good in finishing off that wave. So they're going to take, see what Binzi's up there. Chris Binz, you looking fighting fit down there, mate?
Cheers, Reg. All right. Maverick Wilson, what's it like out there?
Oh, it's hard work, you know. So many different options on the waves you want to catch, but, you know, you just got to make a decision and stick to it. And yeah, just make sure you stay on your feet.
Run us through the Yelling Up team for those people who aren't sure who you guys are.
Yeah, we got a bunch of local shredders, you know. Duke Nagsam, Zach Ogram, Ruby Berry and Jack Thomas. Also Josh Catlin is reserve. And they were you know, all goofy footers mostly. So I'll know how to get it up there and throw some spray.
And Zach's in the water right now. There wouldn't be too many people in this event riding their own boards. Tell us a little bit about Zach.
Yeah, Zach, he shapes his own boards, these shapes. So
Club president
also, so, you know, can just refine the sticks and make sure they're on point for the ABB.
And what's the team spirit like when you guys all come over and hang out together as a pack?
Yeah, it's great. You know, last year we had like Charge and Jay, but, you know, they were doing their own thing sort of. But this year we've got our group that's all staying together and, yeah, we're pretty tight-knit, so it's good.
Beauty, well, look pretty good, and good luck going further on.
Appreciate it, cheers.
Back to you guys in the box.
Alrighty.
Yep. Well, Yal's hanging on to 3rd spot at the moment. Of course, 1st, 2nd, 3rd go straight through to finals day tomorrow. We're seeing here on the backhand Reg. It's QBC.
Yeah, Gromit.
It is
Hunter Sutcliffe.
Yeah, Hunter Sutcliffe. So
QBC Grom.
Geez, they're running behind on time, QBC as well.
Totally, like they're
on struggle street.
Yeah, they are. Their first two surfers took a little bit too long. So the pressure's on. Hunter, he's a Gromit. He's got to pull in some scores. And it looks like they're claiming that wave. So Hunter Sutcliffe from the Queensland Boardriders Club make his way across the dead water where he'll do the sprint. We've got just over 13 minutes remaining. And Queensland still yet to get their fourth surfer out in the water. So plenty of action here at Burleigh Heads, and we'll be back with more of the Australian Boardriders Battle courtesy of the Hyundai right after this.
Having all of the girls in one spot together, spending 2 full days at the HPC, learning so much about nutrition, sponsorships, doing gym, Pilates, activation. It was just a good way for all of us to connect and, yeah, just learn more about ourselves and what we can do to become both better surfers and better people. It shone a light on just how important it is to inspire and empower more girls to do whatever it is they want to do.
A help company would get people back on their feet, make complicated stuff simple, and even try to predict the unpredictable. So that's what we're doing. NRMA Insurance, a help company.
Alrighty, here we are back at Burleigh Heads. There's the overview of the pavilion there, Shauno. We can see the Gold Coast run in front of that pavilion where our surfers have been pounding the pavement to make their way back into the exchange area, the Oakley Exchange, where they tag their next surfer. Now we've got 11.5 minutes remaining, and looks like straight into this. Is that Blue from North Stain?
Yep, that is North Stain.
Throwing the fins out. Wow,
it's Isabella Higgs.
I reckon Isabella's going to keep that one.
100%, mate. So look, they were already looking good, North Stain.
Yeah.
And that has really sealed the deal. They are cruising along.
Yeah, they're looking really solid. They've actually close to perfect heat, sitting on 30.75 at the moment. And there is the fifth surfer heading out for Queensland.
Yeah, Austin Ware.
Austin, great surfer. And needs to, well, what can he do to bring it back in? We saw a 3.58 there from Hunter. So Queensland up in the fifth spot, just behind Point. Look out, their best hope, I think, would be snaring a fourth. But if they do snare a fourth, you're still going to be in the top 6 for teams.
Yeah, to get a second
fourth-place
crack.
teams get a second crack. So if you come fourth with a total of 16.49, it's not going to be worth it.
Yeah, so Talia Henderson out there for Point Lookout on North Stradbroke Island at the moment. So she's got, well, 10.5 on the clock. There she is. So she needs to get a little inside connection and get this through.
Yeah, it didn't happen with that one, though. Yeah, well, these clubs have got to be thinking about the 5 points they do not want to lose by not making it back inside. We've got South Coast, Poppy Sweetening needs to lock in something. Austin Ware for QBC, Talia Henderson. We got Zach Ogram still out there also for Yallingup. Currently in third spot. They could be vulnerable to losing that third position if they don't pick up the time.
Yeah, there's Isabel Higgs for North Stain. She's absolutely smashed it, mate.
Yep, putting in the big sprint.
6.88 for her last wave.
Wow.
So, mate, they are crushing it.
Yes.
North Stain are through already. We can safely say that.
Yeah.
So it's a battle for second, third at the moment.
Yeah, well, she's putting in the big ones as well. So North Stain, nothing like getting a 6-point ride straight away, in and out pretty quickly. Isabella, so they are home and hose. So focusing on Culburra. Thump, thump, thump of the footsteps as they pound the pavement on the boardwalk there.
I tell you what,
on the grass.
That run's a bit easier, Reg, when you just scored a 7.
Well, that's right.
Not so much fun if you just scored a 2 or a 1.
Yeah.
But she's kind of cruising at the moment, and North Stain are cruising.
Yeah, I think Axel... I think the run seems to be getting longer. There's Axel Rose Carrotto.
Yeah, so power surf Axel Carrotto for North Stain. He's got 8.5 minutes to go and find his wave, which he should be able to do pretty easily.
Yep.
So they're through. So second at the moment, Culburra. Third, Yallingup there in the qualifying spots. It's really over to Point Lookout now, which is going to throw over to Curtis Ewing. So Talia Henderson, she'll probably be just about onto the run at the moment, which is going to give Curtis about 8 minutes.
I think
this is Yallingup.
This must be Zach.
It's Zach Dogram, yep.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Well, Zach's going to come in on that one. That'll give Jack Thomas about 7.5 minutes to, well, not yet. So you think if he tags it around the 5-minute mark, oh, he's going to be pushing it.
Yep.
When they're currently in third spot, so that makes them a little bit vulnerable.
Yeah, there's a lot of heat on these power surfers.
Yeah, totally. Our Point Lookout, of course, they are within striking range of Yallingup. But once again, well, Talia Henderson locked into 1.58. So Curtis Ewing will be heading out there and chasing a decent score. He'll need to reel in. Well, he wants to score.
Well, he's got to get in front of Yallingup.
Yeah, and to
then,
do that,
and then hope Yallingup
don't get their 5 points.
Well,
or
yeah.
lose the 5 points.
That's the wild card here.
Yeah.
Is that some of these crew might not get back in.
Yeah, or can Curtis,
which incurs a 5-point penalty.
Yeah.
So just under 7 minutes left here. Things getting a little pointy. Oh, look, they're right in on the bricks there. Who is that? That's QBC. Here we go, South Coast, South Oz.
Not a bad looking wave so far. Just came unstuck.
Quite hang on to that last one.
Poppy needed that one.
So they're out of the frame a little bit. They're a fair way behind. Queenscliff still in with half a shot, but they're just about out of time, I reckon. I think they're almost cooked. Sorry, Reg, to break that to you.
Yeah. Well, Austin needs to get away. We've got to get Winter Vincent out there, the NRMA power surfer. But, yeah, it's just time now. Seen, it was interesting last week. Saw 4 teams mismanage the time. You think you'd learn by watching that? But
well,
no.
Clearly not.
It's easy for me to say here. Cast aspersions. Of course, when I was QBC coach, we won.
Yeah, you were winning the surf league at that point.
That's right.
Yeah, you guys had the hell team.
Yep, all downhill from there.
They all defected after that.
Yeah, they went south of the pipe.
Yeah.
Oh, well, even Bainey, he's bloody
He's here.
NASA.
Yeah. North Avalon.
Pains me to say that, yeah.
Well, there's Poppy Sweetman coming in the white for South Coast.
I think that's Austin on the inside.
So he's just grabbed something quick.
2.7.
Yep.
So that's going to put all the pressure on Winter Vincent. Winter's going to have to get out there. Winter's going to have 3 minutes to paddle out, catch a 7, get back in. Impossible.
It's not going to happen.
So QVC are not going to get that the time, I don't think. Anyway, time is running away from us, but we'll be back with more action of the Australian Boardriders Battle right after this.
Double overhead taxi here at 5:15. Swell line detectors all the way out the back.
Well, here we are, the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle, and it is coming down to the end of this heat, and looks like Owen Wright, the NRMA power surfer for Culburra. 3.5 minutes remaining, so Owen needs to lock this wave in, get back on the beach and make the run. Of course, power surfer.
Thank you.
Whatever wave they catch, it counts. So as soon as their handle leaves the rail, they're done, and that was a pretty good power wave there from the big dog, Big O. And 3.5 minutes remaining to get back in the lineup. Looks like that is Point Lookout there. Queensland have moved in a 4th spot.
Geez, Curtis, there's Curtis Ewing, the power surfer, 4-Point Lookout. So you said 3 minutes, Reg. So he's just got to turn and burn.
Yeah, he's just got to get away. He can't lose. You can't lose that 5 points. It's not worth hanging out there for waiting for a 7 or something. So Curtis.
Yeah, he's looking at his watch. It's not good news.
No, this is so tight. 3 minutes remaining. So Northstone, Yelling Up and Culburra looking pretty good. We just saw Owen Wright lock in his power wave. So he'll get back into the lineup, of course, or back into the Oakley Exchange. Yelling Up
might be a left here for
may
Curtis.
not do it. So Axel Rose Carlotta.
Here we go. Curtis Ewing. It's a little inside left. You know, to be honest, I don't even know if it's the score. He needs at least a 4-5-5 to get up above Yelling Up anyway.
Yeah, but
then he's got he's got to hope Yelling Up might not get in time.
Yeah, well, Jack Thomas is out the back. Look at Owen looking good out there. 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. So power surfers out there in the water for everybody except for Queenscliff.
Well, there's Jack Thomas for Yelling Up.
He's just paddling around. He's got to get away.
I think he's out of time. You can see the Yelling Up crew.
Yep. Oh, there he goes. This is going to be a big...
Yeah.
He is going to have to sprint, because if they lose the 5 points, they could be Dunsky.
Well, Curtis has got to go like the wind here. I don't know where he is.
Yeah, with 1.5 minutes remaining.
Curtis from Stradbroke. So he's got 1.5. If he's not on the sand now, he's in a bit of trouble. So Jack Thomas is in a bit of trouble.
Yep.
Oh, there he goes. He's on the sand now. Oh, he's a long way.
He's got, look at all that water he's got to cover.
So we'll try and find Curtis here.
There's a gutter on the inside.
So a minute 20. So if Jack doesn't make it up in a minute 20, Yelling Up lose 5 points.
Yep.
So Point Lookout, which would jump Point Lookout into 3rd place.
Yeah.
But Curtis has got to make it up. So where's Curtis?
Don't know. Jack Thomas, he's got 1 minute remaining. He is not going to get there. So I'm pretty sure Yelling Up are going to lose their 5 points.
They've got the super coach. They've had to crack the whips.
Yeah, well.
So there's no sign of Curtis. 1 minute to go. He hasn't run past us here.
Did he catch?
Here he goes. Yep. We found him. He's got a minute.
He's got
45.
a minute. This could be make or break.
This will get him through, I reckon, if he gets up
If
the top.
he can do it. He's got 40 seconds. I don't think he can do it. He's not even behind us yet. 30 seconds. I can hear him.
35 seconds. Go, mate.
Run like the wind, dude. And there you go, Curtis. Oh, 28 seconds.
Jeez, it's going to be close.
You reckon? I don't think he can do it.
Oh, he's slow.
20 seconds. He's not. It's not like watching Trevor Hendy in his heyday, is it? He's got 18 seconds remaining.
He's gone, I think.
Oh no. Okay, 14 seconds. Can he do it? He's got to go. Oh, he's close. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh no! Was he in or not?
No, he's not there yet.
Oh.
He's not there yet.
Not there yet.
Oh,
mate.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, that was as hard as you could go.
Yeah. That gutter, eh?
Yeah.
I know.
Oh, well, that's heavy duty. There you go. And Yelling Up, they're going to lose there. 5 points as well, as will Queensland and South Coast. So Northstone Culburra in.
Everything just they could have went wrong.
And Point Lookout just missed out by how many metres, you reckon?
Oh, maybe with your score.
Yelling Up.
Hang on, look, there's still...
I don't know how many points.
So if Yelling Up, has Jack Thomas's score gone in yet? They haven't taken the 5 points off.
No, the other teams didn't get
Yeah, but Point Lookout going to lose 5 points as well.
I don't know, it'll be interesting.
Yeah, true.
But yeah, we're on 19 in your wave. I don't know what you got. We're on 19.8. We might have beat 17. It was a pretty good turn. Did they put the score in?
Yeah, 2.78.
I thought we were on 19.
Yeah, they all took us to like 21. 2.78.
So then what do we drop to?
16.37. There's still 4 heats to go.
No, but you never know. I swear they should have made it. Last year was 80 minutes.
70, yeah.
70. Oh, 70. I reckon it's a little bit short. It doesn't allow any time for like much time for surf.
All right, well, there you go. B. Derby analysing what went wrong. I tell you what went wrong. You didn't get back in time, but that's just the way it goes. We'll be back with more action for the Hyundai Australian Battle of the Boardriders right after this break.
A help company would get people back on their feet, make complicated stuff simple, and even try to predict the unpredictable. So that's what we're doing. NRMA Insurance, a help company.
Looks good, eh?
Ken Earth.
What was that, love?
I said Ken Earth.
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right. From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Kellogg's make your job easy.
All right, welcome back to the Hyundai ABB. This is the 2025 edition of the world's best teams event.
It's the best. There's Huey Vaughan. That means North Shelley must be in this heat. And indeed they are. Binsey, good to see you, brother. Vaughan Blakey in the commentary box with you.
Mate, it's so good to be here. We've got Peninsula from Mornington, Victoria.
Peniche.
So those guys are just bouncing out of their skin to be here. North End, Kingscliff, Ulladulla, Port Macquarie and North Shelley. So a decent spread across the east coast there. The atmosphere out on the point today is epic.
You've been up there. You've been up there. What's going on? How frothy is it getting? Because normally, what time is it? Normally like the gym beams are cracked and there's...
It's 11:30, so they're half an hour away.
Exactly.
By the book.
Yeah.
But no, the atmosphere is so good. All the teams are obviously out supporting each other. The rivalries are coming out. And plenty of big names being forced to live up to their reputations and plenty of underdogs swinging hard.
Well, this is a heat full of clubs that could really put their flag on the map. All of these clubs, North End typically has some good battles in this region, very competitive with other clubs from the Goldie, just up the other end of the beach here. But yeah, Peninsula, Kingscliff, Ulladulla, Port Macquarie, North Shelley are definitely the raging hot favourites in this one. But let's chuck it down to Jess Starling, Binsey, who is on the beach right now.
I'm here with Bede. Bede, a little bit of tense times right now. Curtis didn't quite make it in. That's got to be a bit of heartbreak not seeing him get across the line.
Oh, it's just heartbreaking, poor fella. You know, that was our game plan, was to get fourth, because we knew if he got in, we would have beat the first two teams in fourth and got in that heat the Sabo, you know. And he was 10 seconds away and he was right there, and just, it's heartbreaking, that bloody gutter, the tide going out. You're watching him paddle and it's just, it's going to cause a lot of havoc later with this tide going out. It's just going to be bone dry, then paddles through the gutter. So, it's just heartbreaking for us, you know. We just couldn't get going in that heat. It was a shocker, to be honest. So, I don't know, we're just going to hope for the best that we can get in that last heat. So we got fourth, so there's still a shot.
Sometimes it's like that, though. You have this amazing game plan and you think, oh, yes, we're on. We've got such a good team. We're so solid, because you guys do have such a great team. Yeah. How are you guys going to regroup and hopefully get into this heat this afternoon? Yeah,
well, it's out of our hands, but I guess we're just got to go and shake that off and be ready if we get in. And we won't know until, like, right before, probably 10 minutes before, you know. So I think we've got to beat one club out of all the heats that get fourth. So we don't have a great heat score. I think it was 16 in the end, but yeah, we'll be ready. You know, we've got a lot of veterans in our side, so we also have a million comps. So that was just an absolute shocker for us, to be honest. No one could get in rhythm. No one, just one of those days. But sorry, one of those mornings. Could be a good arvo.
Highs and lows of the ABB, guys. Yeah. Thanks, Speed. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thanks, Jess. And you don't often think of surfing as a team sport, but that was almost your classic team sport press conference at the end. You could see the disappointment on Bede's face, all the strategy, all the thinking going into it, and at the end,
played hard, done good.
Yeah.
Couldn't quite get over.
It wasn't us out there, mate. It wasn't us out there.
Yeah. Conditions didn't quite line up in our favour.
But wasn't it? You could see how much this means, not just to the club, but, you know, for Bede, it's about the community. It's everyone on North Stratty, and they came here with big dreams. They are still in with a chance, point lookout, but...
Yeah, we've got the redemption heat.
You've got
to sign off from the
Even
day.
if you're coming fourth, you don't want that time penalty, mate. You lose 5 points and you could really put yourself in trouble. Here is Peninsula.
Yeah, the Peninsula Boardriders swinging straight into action. And, yeah, that's exactly what you said. That's what's so great about this event. Surfing is, you know, generally an individual sport. We're all selfish. We just take off down the coast by ourselves, chasing waves.
Yeah, just a bunch of those seagulls from Finding Nemo, eh? Mine! Yeah.
And then an event like this, it turns it into a team sport. Yeah. You're doing it for people other than just yourself. You're doing it for your hometown.
Crack! Oh, this is a great wave. Couldn't quite make out the colour of the Rashi. Snapping it up and over. This is Peninsula again.
Yeah, so this is Willem Watson.
Oh, good surfing.
Second wave, so he's had 2 big swings already. So Mornington Peninsula, North End from here on the Gold Coast. Bit of a rivalry between the North End and the Burleigh boys. You know, a lot of the North End guys will come down and surf the point. And then this is the action that we saw to start things off.
Oh, whoa. This is incredible surfing. So this is a replay of the surfer in red, and on the inside there was Huey Vaughan just tagging deluxe, full power combo. And you'd expect to see a pretty good score here for Huey. Of course, Jolie Vaughan not in this event for North Shelley this year.
No, he's over in El Salvador. He's got bigger fish to fry, apparently, competing on the championship tour, and that was Willem Watson. So no priority here at the ABB, but this was Huey Vaughan. I think this might be his second wave. Wow, goes the big layback. So working the sections well. They're not really paddling too hard back up the point. There's a huge playing field. There's a lot of water moving around. We saw Willem Watson get the 2 waves, the second of which he was kind of dropped in without any interference, obviously, on the end of Huey's first wave, and then Huey's jumped on that for his second. So, yeah, it is action aplenty.
And North Shelley are not fooling around. They've called him straight in. I think that first wave that we saw on the drone angle had a couple of big moments on it, and they want to work the clock over. We've seen big names already.
Oh, North Shelley are
tortured by the clock.
They're, you know, the Manly situation with your Queenscliff, your North Stone, etc. Same thing goes on in Avoca with North Shelley and Copacabana and Terrigal. There's that many beaches there, and they're also territorial. And North Shelley are just, when it comes to tag team events, they are a powerhouse. You look at their team right now: Huey Vaughan, Macy Callahan, Shane Holmes, Russ Maloney, Jackson Cowan. Huey Vaughan again as their power surfer. Macy Callahan's obviously been on the championship tour. Shane Holmes is just like...
the ultimate club warrior.
He's almost like one of those Sheffield Shield cricketers who then goes over to play in the Indian Premier League and gets paid $20 million a year because he is so good in this form of the sport.
Well, here goes Huey. Yeah, this time last year, I think he had a broken toe, so he's given that a little test. Saw some incredible images of Huey surfing around home during that last big swell, the monster one that smashed the East Coast. And this is Huey's wave 1, so let's take a look here. The big swoop. It's a nice carving cut back and a punch onto the inside. So 2 waves. It was a 4.63. And more Shelley saying, you know what, let's just take the time pressure off. We'll get Huey in. He's going to surf again anyway. We know we can probably bank something, well, we can definitely bank something much greater than that. They just want to keep an eye on that clock. You just don't want to be in that sitio, Binsey, where you're thinking more about the time than you are about your surfing.
Yeah, that 5-point penalty has bit quite a few teams on the backside already today. And we saw Culburra in that last heat. Talk about efficient. Every single one of their surfers, one wave, except for Owen, who opened up with 2. So 7 waves ridden in the 70 minutes by Culburra.
That is good stuff as Huey keeps the Oakley exchange. He'll tag off with Macy.
Broken toe or gout? Surfing royalty. We're going to cross down to Jessie Starling, who's having a chat with the one and only Huey Vaughan.
Yeah, Binsey's asking broken toe. It's actually a double broken toe. We've got 2. How are we going with it?
Mate, that run was piss weak. Do that any day of the week.
Big shots over here, this guy reckons. All right. Hey, 2 waves, pretty quick. Good start for North Shelley.
Yeah, just wanted to start a couple quick waves, finish my waves, and yeah, that's about it.
First year as a power surfer too, pressure's building. We're going to meditate during this time.
Pardon, what was that?
First year as a power surfer?
Yeah, first year as a power surfer, way more nerves, but got to fill my big brother's shoes. They're pretty big, but hopefully I can surf maybe half as good as him, and that'll be sweet.
Oh, Huey, NRMA Insurance power surfing, acting all humble now. Love it. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Huey.
Huey Vaughan. Yep.
He said he's got to fill Joel's shoes, so is he Shoey Vaughan? Is that how he's going to celebrate?
Oh, Binsey. Mate, how long have you been a dad for? Because you're just firing out that dad joke humour.
And on screen right now, that is the one and only Nika Atkins, Skeg reporter extraordinaire from the Gold Coast, up against Huey Vaughan. 2 of the biggest mouths in surfing right there. Good luck getting a word in if those 2 are hitting the Jim Beam facilities in half an hour's time.
Yeah, you can find this interview on the MySurf TV Instagram. It's live right now. Check it out. That is Nico, the Skeg report. Kidding me?
Nico, of course, has been a camera operator for a long, long time.
Oh, hang on a minute. So Huey's first wave was a 6.88, Binsey.
Woof. Shots fired indeed, as Jessie Starling was saying from the sidelines. We saw Willem Watson, a 5.33. That's his keeper for Peninsula. And Port Mac, they've opened with a 4.53. That was Mitchell Vanderveer. Chris Bennett's opened up with a 4.43 for North End, and this is Huey Vaughan banking that 6.88.
So much sting out of the lip. You can really see a lot of the same attitude.
Yeah, I'm fantastic.
Shane Holmes on the screen, the hammer. Were you working with us the QS 1000 at Karamas that year where he beat Parko at 6-foot pumping?
Yeah.
Karamas.
Yeah, he's that good.
Had TB on the ropes in the finals.
Yeah, and, you know, good surfers know how good he is too. You know, like TB and Parko see Holmesy and they know what they've got to fight on their hands.
I think he's a concreter, so he knows how to surf a heat, lays that foundation, and away you go.
Well, he's a power man, that's for sure.
The hammer.
Love it. North Shelley holding it down at the moment. They've banked a 6.88 with Huey Vaughan. Their second surfer is out there right now. It looks like Huey might have actually got a 4.93, so that's just the throwaway.
We're
waiting.
Yeah, that was just as a form of transport to get himself
back in. So Macy Callahan out there right now, the former CT surfer. North End holding down second to 5.6. You spent a lot of time on this coast, Binsey. It was basically your second home. Have a look at this. This is Port Mac. Nice snap.
Yeah, this is Mitchell Vanderveer, still their first surfer. So he's already got a 4.53 to his name. It's Chris Zaffis from North End, originally from down the coast, Angary kind of way.
Yeah, unbelievable surfer. Got one of the real memorable pipes during that big Kira swell of Tropical Cyclone Alfred. He's just so good. And he always puts on a good show out here, whether it's in the team's event or individually.
This is Chad Elkins from Ulladulla. So the South Coasters have come to play today. Micah Margison is out in the lineup for Kingscliff as well. So those guys, you know, half hour down the coast. They'd be no strangers to the waves here at Burleigh. And there's really, you know, obviously big news at the moment, the Championship Tour coming to here at Burleigh Heads, and what a venue. Like, have a look at the scenes going on behind us right now.
Man, it really is. Oh my goodness. We've got mascots galore flying up.
They're chickens.
The Gold Coast Dash.
Which club's a chicken? Do we know?
I think it's North End. Look at the bush chooks.
Well, yeah, that's an ibis, isn't it? Chase it.
Oh, it is too.
Chris Ibis Bennett.
There it is.
But there's no way he's got 6 more iblets chasing him along. Here goes Micah Margison.
All right, so Micah has just banked his first wave, and that was a 2.25, so time took over there. Kingscliff, you know, they've been punching above their weight, you would say. They were a club that not many people were really looking at, and then they just kept turning up to these Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle finals and just going turbo. So there's the score that's dropped in for Micah. It's actually a 4.83 that he locked off. So that puts Kingscliff up into 4th place right now. And he begins the run.
Yeah. Heartbreak Hill.
The Gold Coast Dash is the big shoot at the start. And then you get to the Hyundai Hill, and that's where the legs start to burn, Binsey.
I love that we hear them like thundering past.
Yeah.
It's like we're on the back straight at Flemington or something. And then here they come with 200
It does sound like that.
They're firming for a finish. Micah Margison by 3 furlongs is out in front.
So this wind has kicked up a fair bit, but still nice, clean faces and plenty of opportunity. I love it when it just bowls out and you can really see the power game come into play. Margison, he'll tap off there.
Gets the tag with Mitch James. So did we work out what animal that was? I mean, it was a bird of some description, but do we have any
I do think
ornithologists out there?
I think
Brendan Margison or Andrew Shield, they could fill us in on the bird.
Are they on?
They're bird watchers. They're twitchers of the highest order. You know, Margot's got a bird watching Instagram account.
No.
Yeah. Takes photos of birds wherever he goes around the world.
Is he in contact with Paulie Evans?
Yes, very much so. Oh, I was about to say this is the first breather we've had for this heat, but as if on cue.
Oh, that is beautiful style, Macy. Still surfing at a level that is CT quality, has been on the Challenger Series, sort of on again, off again, that sort of relationship with the tour. But we've seen that with a lot of surfers who end up finding, you know, a late career burst and then go turbo. Miguel Pupo, probably the obvious example of that right now.
Yeah, I don't think Macy makes too much of a secret of the fact that she would love to be back on the tour.
Port Macquarie.
Macy actually won the last Challenger Series event last year in Saquarema, but before that hadn't really fired a shot, so missed out on qualifying for the CT, finished 9th on the Challenger Series, but came home with a wet sail, picking up full points in Brazil. And have a look at the shot right now. That's the headland here at Burleigh. There are thousands of people. It's not even midday yet, and come tomorrow afternoon as we're getting down to the finals, it's going to be...
Oh, I'm actually predicting the Savo Binsey is going to be a monumental party up there. There's just so much energy around this headland. And, you know, there's those famous photos, 60,000 odd crammed in to see the great MP and Mark Richards do battle out here in the first ever sort of man-on-man professional surf comp. as you were saying, like, you know, crew coming back, professional surfing coming back. But I'm so stoked that we're here celebrating grassroots surfing before, you know, the show comes in.
100%. Okay, right now, who have we got in action? This is Chris Zaffis from North End, blowing the fins out of that one. He will have surfed out here at Burleigh a whole heap in his lifetime. And, you know, finding those runners that can get you close to the beach is as much of the battle won as finding the waves that allow you to open the shoulders and swing the fiberglass around.
Didn't he clobber that end section? That's the kind of surfing that you just expect from this guy. Doesn't really matter what the waves are doing. He just surfs his way, and quite often it's pretty spectacular. As we see out the back, surfing for Ulladulla, Charlie Brophy. Yeah, as I say, you know, these clubs, I mean, North Shelley, they've lifted the trophy here in the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle finals before.
Bang.
Big off the top, releases the tail. That's beautiful stuff from Chris Zaffis for North End. So, yeah, North Shelley, you know, like, we know what they're capable of. We don't know what Port Macquarie's capable of. Like, clearly done an amazing job to get here, holding down second place at the moment. And there's always a club that comes from nowhere, mate, and really makes a statement at this event.
How does it work with New South Wales for qualification? Are there regional qualifiers? Or
yeah, regional qualifiers. I think in all there's something like 22 clubs from New South Wales represented in this event. And we'll see that sort of even out over the years as you know, other clubs and states get bigger. But just purely on the population, I think we see a lot of New South Wales clubs. There's pretty much every beach has one.
Oh, without doubt. I mean, you look at WA and you've got Geraldton coming up against Esperance. They're about 2,000 kilometres apart.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. It's not your average teams, mate.
Everyone has to, you know, fly.
Pack the Dometic kit. And
drive 12 hours
to
get to Trig to battle it out in knee-high amazing banks.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. But, yeah, New South Wales just, they really do power the board riders as a movement around the country.
I mean, the one thing about that, though, is that the board riders culture, it doesn't matter what board riders club you go to, like, it's pretty similar. The Australian sort of animal, I guess you could call it, that spirit animal that drives grassroots surfing is just fairly consistent, whether you go over to Gero or you go to Seaford or you go to Torquay or Janjuk, 13th Beach, the Peninch, you know, you'll find the same sorts of characters doing the same sorts of things.
Yeah, I tried to get some talk out of Dayan before about the rivalry between North Stain and Queenscliff, and he's like, what do you mean? We're all just legends from the same beach. There's just a pipe in the middle that separates us. He's like, okay. All right, wow, that was a big turn. That was Mitch James for Kingscliff. Behind him, this is Lucas Hickson from the Peninsula. He just about ran over Mitch James as well, working his way through to the inside. Looks like he's intent on beaching it, or is he going to paddle back out? While this is happening, we're going to cross down to Jessie Starling. Who have you got for us?
I've got Kira Buckpit, and she's quote-unquote rattled. How are we feeling going in?
I'm a little bit rattled. I think there's been like 20 minutes gone and we're on our second surfer, but it's all right, we can come back. It's all right.
We've come a long way. This time last year, Kira was actually on crutches literally right here with a boot on. This year we're surfing, first ABB. We've come a long way. I'm proud of you.
Oh, thanks, Jessie. Yeah, last year I was in my boot watching, but this year I don't even have an ankle brace on, so I'm like pretty stoked on that. So hopefully I get in the water.
I think that Charlie may have just got a wave, so we might let you get all ready and get psyched up. Oh no, so we've got a little bit of stress here from Ulladulla. Another quote unquote, she will never be a surf mum. She can't handle the pressure anymore.
Through the roof, so no.
We'll let her get ready for the heat. Thanks guys. Thanks Kira.
When your third surfer is saying, hopefully I get in the water.
Oh, yeah.
Coach might need to refine the strategy here.
Kira, let it go, mate. Couple of deep breaths, jump in the ice bath. Look at her. She looks so petrified about the time. I think just suck them in and worry about your own game just for the moment. Get out there. Get a quick one. Back up the chute and you're back on track. Charlie Brophy went mad in this comp last year, Binns. He's really put on some strong performances to get Ulladulla all the way to the semis. And he's just really struggling to find the wave that he wants out here. Maybe this will be the one.
All right, this is Lucas Hickson. Just about to fly past us in the background. For North End, is this Chris Zaffis again? Oh. Pretty sure Chris already had a 6.4 for his last wave, so this is probably more of a transportational device than anything else. And as we see Chris Zaffis scooting his way past the world-famous Burleigh Rock Break, we are going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. More action from the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle coming our way right after this.
Ever been hooked from the first wave? Or given a pathway to shine? Have you ever found your tribe amongst the noise? Or sacrificed to stand out amongst your peers? Ever felt support that gives you the strength to keep going? Or paddled into the unimaginable? Ever met a generation that knows no bounds? Now you can.
Welcome back to the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle for 2025. And this is Kingscliff surfer Mitch James, I believe. Micah Markison kicked off with a 4.83. Mitch is already holding on to a 5.35. That's pretty much a bankable score, I'd suggest. Chris Binns here in the booth alongside me. A man who this time yesterday was in Fiji. Life is tough, Vaughan Blakey.
It is. Yeah, I'm very good. Thanks, Binnsy. There was no way I was missing this, though. I couldn't book the flight, get out of there quick enough, even though I was having the time of my
terrible
life.
Place.
Getting rolled around on the floor of the Pacific Ocean. It was great fun. But Charlie Brophy's still out there. Come on, Charlie. He's looking for a wave that just hasn't materialised. Some nice, smooth, connecting the dots action here. And he'll finally come in. And if Kira Buckpitt was nervous before, she must have chewed her fingernails down to the elbows right now.
Yeah, well, we've got inside 40 minutes remaining. And where are we at with surfers so far? North End, their third surfer's about to hit the water.
This is Imogen for Port Macquarie. Go Imi onto the inside, loads it up and gets a beautiful hook under the lip here for Port. Oh, this has been a very strong wave. And Imogen will get a last little finisher. Oh, almost cops a little board to the back of the head there, but Michael Vanderveer, Joey Silk, now we know he can surf, and Imogen has done a great job for her team. She's definitely going to get called in. Just get ahead of that clock.
Yeah, that fall, it's not going to hurt her for points, but you just love to get straight onto the beach. Here's Charlie Brophy. He's one stylish surfer and styling his way all the way through to the beach. She'll probably run past us very shortly in the background.
Well, as I was saying, Imogen Enfield here, she's just done such a good job. Because not only did she get this wave quickly, well, she actually ripped it. A couple of good snaps out the back, links the dots here. Would have been a nice little finisher. And yeah, you're absolutely right, Binnsy. You just save yourself valuable seconds by just riding out of that.
And you're getting your breath back.
Yeah, true.
Because, you know, you've got that big Gold Coast dash to deal with. Get yourself back up to the Oakley finish line.
Yeah, the exchange up there. And the Oakley exchange is right in front of the bar. Like right in front of it. And as the day goes on and the team support starts to, you know, the pride starts to swell and everyone starts to get really excited, that's the loudest place on Burleigh Headland by far.
So that was Mitch James making his way up Heartbreak Hill. Huey Vaughan earlier. Oh, that run was nothing. Do that every day of the week.
Well, let's see if he's still doing that if Shelley make it all the way to the final. It's 2 days of running up that hill. How fit is he?
Yeah, he's got Grom energy. He could do it all on a packet of salt and vinegar chips and a chopped milk, I reckon. So 37 minutes remaining.
Look at this. Look at this. Port Macquarie into first place, Binsey.
Well,
this is great stuff for the mid-north coast.
You picked it. So that was the wave from Imogen Enfield. Came in at a 4:03 and has done them pretty well on the clock as well, because we are definitely getting down to sort of 35-minute mark where you're starting to think about getting everyone back home, avoiding that 5-point penalty, which we have seen cost plenty of teams a shot at automatic progression. On the screen right now, this looks like
Holmesy.
Shane Holmes. Whoa. Huge turn, dumps the other shoulder, throws a bucket. That's what we know and love when Shane Holmes hits the water. He's going to go back out and have another swing.
So nimble for a big unit.
Oh.
So light on his feet.
Surprisingly deft. Light of touch, the velvet hammer.
That's it, mate. I bet he hits a dance floor and just glides on the thing. Look at that. Just fully hammers that end section. Big old kapow there. It's interesting watching the decision-making go down. Like, that was a really good wave with a good score. Surely Holmesy just pulls the trigger and comes in.
Especially in these rounds where
although North
you
Shelley
just want to finish in the top three, really.
North Shelley have slipped down to third here. So Holmesy must be their second surfer.
Third surfer.
Third surfer. Macy, what did she drop?
We just haven't had a... So she got a 4.8.
Oh, that's good.
Yep. And we're just waiting for Shane Holmes' last wave to drop in.
Oh, and then Russ Maloney's out there.
But Port Macquarie are through to their fourth surfer, sitting in the lead, so that's a good place to be. North End's third surfer, Coral Durant, who's from WA.
WA?
Yeah, she's from up north.
Bluff.
Yep. She's joined the NEB. She's yet to register a wave. We've seen Shane Holmes drop in a third score. Ava Argros for Kingscliff is their third surfer, yet to score. Lockie McDonald, third surfer for the Peninsula. Kira Buckpitt from Ulladulla, she's already nervous. Hasn't yet hit the water. Waiting for Charlie Brophy to get up and
he's up.
hit
He's
the
up.
Oakley Exchange.
Kira's definitely, if she's not out there, she's skipping over the rocks right now. But North Shelley go back into the lead after that last wave of Shane Holmes, 4.8. And look at the scores here. They're locking off 6.8, a 6.33, a 4.8. You know, if a 4.8 is your lowest score, you're doing pretty well if that's by your third surfer.
So what's to stop your power surfer jumping on a mal just to really eat up the paddle?
Nothing.
And getting around and just, you know, you only need a 2 and avoid
Oh,
that 5.
Holmesy's still fighting out here.
Bang. Hammer time. Oh. Well, that's why he went back out again, Vaughan.
See you later, 4.8.
Yeah.
That was even better. A much steeper wave, a bigger wave. And when you're matching power with power, you're going to get a big score. Holmesy blasts that end section.
The 4.8 was Macy's. He had a 6.13.
Oh.
So he's still... yeah, he's doing very nicely for his team if he, you know, and you'd think this has got to go well above that 6.13, so worth it.
Well, this last section really stood up for him, round the ridge. Ooh. And a much bigger turn than his last one, which yielded good results. Look at this, North Shelley starting to feel the energy up there.
Russ Maloney.
What's Stace Galbraith doing up there? Is he tapping into that power?
Russ Maloney. That's another great thing about the ABB. Not too many high-level surf competitions where guys will wear a surf hat. Russ Maloney.
I back that heavily.
He's not afraid to put the cap on, and he's another one of these guys who is just a tag team specialist, a stalwart, the backbone of the North Shelley team. Can't wait to see Russ hit the water. Let's put him in, Shane. Come on, mate.
Yeah, how much success has been on the backs of Shane Holmes and Russ Maloney? Like, those two have just contributed so much to this great club. Kingscliff fighting hard to get back in this one. The scores aren't too bad, but the time is definitely an issue. 32 minutes. Has anyone just done the straight paddle out, catch a wave, come in and do the loop as quickly as you can? Do we know how quickly it can be done?
Yeah, Ulladulla did it like 5 times in that last heat. They nailed it. Oh, yeah. I believe live heats have some timing in place today for some of these different sections. It would be cool to know, like
what's the quickest you can do the lap?
Yeah.
With a good score. Like, if you paddle out, get a wave the second you hit the lineup, and it happens to break all the way in, I wonder what the circuit is. What would your guess be?
Oh. You're doing well to break 7 minutes, maybe.
7?
Are you calling it a 1,500 metre loop? What do you reckon the distance is?
Yeah, it's long.
Call it a kilometre.
You know what? Let's find out. Let's send Stace out to do it.
Yeah, I reckon.
It's not a bad idea. 31 minutes. We're
Stace would love that. Still waiting on that last score.
Oh, you know what? No, let's send Reggae out to do it. All right, so I think we're going to throw it down.
Speaking
to
of Stace.
Yeah, it was with the BC Proton bars.
Burleigh Heads, most well known for being the birthplace of man-on-man surfing, but now what it's known for, it is the home of protein consumption, and what better place to do it here than at BC Proteins. It is the #1 protein snack in your health food aisle. And I tell you what, I've been loading up on this gear all day because I've got a rematch coming up with Huey Vaughan. He's been going hard on the gear. I need to catch him. I owe him one.
I'm assuming Stace is talking about last year where he ran up the hill doing the interview.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Gotcha. Yep, very good.
Yeah, Stace is looking in tip-top shape.
For a father of 3.
Isn't he?
Yeah, he's doing very nicely.
So there's Holmesy.
Oh, what a team.
Job done. You know, so there's some teams, they've got their process dialed in. And North Shelley are always in that conversation for first or second every heat. Look at this. Super fast down the line. And Peninsula.
Yeah, that was Lockie McDonald.
That was sick, Lockie.
I think we might have just seen Kira just taking off on a wave right before Lockie's there as well. So Kira.
Yeah, okay. So this is Kira down the end and Lockie on the inside. No interference. Kira didn't get onto it anyway, but Lockie just 2 very fast turns. Hasn't he got a nice style? First turn set him up for the close-out re-entry. And when you link them together like that, the judges, mate, they tuck the old serviette into the top of the shirt, pull out the knife and fork, and start ripping in. They love it.
All right, that was Ava Argros. She's already got a 5 to her name. So the good thing about this being such a long-running point is you basically get 2 cracks at it anyway. It's not like you have to turn around and paddle back out and your teammates go, boo, hey, no, start waving you in. You get a free swing, basically.
Yeah, you get that sort of outside section, and by the time you pull off, you're basically out the back for the inside section. Copped a hell of a blue bottle sting in there last year. No, this year. Not a great feeling.
Who was your board riders growing up?
Well, I've got a few, but New Brighton board riders. They'll be here next year. Slice! Port Macquarie! For a second, they were up in first. They've slipped back down to 5th.
That was Archie Branch. So he's their 4th surfer, so, you know, that 5 points could come into play.
Well, North Shelley holding it down with the kind of muscle you'd expect from basically the Penrith Panthers of club surfing.
Shane Holmes' last wave was a 6.88, so he did upgrade by, you know, 0.6, 0.7. Yeah. North Shelley doing it very nicely. There is their cheeky little anchor man, Huey Vaughan. Don't go anywhere. More action from the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle right after this.
Was in the spring, then spring became the summer. Would have believed you'd come along. Hands touching hands, reaching out, touching me, touching you. Sweet Caroline, ba, ba, ba. The times never seem so good. So good, so good, so good. I live now, ba, ba, ba. Sweet Caroline, ba, ba, ba. The times never seem so good. So good, so good, so good.
All right, welcome back to the 2025 Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle. We got 6 of the finest teams in the water right now. North Shelley in the lead, doing it very nicely. As you'd expect, they are a powerhouse in tag team surfing. Kingscliff sitting second. Peninsula from Victoria currently in third. North End from right here on the Gold Coast, just sitting, lurking, biding their time. Dangerous in fourth. They've now slipped down to fifth. Port Macquarie with another wave on the board, and Ulladulla languishing in sixth with a few time issues on their plate as well.
Yeah, well, Kingscliff have done a great job here, Binzi. Micah Margerson, he took a little while to get his first wave. The team was feeling a little bit under pressure, but they've got back into a pretty good position, up in second. And Ava just getting it done there. Palms it off to her bro. Lockie.
"25 minutes to go, and this is the Port Macquarie team." So this is Archie Branch, looking to get into the beach. And right now we're going to cross down to Jessie Starling, who's talking to Ava Ardros.
For a girl who was very nervous before her heat, she just got a 5 and put her team in second. That's going to feel pretty good.
Yeah, I was so nervous before this, but yeah, I don't know, I just tried to get a wave sort of quickly because I know a lot of the teams aren't making it in on time, so yeah, pretty stoked.
You had a bit of encouragement. You had your coach, my sister, sitting here cheering you on throughout the, pre-heat routine. Did that make you feel a bit better about the whole situation going on here today?
Yeah, True's always so helpful. I love her so much, and she understands what it's like to do this comp, and she's been helping me a lot, so yeah, I'm really grateful.
Talking about siblings, you come in, tag your brother, you're going to keep a close eye on what's going on out there now?
Yeah, I know he was really nervous, so I'm praying that he'll, get a good wave. Yeah.
Just follow his sister's lead, hey?
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Jess. And thank you, Ava Giros, getting a good score there for Kingscliff, getting them back into the thick of it. And meanwhile, just looking at this heat, we know that Ulladulla have been a little bit under the time pressure, but North End, surprisingly, with a couple of big scores in their top 3, are sitting down in 5th. So looking for Coral Durant to get in, lock that score off. And Port Macquarie doing a good job of holding down 3rd place at the moment.
Yeah, they really are. Port Macquarie are just putting quantity over quality. They're just getting through their team, banking those points, and trying to steer well clear of the 5-point penalty. That was Lockie Argos on his backhand. 4th surfer for Kingscliff.
Oh, clean face out the back, slicing back in towards the power source, and we'll get it. A 2nd turn, a 3rd turn. This is busy stuff from Peninsula Boardriders, and a really strong ride. Most importantly,
that was Sarah Hickson.
Straight off that back bank. And you'd imagine they'd just be going, come on in. As the Bush Tooks, the Ibises do the Gold Coast Dash. North End Boardriders.
They're really putting their junior members through their paces this morning.
No, that's one way to get the kids to go to bed early, just make them run up and down that hill.
So the North End Boardriders juniors and the Burleigh Boardriders juniors, they surf off every year for the Joe Engel Cup.
Oh, that's cool.
It's a junior rivalry grudge match between the two clubs.
2 in a row, Joe.
still got 22 minutes. So
Oh, Peninsula.
you're going to probably have close to 10 minutes. But we don't want that. Big scare.
So we saw Torquay and Janjuk in the first heat of the day. Torquay didn't actually qualify this year. It was Peninsula 13th and Juk who took the Victorian spots, and Torquay last-minute replacement after Northeast Boardriders from Tassie couldn't come up for the second crack at this event.
Yeah. Well, there was a lot of chat coming out of
Big
Torquay. They had the
boil over in
team. They thought they were ready.
Yeah, big boil over in the Victorian qualification rounds. All right, here goes Lockie Argos from Kingscliff. He's found a runner. And he will link this through to the beach, banking points the whole way. And trying to cut out as much flat water paddling as possible as he makes his way onto the sand right in front of the famous Burleigh Pavilion.
I think we've got to doff the cap here to Sarah Hickson for Peninsula. She went mad on that wave. A 4.73 and out the back, down the line speed for Russ Maloney.
Oh.
And that is just job done. Yeah, that's what you're working against. It is dead set a flawless system these guys have developed to just dominate club surfing rounds, club surfing heats, and get to this pointy end of the competition. But mate, Kingscliff and Peninsula, their strategy honestly does seem to be, look, anything around the 4 or 5 mark, bring it on in.
And it's working
Let's
for
not
them.
mess with the clock.
It's working really nicely for them. Kingscliff have got 2 4s, 2 5s. Peninsula, 3 4s and a 5. You think North Shelley's probably going to fly comfortably into the lead. Would like having a little bit of a closer look at Russ Maloney's hat. Like, could there be some listening apparatus behind those flaps?
Ah, I see what you're saying. Like some sort of
communication?
Yeah, some sort of walkie-talkie setup.
Lane Beachley, Ken Bradshaw back in the day.
Oh, thanks for reminding me.
Some comms.
Yeah, well, the funny thing is, you know, every heat, there's one club that just seems to find the rhythm, get in sync and start blasting 6s, 7s. North Shelley is that club in this heat. But why not have a strategy in this sort of surf where you go, okay, look, the 5 points at the end, it's crucial. Like, we need those 5 points. So let's make sure the clock doesn't become our enemy. We'll use it to our advantage. And if you get anything in that sort of 4 to 5 point range, we'll just make sure our team total's super strong, because at worst, you might end up in the top of the 4th place getters and a second bite of the cherry of the Savo in the bonus round.
Absolutely, 3 teams qualify, and this is a qualification round. Doesn't really matter if you win this heat or if you come second or third, and easier to beat 3 teams than 5.
So North End sitting in 4th. It's going to be a real battle. Kingscliff, Peninsula, North End.
Yeah. So last wave in for Russ Maloney was a 5.25, and North Shelley have moved a mile out into first.
So Port Macquarie and Ulladulla need someone in their team to step up and drop a monster score, because those scores on average are just not going to be enough to get them into that progressing situation. So with a couple of surfers to go and a power surfer as well, they need a big performance from basically their best surfer.
Yeah, and North End, they've got 18 minutes. We were saying earlier, maybe it's a 7-minute lap. They've got to get through 3 more surfers. So, you know, round about that 25-minute mark maybe is when you need to start saying, just do your lap.
There's the cap, Binsey.
Yeah.
There's the close-up, mate.
I need Jesse Starling to have a look.
Looks pretty standard to me.
You'd know. You aren't afraid of wearing the surf cap?
Oh, I love the surf cap.
Were you wearing one at Cloudbreak the other day?
I was. Let's throw it down to Jess.
Russ, immediate run feelings. How are you going?
Pretty good.
No cramps this year?
No cramps. The run.
Yeah.
Like the surfing can kind of do its own thing, but yeah, just the run and the rock off. It's really slippery, and I watched the girl get smashed yesterday, and it's pretty heavy. So yeah, just a shout out to all the kids at home watching me. I love you, Ange. Yeah, thank you.
Beautiful. Thanks, Russ. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, beauty. Thanks a lot, Jess. Thanks, Russ Maloney. Just saw, was that Brad King and Tarvey Woods Beach does brew on the inside, making their way out through the cove. Can get perilously shallow.
Yeah, it's cool seeing that replay of Russ's, you know, what looks like two pretty nice off the tops, standard sort of lip line runs. When you have a good close look, you can just see how much speed and control he's got. You know, he even gets the tail up and over just onto that little bit of extra flair for the judges. Yeah, he's just got it. He's just got that beautiful connection to the ocean that, you know, well, that I don't have, if we're going to be real about it.
He's one of those guys you see in the surf and you're like, man,
I know.
damn you.
Dang it.
It looks so easy.
Oh, on the backhand, punching it for Port. It's been a couple of really nice backside re-entries here. A little bit of momentum just starting to get away from Port Macquarie.
So 15 minutes to go, and we have North Shelley. They've got two more surfers to get through Kingscliff. They're down to their last two, as are Peninsula, North End, Port Mac. Well, they've got their second last surfer with the score, whether they want to hang on to that and make sure that they get home in time.
You guys got any more
And
laps?
Ulladulla still with 3 scores to come, so Ulladulla really need to get a wriggle on.
Huey's just milking the last out of this
Heavy.
block of wax.
Not good.
That's what happens when you're the power surfer. You just get...
No, you're going to need a bit more than that, Huey. Oh, sick Larry out the back there.
So is Huey their junior surfer and the power?
No, I don't think so. I think he's just power all the way. Oh, maybe he is. All right, North End. This is just a run down the point to try and manage this final 14 and a half minutes. Out the back, look at the size of this one. Flying down the line. This is North Shelley.
Jackson Cowan. Bang! Oh, that was a big turn.
I said just shoot across and get one and come straight in. Because you don't want to punch.
Yeah, when you're on, you're on.
Oh, Gatorade! For the legs!
Yeah, this is working breakfast.
They look relaxed. They look like they're in control. And Jackson contributes to that massive total. As we see Peninsula now currently holding down second. For Victoria, nice off the top. Kicks it out there, Tarby.
Oh, his backhand right now, Brad King. He would be their masters surfer.
Peninsula doing such a good job here. Holding down second place. And I believe Tarby's going to come in on that one and send Lucas Hickson out the back as we see a big slice on the inside now from Timmy Wrench. And time is really the enemy here for Ulladulla.
Go again. You! Ulladulla! You!
Mate, the enthusiasm will never wane.
That's why we're here.
Team support.
People bring kitchenware, the pots, pans, everything but the kitchen sink down here at Burleigh Heads for the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle. That's Tim Wrench in the water. Or is this Jackson, sorry? Is that black or blue?
That's Jackson. So, yeah, Jackson for North Shelley. Fanging through onto the inside, and this section just looms up and over he goes. Gets a big shout from the crew on the hill. And this is Peninsula Boardriders Tubby Woods a 3.85, but that's just plenty as they hold on to second place. And now the power surfers will get out there to try and lock it off.
11 minutes to go. It's getting mighty tight right now. This 5-point penalty is huge. You've got really not much separating Kingscliff, North End, Port Macquarie. Ulladulla with some work to do. We've got just over 11 minutes remaining. Don't go anywhere. More action from the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle coming up right after this.
Oh, so sorry, no.
A help company would get people back on their feet after things go wrong. And it would make complicated stuff simple. A help company would cover you no matter who's driving your car. Or if you forgot to lock your front door, Kevin. It would hire climate scientists and try to predict the unpredictable. It would do all those things. So that's what we're doing. NRMA Insurance, a help company.
Swipe, stream, share. Boost Mobile works in more places. Now on 5G. No lock-in contracts. Bring your own number. On the full coverage of the Telstra mobile network. Switch today at boost.com.au.
All right, welcome back to the 2025 ABB Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle. And we are getting down to the business end of our fourth heat of the day. North Shirley are out in front by a country mile, but we've got a huge battle going down for the remaining two qualification spots. Peninsula from Victoria, currently second. Kingscliff, North Coast New South Wales in third. That was Port Macquarie looking to jump up. There's not much separating third and fourth at the moment. North End are right there as well, but they've got a few more surfers that they need to get through. And there's less than 10 minutes to go. Ulladulla, they're on the ropes.
Yeah, I mean, setting this thing up for the last 10 minutes or 9 minutes now, Bins. Like, the two big stories here is that Peninsula Boardriders have come out and just nailed it. Like, they're holding down second at the moment. They've got dead set. Every other team is chomping at their heels. But the other story here is North End. They've got to watch this clock. They've got two incredible surfers coming up, Louis Hind and Chris Zappis.
They're not going to... They'll struggle to get two surfers.
They will struggle. And then you factor in that 5-point penalty and you're toast. So, you know, Peninsula Boardriders have made a statement here. I love that you can go out there with your own game plan and you just bring a solid performance. And all of a sudden, people start to look at your team just a little different. The North End have got to be careful. They've got big scores in there, mate. Huge scores. Port Macquarie, though, this was a ripper of a wave. Oh, Millsy.
So this will unleash Mitchell Vanderveer, who is their power surfer.
Louis.
This is Louis Hind.
He will not be messing about. You don't think he'll paddle back out? What?
Oh, he didn't need to kick the board out. He needed to get in.
See, North End are in a position where they can actually get a low score here. They've got huge scores on the back of Zappis.
Zappis and Ibis.
And Ibis.
A 5 and a 6. Coral Durant with a 4.83. But they need to get a second surfer at least. Well, they need to get Chris Zappis back into the water at least to try and bank some points because they're going to lose those.
Oh, that first turn was huge from Louis Hind. I only saw the tail end of this wave, so he's got another big score here and he's worked the clock over. But if you're North End right now, you are dead set freaking because Louis got to get in, get around that Gold Coast dash, up Hyundai Hill, into the Oakley Exchange, tag it off with Chris Zappis, who has to get down the hill, over the rocks, past the bush turkeys, past the bin chickens, try and get a wave and back up again.
Well, I think if you're Chris Zappis, you're going to give up on trying to make it back, and then you're just assuming you need to try and get above a 5 to break par.
That's good thinking. So let's throw it down to Jessie Starling. I believe she's got a spirit animal down there. Who is it?
Guys, I couldn't help myself. Narrabeen walks up the Hyundai Hill. I have to talk to them. And I'm here with Hog and his beautiful daughter Summer, who actually has been Hoggy's running coach. How have you been helping him train?
Well, I taught him how to... Well, he was running like this, and I learned that if you go like this, he can run much more faster.
And your dad definitely needs to run faster, doesn't he?
Yes. Yes. Definitely.
And she's the hardest coach you've ever had?
Oh, by far. She just sees straight through me, just tells it to me straight. There's just no getting around it. Just pure joy. Yeah.
And what do you want to see Dad do in the heat?
I want to see him do good and don't catch little waves.
I love it. I love it. You hear that? You hear that, Hog?
Sets only. Good call. Let's do this.
Let's go, Team Hog.
Oh, Team Hog looking fit, looking strong, and looking mentally just on point.
Don't catch the little waves. Great advice.
Yeah, he's the new head of performance at the Hyundai Australian High Performance Centre, Surfing Australia there.
All right, 5 minutes 40 to go. That last score's come in for North End. Louis Hind, it's a good one, a 5.33. Let's put them up into second. So it's still super, super tight between Peninsula, Kingscliff, Port Macquarie. You imagine there's going to be a couple of 5-point penalties that come into play. This is Lucas Hickson for Peninsula, so he's going to... Peninsula, as we keep saying, they're doing it very nicely. They're going to finish in time, save themselves that 5-minute penalty, and that really buys you some breathing room.
Here's Huey Vaughan. He's the power surfer out the back racing. Now, don't forget, whatever he gets on this wave is going to count, and he makes it count. Big snap with a foam climb.
Gets himself really nice and tight into the corner as well. That'll get him onto the Gold Coast Dash track with a minimum of fuss.
Yep.
And as we heard earlier, he said, do this run every day.
All our power surfers, they're the NRMA Insurance power surfers. And, mate, if you need insurance that your team is going to do well, then having Huey Vaughan as your power surfer is a great call. Just so fast down the line. I mean, he has always had speed to burn. That young, platinum blonde grommet, just echoes of Mick Fanning as a young fella, and he's living up to the promise as well. This is his first run as the power surfer. Shout out to his brother Joel, no doubt watching over there right now in El Salvador as Port Macquarie begin to slip.
So this is Mitchell. Is this Mitchell van der Veer, their power surfer? So this is going to be really tight in the last 3.5 minutes. So Peninsula have got 5 surfers through, assuming Lucas can do this run in 3.5 minutes.
Well, he just went past us, so I think he's sweet.
North Shelley, they'll be having 5 surfers through.
Well, the good thing about Peninsula, they've done everything right, so it's up to the other teams to do it now. They're the ones who are applying the pressure of having everyone back in, a good
Lucas
solid
Hickson
scored.
Got a 5.75 for that last wave for Peninsula. So they are right up there with North Shelley. We've still got a score to come for Huey Vaughan that will break that deadlock. And then it's going to be a battle for 3rd place. North End, they're currently sitting in 3rd, but they're going to struggle because you would assume that they're going to lose that 5 points. There's 3 minutes to go. Chris Zaffis, I think he gives up on trying to get back and just looks to bank as many points as possible as he can on that last wave to try and soften the blow of that 5-point penalty. There is Huey Vaughan. So North Shelley putting on a clinic here in Heat 4 of the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle. They are an elite tag team Boardriders club, aren't they?
No, yeah. You would definitely say the structures, the way that they get their processes happening is down the beach, Kingscliff.
Oh, this is Micah Margison, 2 minutes to go. Can he make it back up the track in Heartbreak Hill? Vaughan, you're shaking your head,
2
saying no.
minutes. I'm just having a look where he is. Oh, it's going to be one of those runs.
if you could just come in, hit the rocks, but the fact that you have to...
You have to go right to the very start of the Gold Coast Dash, yeah. It's a big ask. 1 minute 40 to go. Kingscliff, they really do need to get him up Hyundai Hill and into the Oakley Exchange.
Well, he's going to bank points at least, which will give them that little bit more of a buffer over... well, they're going to get a penalty. Zaffis needs to catch a wave.
Well, Zaffis got his wave.
He has too. All right. So this is getting pretty tight right now. Last wave for Micah was a 3.52. Here was the replay of Chris Zaffis' wave that we just didn't see.
All points matter right now. Every last little minuscule point is going to matter because both Kingscliff and North End are going to get penalised.
1 minute to go.
Oh, Kingscliff slipping down into 4th place. 50 seconds. Oh. Can it be done?
This is just the worst, isn't it? You know you're not going to make it, but you're not allowed to stop running. You just have to run.
Yeah, he'll have to put in. He'll be known forever as the Kingscliff Gwot if he can make it up the top of the hill. Gwot.
He's going to fly past us any second. 30 seconds to go.
Come on, Margot!
Margot, 30 seconds!
Oh.
Well, don't count out Port Macquarie. Port Macquarie are back in the Oakley Exchange box with all their points locked. So this could be a
10 seconds
monumental upset if it's the clock management, the time management that put Port Macquarie up into third. Oh, no, Margot. And North End also looking down the barrel. So what is this 5-point penalty going to do here, Binzi?
Well, let's see, scores are in. We're not waiting on any more scores for waves, so it's just the 5-point penalties. North End are going to go down to 23. Kingscliff are going to go down to 20. Port Macquarie, I think they are going to finish about 3/4 of a point in front of North End.
Well, Zaffis looks Devo. And again, this is where we see this rare moment of team camaraderie, the team element of surfing. I mean, it's as real as any footy team, as any team sport. The disappointment is immense. The celebrations are huge. So we are waiting.
So North End, they lose the 5 points. They're down to 27. Kingscliff, they lose the 5 points, and Port Macquarie jumps
This
up.
is unbelievable. Port Macquarie and Peninsula, two clubs who are really yet to make a statement in this event, are through the first round. A huge boil over.
Oh, the Mornington Peninsula are rocking North Shelley. Well, we know what they are. They are just, a very quantifiable element. They're elite. But Peninsula, Port Macquarie, you guys have got your surfers through in time, and it has served you beautifully. It'll see you through to the next round.
Even with Binzi, even with their 5-point penalty, that's a big score for North End. You'd think they're going to be okay to surf in the bonus round, the Savo, and keep their dream alive.
And you know that they will be surfing in that with real fire in the belly, because they'll be pretty fuming right now.
Listen to the crowd going off. Peninsula and Port Macquarie getting it done. This is the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle, presented by NRMA Insurance at its finest.
Coming up
and
next.
Here he comes.
In case the action isn't raucous enough. Don't go anywhere. More action from the 2025 Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle right after this.
Get people back on their feet. make complicated stuff simple, and even try to predict the...
Yeah, heat 5, mates. So you can see there, that is South Arm from Tassie out there in the red. Trig Point from over in Perth in the white. Our old mates, North Narrabeen, Reg. Right. They're in the yellow. Kawana from the sunny coast in the blue. The boys from the Bra in the green from Maroubra. And another North Coast club, Cabba, mate. Cabarita in the white.
Yeah, we've got one of the Cabarita legends in the booth with us.
Hello, Chris Marta, CEO of Surfing Australia. How you going?
Great, stoked to be here, and great to see some waves, some fantastic weather, and this is going to be a hell of a heat.
It is, mate. Yeah, we've landed all right today. Of course, this is our second go at it. We had a slight disruption first time around.
With the
cyclone just bearing down on your event.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I remember texting you, go, hey, Chris, is this thing happening or not? On Tuesday, and you text me back going, no.
No, it's all good. We're here today. The waves are here and the weather's, it's amazing.
Yeah. Well, Chris, from Surfing Australia's point of view, this is one of your premium, if not the premium event of the year. Grassroots 46 Board Riders Club here on the Gold Coast for Burleigh Heads for the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle. Starts way before this, of course, with eliminations, but how important is it for you guys that this event runs and successfully runs?
Oh, it's critical. I mean, this is at the end of this weekend, we're going to crown an Australian champion board riding club, and that's no easy feat. There's 240 board rider clubs in Australia. There's 30,000 members. And so you're seeing, the final 10% of clubs competing here to win a championship, and it's really, really hard. So it means a lot to be an Australian champion. The Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle presented by NRMA Insurance champion is...
That was really well done.
Thank you.
Smooth.
is fantastic. It's a big deal.
Yeah, no, it is. It's awesome, and been pretty exciting so far. We've got good conditions out here for this type of event. All the surf's pretty exciting. Like the surfers have a lot of challenges, but at the same time they do have plenty of opportunities as well. And we've seen that in the last couple of heats. Some people seizing the opportunity, others going to sleep a little bit and losing their concentration.
That's true, mate. There are, snooze you lose out here.
Ooh.
This is Rudy Davis from South Arm down there in Tasmania. It's good to have the Tassie crew enjoying a bit of warm water up here, no doubt.
Yeah.
But of course, this is the second time we've run it here, Chris. Last year, first time at Burleigh. Went into the unknown a little bit last year. We weren't sure how it was all going to work, getting crew into the water, getting crew out of the water. It actually landed in a pretty unique spot because it's turned into this... It turned what's an awesome format anyway, the teams format. It's just added different elements to it with the run and now the paddle in and the getting off the rocks, and it's a real test.
Absolutely. And in addition to, of course, the run, the hill, the rock jump, I mean, they're all features of the natural geography here. But a big change we also did is we moved from 4 teams to 6. So 6 teams, that's a lot going on in the water. Glenn Elliott, our contest director, wasn't thrilled about that, but it makes it for really, really good continuous action, which is what you want to see in a surfing event.
Yeah, we just saw Taji Stokes there for Kawana in the blue on his first wave. Of course, those guys, Kawana had a great run here last year. They made it deep into finals day with a very young team as well. So we'll see how they go again. Up against, of course, the big dogs, North Narrabeen, who, Reginald, you kind of expect they're going to probably be there in the final tomorrow. Are you giving them a spot yet or what?
Well, not yet, but North Narrabeen, it's rare that they're not in the final. They've won the event a number of times, of course, and fair to say when they don't make the final, there's a quiet celebration from the rest of the club. I'm not saying North Narrabeen's, they're like the Manly of... the
NRL.
Yeah, that's right.
Or the Collingwood.
Everyone hates them because they're jealous.
Or the Collingwood of the AFL.
The thing I like about North Narrabeen, they're welcoming. So you go up there to Northie, in a nice east-northeast swell, and they like sharing the moment. Davey Cathell says, go whatever wave you want. But, North Narrabeen, and looking at their team, Sean, on paper, it's a bit of a killer one as usual, led by the... probably the face of board riding clubs as far as this goes, as far as enthusiasm, spirituality. We've got Nathan the Hog Hedge, who I wonder how much Surfing Australia pay him to use his image, because you can't see anything about the Hyundai Australian Battle of the Boardriders without Nathan Hedge front and centre.
He's like the spirit animal of
Yeah,
the...
he is.
Oh, we pay him heaps, don't worry about that.
Of course you do.
Well, he's probably the world's best club surfer.
Oh, I reckon, for sure.
We go as far as saying that?
Yep. Oh, without a doubt.
You know?
We could use someone like him in Queensland, put it that way. They mightn't come last.
Someone make an offer.
That's right. I don't think Hedgie would, he's not going to
defect.
He's not like Daly Cherry Evans. He's not going to just leave. But,
well, here we go. He's having a look out there.
Yeah, well,
he's in the thick of it.
He is their first surfer, of course. Things are getting a little bit tricky as this tide has changed, but up and riding, that is
Blake
Maroubra.
Thornton. Yeah, it's Blake Thornton there.
Yeah, well, there you go. Another former CT surfer, very experienced. Maroubra United.
Well, he's basically the Nathan Hedge of Maroubra.
Yeah.
So they send him out to do the heavy lifting. And he's the old wise head. And he's got a bunch of young crew. Of course, a lot of young crew coming out of that beach these days. Of course, Maroubra United is it's a united team. I've lost count of how many different board riding clubs
Maroubra's have
on Maroubra Beach, because there used to be South Maroubra, there used to be North Maroubra, there was another couple, but they put them all together and put them all under Maroubra United.
I think there's still a few down there.
Yeah. They put all the factions away for this.
For the greater good.
For one event. And out they go. Oh, is that Taji Stokes there for Kawana? Yeah, I think it is. Oh, that's a good start.
Oh, there you go. The crowd. Support crew's going off. That was a good opener. There you go. So, which mascot is that? It's quite a setup you got going here, Chris. I mean, this is a lot of infrastructure here and plenty of partners.
I think
big.
Big crowd. Arguably the most infrastructure for a surfing event in the world. You've got the running track, you've got the top of the hill, you've got all the different partner activations along the way. It's a very big playing field, and makes it interesting. You've got the run. Here we go. That's Cabba.
Okay, it's the opener for Trig, actually.
Oh, Trig, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So that's Fletch Len Warren for Trig. Of course, Trig Beach in the metro area of Perth. One of our 3 WA clubs we've got over here for this event.
Yeah, Trig Point, they've been around for a long time. It's probably the premier surf spot in Perth. I've actually had good waves at Trig.
The only surf spot in Perth.
Yeah. But, the point gets pretty good. You can get a little wind swell, sort of finds its way around Rottnest Island, and it was probably the biggest Perth I'd ever been when I surfed it, 3 to 4 feet.
But this is it's a bit odd that Nathan Hedge wasn't on the first wave.
Yeah.
Of this thing. We finally got him onto one here.
In and out, though.
And it's no good.
No. Well, there you go. Nathan Hedge out of that one. We've been in the water now for nearly 10 minutes.
He's pretty dependable when you throw him out there first. He's generally the first guy onto a wave.
Yeah, he likes to get runs on the board early.
And he is their power surfer as well. But again, if you're going to pick a power surfer, it's pretty reliable.
Yeah.
But he is definitely known for his fast starts, which he's not getting in this heat. But he is looking at something right now. He's paddling like furiously. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, here we go. Hoggy straight up into the pocket. Nice backhand jam and another one to finish. And that'll do him, I think.
Yeah, 2 good solid turns there for Nathan Hedge. He'll bank that one. He'll be coming in to tag Davey Cathles. Again, another former CT surfer. And Davey will be psyched to get out there. Geordie Lawler. They're our solid team. North Narrabeen.
Yeah, well, they could generally put out 3 or 4 teams with the talent they've got here. But that's pretty stacked there. Geordie Lawler, Jesse Dash, Ruby True, and as we said, Hedgie will be the power surfer. He'll go back out at the end of this. Pretty solid start there, Chris. Bit like your backhand turn that last one.
Sure.
So you've been getting in the water much, Chris?
Try, Rich, yeah.
You've got to lead by example, right?
Absolutely.
Wow. So what's been going on at the Surfing Australia High Performance Centre? I noticed like a lot of our pre-packages and all sorts of programs happening there at the moment. What's your favourite one?
Well, one to talk about for sure is the new Rise female program that we got in support with the federal government, which is really about driving female participation, particularly with regards to board rider clubs. So we're looking at 25 new female board rider clubs, helping female participation within existing board rider clubs, and really putting fuel on the fire that's already there, which was, oh look, there's the chicken. Is it a chicken?
Yeah, I don't know. It seems to be Kawana's the mascot.
Yep. So that's Brax Holmstrom going out next for Kawana.
Yeah, Chris, well, female participation is picking up all the time. I suppose from the federal government's point of view, the more activities they get sort of young people doing, young girls in particular, the better, you know. So
yeah, well,
surfing is the prime time rather than sort of hanging back and trying to figure out what Instagram scroll you might look at next. It's a bit more conducive to health.
No,
look at the hog. He's putting the big ones in. See, now everyone in North Narrabeen has to run that hard at the end of their...
Well, also, Nathan's one of our high performance coaches. He works in our podium program looking after some of the world's best surfers. Actually, they train up here quite a bit. I think they run that hill more days than they'd like.
Yeah.
And so to have a coach who can also, not only tell you what to do, but show you how to do it is really inspiring.
Yeah. He's a pretty good motivator. So Northie are out of the blocks. Looks like the kids from Kawana got the best of that first exchange. Taji Stokes with just over a 6-point ride. Of course, and this is the replay of Taj's opener. So great first turn, smooth into that little foam climb, and gets a finish here as well. So we saw these guys last year. Of course, Taj and Charlie Stokes, and there's the Holmstrom kids as well. It's like probably the youngest team, I reckon.
Yeah.
In the field. But they went all the way through to the semis, I think, from memory last year.
Yeah, they're looking like they're going to go all the way at one stage.
They were incredible.
But yeah, as we see, surfer in white now from Trigg.
Yeah, that's Jack Mickle for Trigg, being followed in. The Cody Kalawn was out there for Maroubra.
There you go.
Yep. Yeah, so that's a nice little inside connection as well.
Yeah, he's going to sort of hug the rocks here, build up some time across this section. So this run, I suppose everyone's quite aware from the last couple of heats when we saw probably 4 clubs and then another 3 clubs miss out on get docked the 5 points, which pretty well cruels your chances. So hopefully they'll be more aware of that as the day goes on.
Well, that's what I was saying before, Reg, with the 6. 6 is obviously a lot of people in the water, but it's hard. It's hard to make that top half. It really is. And if you don't get in on time, it makes it a long day.
Yeah, you're cooked. The bit of the irony is because of course when we were here last year, Chris was finals day was like 6+.
Yep.
It was solid, and the Saturday was 4 to 6 foot, and it was pretty solid. But I don't remember as many teams coming up short with time last year.
No.
They seem to actually get in a little quicker, even though the surf was bigger.
Yeah, 2 things are happening. One is that they were 70 minutes. These are 65s, and they were starting out the back, and this time they're starting from the start.
That's right.
So it is a slightly different, and that's what we like to do. That's the contest director thinks about that, because you want the time to be part of the process.
Just turn the dial, mate.
Correct.
Just, a little bit.
Make it shorter, add 2 extra teams, and make it harder. That's good. But as you said, makes it more interesting, and demands a high level of commitment from the surfers.
Yeah, it's better to watch.
That's right, definitely.
It's harder to surf.
So we just saw Maroubra. Dakota Coolon with a 5.08 has pushed them up in the first, so he'll come in to tag their 3rd surfer, Ty Course.
Yeah, Izzy Campbell going out next for Trigg in the white. So, of course, Chris, this runs all year, this event.
That's right.
Qualifiers. So we've had regional qualifiers going for, the best part of the 10 months, I suppose. So they happen regionally as well. So you've got a WA qualifier, South Oz. You've got a few, and it gets broken up here on the East Coast.
Yeah.
There's too many.
There's basically one in each state. And then there's 3 in New South Wales just because of the size of the coastline.
Whoa, that was nice. Oh, Kawana.
That's Brax Holmstrom.
So that was one big turn. It'll be interesting to see where they go from a score point of view on that one.
Here we go for South Arm. Sienna Lawrence. Got a little inside bonus section here. And she's going to cut it down, and it looks like she's going to declare it and come in.
And then, that's just all part of the tactics, like get away, get one quick, which I think was a good move. You do have to watch it because, 6 small scores might not get you through either.
Well, that's the whole thing. Sometimes, the points are more important than the time.
That's right.
And
I think that... Oh, here we go, the replay.
Yeah, so this is Brax Holmstrom there. Just the one big turn. He might paddle out and go again, I think.
Sick turn.
But this is what these kids brought last year to this event. They just went mad out there. And, where the other crew feel a bit more structured and, a bit more strategy involved, they just went out and did what teenagers do and just flared.
You got a prediction on that score there, Shona?
Mid-4s maybe, one turn.
Okay, I'll go a little higher. I'll go 5.
Yep.
There you go.
I don't know, he stayed out though.
5.67.
Did you just see it, did you?
No. I thought I'd throw something really precise. But yeah, it will be interesting to see. Has elected to go back out. We've seen people lock in high 4s off one turn, whether or not that one goes above it. 4.88. There you go.
There we go. We're in the middle somewhere.
Yeah. So he has elected to head back out.
That was good surfing. I mean, it's tricky conditions out there. It's pretty crumbly, and that was a critical turn.
Definitely seen, Chris, probably in the last 4 or 5 years, a rise of the Sunshine Coast clubs. I think largely probably on the back of, we've seen Davey Cathles here for North Narrabeen, on the back of North Shore when they won it.
That's right.
That year, the last year in Newcastle. But we've seen them just become a powerhouse. Noosa now as well.
Yeah, Noosa for sure.
And then you throw Kawana in the mix. A lot of good surfers coming from up that end of the coast.
Davey Cathles locking in that one for North Narrabeen. Who'll come in to tag Geordie Lawler. So not a bad wave, this one from Davey. It's 3 good solid turns before this one runs along the bank. So nothing too critical on the inside. Interesting to see that score. You reckon they'll score as highly as we just saw for the surfer from Kawana off one manoeuvre? Speaking the devil, here he goes.
Yeah, that's Brax Holmstrom again. So I'd say he'll definitely come in now. There you go. Sounds like they've got a crew up on the hill.
I mean, that's another great thing about this event is the families and the mums and the dads and the brothers and sisters and everyone that comes along to support their club. It's a real thing.
Yeah, totally. There's a huge support crew for every club. And then we see...
Yeah, that's Luke Johannesson going out now for South Arm. He's been a bit of a Tassie stalwart for a long time, Lukey.
So we're 20 minutes in, Seano. How well do you think they're managing the clock right now?
Poorly, Chris.
Yeah, okay. You could be a coach.
I think they've watched the last 2 heats where 4 of the teams in the last 2 heats haven't made it.
Yep.
Yeah.
And gone, right, we need to hustle at the start. But I think even when you go out with that plan, it doesn't always eventuate. Like everyone's, Cabarita still haven't locked in a second wave. Everyone else is on about 2 waves. So they're kind of on time, but it gets weird in this middle period here, in the 40 minutes to 20 minutes. That's when it can drift a little bit.
Yep.
people can get a bit lost at sea out there, and
It must be a challenge when you're the second surfer and you see another team's third surfer getting a wave around you.
And the screws just get tightened as you get down into the third and fourth. You know, we saw those last couple of heats. You've had 15 minutes to get 3 surfers in and out, which is basically physically impossible.
And that's where I've got to give credit to North Narrabeen. You see those guys.
A tour surfer in, and then send out a Challenger Series winner.
Yeah, exactly.
And neither of them are the power surfers either, you know. They're just your engine room in the middle.
That's right, they're your journeymen. But no, North Narrabeen has been that never-ending sea of talent that comes out of that beach, as we see from Maroubra. Ty Koulis. Nice. Was turned in a decent little wave here for Ty. Oh, boy. Nearly put the commentator's curse on him, but...
Geez, that's almost a keeper, I reckon. Yep,
Yeah.
and it is.
That wobble might have cost him half a point, but... Yeah. So, yeah, Ty looking really good. A little bit of a stumble at the end there, but overall, another good wave for Maroubra. And as they get ready to make the run, we'll be back with more action from the Hyundai Battle of the Boardriders right after this.
Get people back on their feet, make complicated stuff simple, and even try to predict the unpredictable. So that's what we're doing. NRMA Insurance, a help company.
Okay, and welcome back to Burleigh Heads. There's, Gotham City up there, Surfers Paradise to the north. Meanwhile, out here the front of Burleigh, there's a bit going on. We've got the Australian Boardriders Battle, the best boardriding clubs in the nation. Out here, this is Luke Johannesson surfing for South Arm Boardriders from all the way from Tasmania. And just when we were complaining about how hot it was and how sunny it was,
yeah,
hello.
The rain.
Well, it was predicted to rain actually earlier, and we were wondering where it was, and it looks like it's showed up.
Yeah,
I think
that is Maddie Parker.
Yep.
She is the BC Protein Snakes female surfer.
Well, there you go.
And she's also my neighbour.
Oh, there you go.
And I surf with her and her dad and her uncle out the front of my house, and she just had a pretty good wave. She took a while, but I hope she locks in a good score there.
Are you signed up with Cabba Boardriders?
Oh, I'm sorry. Was that?
Or was that Kawana?
That was Kawana, I think. Let's see.
No. It's going to be hard to see out there.
Yeah, exactly.
Kind of in the mix here, just quietly. Sitting on a pair of 4s plus Izzy's wave just then, which I reckon is probably going to be better than anything they're sitting on already. They might put them up into the mix. Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, for sure. We might have to close the back here.
Reg, you're on duty, mate. You're on the side crew. Yeah, as you can see, a bit of weather moving in here as predicted. We knew this was coming at some point. It's Binzi. Are you still there, mate? Have you blown away, or where are you?
Yeah, barely. Beautiful one day, perfect the next. It's
gone down on that. She looks like she's going to head out and look for something else. So 37 minutes to go, and so they're pretty much on time. The top 3 clubs anyway, Maroubra, Kawana and North Narrabeen, got scores locking in, but things might get a little weird here for the last half hour. Here's the replay of Izzy Campbell's wave for Trig. Nice setup turn, but then absolutely flared that last one. So that keeps Trig in the mix. So you're going to get some interesting television in the next 35 minutes. We can promise you that.
If we don't get blown away.
You can see the crew up there. That's the Kawana crew on the hill.
You see this squall just coming in out of the east-southeast and the wind swirling around. But at this stage, Trig Point, like you said, that last wave really has upped the ante for them.
Yeah, the CEO's really earning his money at the moment.
He's saving the day. There's well, but
yeah, so there's the, oh my God, there's the scene up the top of the hill. So imagine if you're actually running these teams, and you've got teams in the water, trying to work out what you're doing up there at the moment.
Well line detectors all the way out the back. Well line detectors all the way out the back.
I did, I survived.
You're almost crushed by the ABB trophy.
I think I may have a fractured rib, but that's all right. I will survive. But yeah, there we go. So that main part of that squall's gone through. I think our surfers can actually see what's going on out there again.
Yeah, waiting for a little update here.
Yeah, there you go. Look,
not business as usual.
Yeah.
So it looks like Maroubra getting ready to go out again in the green. North Narrabeen there in the yellow. So both those clubs, yeah, looking all right at the moment. Northie in fourth, which is a little strange for them. Of course, they're...
And South Arm, got a long way to go, of course. They're languishing back there in sixth position, as we see.
It's Amani Barber coming in for Maroubra.
Yeah, well, Maroubra currently in second place. So Trig, Maroubra currently in second place. So Trig are in the lead. And of course, half their points.
Folks coming in. And Dane Bird's going out, of course. Their Masters surfer.
That looks like Cabba.
Yep, that would be Cabba. That's Kenna Fogarty for Cabba. So we've lost him entirely. He's been out there that whole time.
It's a pretty good wave.
Yeah.
This might put Cabba back in it.
Yeah, Cabba are a bit behind on time and on points, but as we said, there's still half an hour to go.
Yeah, well, they're both, I think they've got 3 surfers to go. Cabba, so yeah, that time's not the end of the world.
Mate, what a scene.
Yep, total chaos.
I think someone was saying about 6.5 minutes.
Is the average we want to be out there?
If you can leave the start, catch a wave, get out, catch a wave, get back.
Yeah, once you start going to 9 minutes, you're definitely encroaching, especially with the 6 surfers. Like so.
Yeah, so I think Cabba definitely from a time point of view is tight, but definitely doable. And I think they'll lock in it. Kenneth did a pretty good score then, I think.
Probably the one we're not talking about that might be in a bit of strife here, just quietly, is Northie.
Yeah, well,
Northie are down on points. Like they didn't lock in their usual Nathan Hedge opener 6-point thing. You know, we just saw Geordie Lawler come in with a 1? Oh no, he banked in a 5.53.
Oh, okay, so there you go.
We didn't see, so they've just jumped up right now. Okay. So we didn't even see that. That must have happened in the break.
Yeah, we thought he was holding at 1.88, but that's a big.
Okay, well that changes things. That makes life a little easier for Northie. Yeah, that's flipped the whole. Because Trig, I think, were in 5th at that point. So they've actually gone out now, and they're almost favourites to be winning this thing. So, and the other thing is Jake Scott from Trig's backed it up with a 5.33. And they're ahead of time. So yeah. Trig suddenly are looking... Because it's not very much like... It doesn't look a lot like Trig Point out there at the moment. That's not going to help.
No, like he wasn't a power surfer. But yeah, so... At this stage, this surfer. But yeah, so at this stage, this one's still pretty tight. We've got just under 25 minutes, and Trig holding that lead And as we said, that 8.75 making a big part of those scores. That 8.75 making a big part of those scores. So North Narrabeen just outside the top 3.
Time they got the grommet out there, Jesse Daish. And there he is there on the left in the yellow. So down there on the left in the yellow. So down to 23 minutes. You can see he's got some hustle on here. It's been a full takeover by the kids.
It's the weather, sends them mental.
Well, it sends all the old people into the hospitality tent. And the kids just hang out.
So that's a really, look at this turn.
Yeah, mate. So Kawana really needed that. They were behind on time. They were actually doing all right on the scoreboard. So,
and I don't know if you noticed, those sets were feathering out, were breaking out the back, and I think that was those things. Here we go. Could be a nice end section. Oh.
Okay. Yeah, in. What do you reckon?
Yeah. So surfer in Trig.
Yeah, that's Luke Campbell there for Trig. Well, they're going to keep him out, are they? What are we down to? 22 minutes. Yeah. So he's their 5th surfer. So they've only got the power surfer to go. Here goes Jesse Daish for Northie. Well, he waited a while, but he's got a good one. So he's got to get a move on in here and get the next surfer out, which is going to be
Ruby
True. Yep. And of course Nathan Hedge will power surfer for North Narrabeen. So they've got a bit of work to do. They've got the grommet score to drop yet. So this is the replay of his wave here. Jesse Dash 4 or 5 in that, which still keeps them alive.
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah, we sort of, you have a look at the replay here. His turn, sets up, nice rebound. So yeah, 2 good solid turns, high 4s. You can see, I think he was definitely heading back out. So just on that 20-minute mark. So you've got 3 surfers left. You can see North Narrabeen getting set to tag Nathan Hedge. Oh, that was cool.
Yeah, George Messiter from Maroubra. Nice big stylish gap there.
Yeah.
So I think he'll declare here. Presented by Hyundai, live from Burleigh Heads all weekend. Plenty more after this. Don't go anywhere.
A help company would get people back on their feet, make complicated stuff simple, and even try to predict the unpredictable. So that's what we're doing. NRMA Insurance, a help company.
All right, here we are back at Burleigh Heads for the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle, and we have a real battle happening at the moment. 17 and a half minutes remaining, and things pretty tight in this one. See, North Narrabeen, they have moved their way back up from 4th into 2nd spot.
Just when you ride them off, Reg.
Yeah, and they've got Nathan Hedge out there, the power surfer, with plenty of time on his side. So, yeah, Northie definitely doing the job there to get back in a position. Trig Point still holding on to that lead. And Kawana looking pretty solid as well. We saw that last wave for Maroubra, and I think they're definitely within easy striking distance at this stage.
Yeah, that's Billy Anderson, I think, coming up for Cabba. So we lost him out there for a little while. There's Georgie Messiter for Maroubra.
Still waiting on.
Maroubra are well ahead on the clock. They need some points though, so they really need Kayo Sports to bring it home as the power surfer. But mate, it has been chaotic out there to say the least.
Yeah.
If you haven't guessed, we just got hit by a squall in the middle of this heat, which wiped out 10 minutes basically. We couldn't see anyone. We don't know what happened. I don't know if the surfers know what happened.
The judges do, so that's all good.
Yeah, well, thankfully they're paying attention.
Yeah.
But you know, we've kind of landed this spot, 15 to go. It's actually pretty close between all of the clubs. You look at the heat totals. Something weird could still happen here. Cabra have got a bit of work to do. They're currently in 4th.
That's Josh Fuller. He is a fit human being, and I think he can get something done pretty quick as well.
Yeah, well, Josh is out there as their power surfer. So, you know, the NRMA Insurance power surfer, it's coming down, well, mostly it's really crucial at this stage, as he's going to decide 3rd, 4th and 5th. So Cabarita back down, but look at the scores. There's not much between it. Between 3rd Maroubra 20.49 and we got South Arm in 6, 18.22. So 2 points of difference. Yep.
So she's left a fair chunk of time on the clock there for Nathan Hedge, the last surfer. Red come in, Hamish Renwick for South Arm in Tassie. So that's he's surfer number 5. So they've only got one surfer left. He's looking all right.
Yep.
They just need some points.
Exactly, as we see him about to make the sprint. We're going to cross down to Jess Starling, who's talking to Josh Kerr.
All right, guys, we're down at the Athiona setup pop-up tent that we have here at the ABB Grand Final, and I'm with the one and only Josh Kerr. Josh, you just told me the most incredible story. Break down the equipment you have in front of me because it's made from pretty cool things.
Yeah, exactly. So basically I have a board here that, well, we'll go back to the start. We had Surfing Australia reach out going, we work with Athiona that we want to do a partnership, do something with their turbines into a surfboard. I'm like, okay, crazy. We can try this out. Next thing I know, we're getting a 10-foot piece of a wind turbine blade that had been decommissioned from South Australia, sent to our factory where we do draft surfboards, that we had to figure out how we could integrate that into a surfboard and upcycle it in. So once we got that dropped off, we came up with the concept of stripping them down. We inserted some of the turbine blade into the epoxy core here for strength and the flex pattern. And then we also made some fin, basically like cut them out and jigsawed out some fins, foiled them in for the fixed fin template. And then while we were doing that, we collected all the dust that we did and put that into the resin for strength to give it a lot more strength in amongst the core as well. And yeah, we did like a handful of boards and came out with a pretty cool little concept here, and they performed really well. We put them to the test down in actually South Australia in front of the wind farm down there on this crazy 8-foot slab and scored perfect waves, and the boards worked amazing. So haven't broken any, so that's pretty amazing. And yeah, it was just a cool kind of project on the way we can kind of
Down here, and we're so lucky to have one of them on display. Josh, thank you so much, and thank you, Athiona. Hopefully we inspire more people to...
Kawana in 4th place, of course, 1st, 2nd, 3rd go through automatically.
Yeah.
And then we surf off the 4th place teams later this afternoon. There's Taji Stokes getting ready to go out for Kawana. It's Kayo Sports and the power surfer for Maroubra.
Wow.
Nice finish turn.
Yeah, well, there you go. He's finishing off. They got plenty of time. So Maroubra currently sitting in 2nd spot. They'll push them up into 1st, maybe temporarily, but Maroubra, no dramas there, looking pretty solid throughout.
Yeah, so currently in 2nd. That should really ice a spot for them. There's a replay here for Zenix Holstrom.
So looking pretty safe as well.
Well, it looks like Trigg are the one that have gone missing in action a little bit. Luke Campbell's out there for Trigg at the moment in the white. Yeah, he's been out there a while. There he is. You can see on the left of screen. Kawana are well and truly in it. They're a point and just over a point behind. So it's basically Taj Stokes versus Nathan Hedge.
Yeah.
For this last spot, this last automatic spot anyway. Oh, here we go.
Is that Josh?
It's Josh Fuller, yeah, for Cabba. So he's done pretty well here, connecting this up. Cabba are running really behind on the clock, though. He's going to have to get in here and, yeah, hope for some kind of miracle. But it's really, yeah, the interesting one is the battle for third and fourth. Nathan Hedge out there for North Narrabeen and Taj Stokes out there for Kawana. There's a replay of Josh Fuller's last one for Cabba.
Yeah, nice first turn. Ken Falvey waiting on the beach. Will he get to get back out there with any time? That's the thing. We've got 7.5 minutes remaining, so we'll probably paddle out at the 5-minute mark. Could do it.
Yeah, it's going to be tight. Here we go. This is from Tassie. It's Rudy Davis for South Arm. Oh,
nice
sick
turn.
first turn. Oh, go finish it. Another one.
It's a good wave.
Yeah, mate, as a power wave, that's about as good as you can hope for. So good to see the Taswegians bring it home. They're a fair way behind. So, you know, he's going to have to hope for a miracle and hope some other teams get penalised. Coda Cologne bringing it home. So Maroubra, as you can probably tell by the demeanour down there, they're pretty stress-free at the moment.
Yeah, totally.
They're in the box, scores are in, they're in first place. They'll let everyone else do the stressing. There's the replay of Rudy Davis. Nice first turn. This thing really bowled out here. He eventually got a second turn in, so it'll bump him up a little bit. It's looked like, again, it's going to come down, I think, to that exchange. Nathan Hedge against Taj Stokes. Both of those guys out there at the moment.
Yeah. Well, I know they went out with a fair bit of time. The problem there, and as you've seen it happen before, someone goes out with 8 minutes and kind of forgets, and all of a sudden they've got 2 minutes.
They've still got 6 minutes.
Yeah, so they want to sort of get something.
Well, getting in is like 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, so when
At
you catch
least.
the wave to get to the Oak Exchange is about 3.5 minutes.
You can see Hedgie there in the yellow. He's starting to really...
Yeah.
Okay, well, you'll come back with the ending of this. You're watching the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle. Back with the final right after this. Oh.
Welcome back into the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle presented by NRMA Insurance. The weather has taken an absolute turn here, guys, but Coda Killon from Maroubra, the vibes are still very high. Battling the weather, but you guys are still good.
Yeah, I think the hardest thing was getting out on those rocks in this slippery weather. I know I had Blake down there going, all right, take your time, it's muddy, it's slippery. I think I still slipped, but no, we've got an awesome team this year. We did really well just then, and you know what, the waves are kind of firing, so even though this weather is horrible, the waves are sick, we've got a good crew, and yeah, we're frothing.
All right, we got to wrap it up because it's really started pouring down, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jess.
Yeah.
So the Maroubra crew looking pretty good. They're in first at the moment. Hedgie, he's got his wave. We saw it just before the break. It's not the score of the year, He gets a little backhand turn.
Oh, no.
Hang on. Yeah, I don't know if he's allowed to do that.
He's not allowed to do that.
You only allow one wave at the end. It's going to be interesting.
My phone just started blowing up.
Yeah.
It's all your mates at North Narrabeen. Well, here we go. Here's Taj Stokes for Kawana. Oh, look at he fades back left.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, this could be critical. Okay, what do they got? Just under 3 minutes. So Taji's he's right on about the time he's going to need to get into the beach and back up the hill. There's the Kawana crew. The Drowned Rats up there.
They're hanging in there.
So there's a bit of drama here right at the end.
Yeah.
Because we saw Nathan Hedge. Of course, as a power surfer, you're only allowed one wave.
And he paddled back out.
He got another one and got to his feet, which I think it looks like they're going to cut the score.
Yeah, it could be a 5-point deduction. Not 100% sure, but yeah, power surfer gets one wave only. As soon as your hands leave the rail, that is scored. So Hedgie dropped the ball a little bit there and paddled back out, and North Narrabeen are going to lose 5 points.
Okay, Jess, what's going on down there?
Guys, we've got a bit of heartbreak from both of us girls here from North Narrabeen. Hoggy caught 2 waves, Ruby. Heartbreak.
I know, it's really hot out there, and I think he just got a bit confused. There's a lot going on, and yeah, there's nothing we can do about it now.
We're going to go to Hog. Hog. Heartbreak right now, Hog. How are you feeling?
Oh, shattered. Absolutely shattered.
Do you know the rules?
I do now.
Oh, I'm sorry, Hog. Heartbreak for North Narrabeen. So much work went into this. But you guys, you're a resilient team. You'll be back for another year. Rest up, get some more training over the summer for next year.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for everyone involved. And thanks for all coming down for tuning us. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Hog.
Whoa, that is... And we're seeing Taji Stokes on the left of screen there coming in for Kawana. He's going to make it up in time, and I reckon that's put Kawana up into third. But, mate, huge drama. Northie Reg.
Unbelievable.
They're out.
They are out.
And the guy we call the world's best team surfer.
Yeah, just made a bit of a blunder. Well, as he said, I know the rules now. But,
God, I'm pretty sure he must have known that. That was unbelievable. I couldn't believe it. So Northie, you can hear the Kawana crew. So they know they look pretty safe, I reckon. They've got into third. Taj Stokes.
Yep.
And Cabba's got a wave and he's trying to get in on time. And I think there he is there.
Yeah, he's given up the ghost.
Yeah, 30 seconds.
Cabba will probably get a second chance. Jess, have you got the Kawana crew down there?
I've got Kawana. I've got a very relieved Taj Stokes here and a bit of a puffed Taj Stokes. Getting through for Kawana.
Yeah, I wouldn't say relieved. I'm just absolutely buggered after that.
How wild was that heat? You ever surfed a heat like that before?
No, when we started it was sunny, nice conditions, and then this front came through, and Charlie still got stuck out there for a bit, but she got the job done. And yeah, we managed to come back in the end. I don't know what the final result is, but hopefully we got there.
Well, we saw a last-minute upset from North Narrabeen. Hooter goes, Kawana's through. Congrats. We'll see you in the next one.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
All right, there you go. So North Narrabeen would have made it by half a point ahead of Kawana if they didn't lose that 5 points. But yeah, anyway, drama. So Chris Marta, thanks for joining us here in the commentary booth. We'll no doubt see you again at some stage over the weekend, and we'll be back with more enthralling action from the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle right after this.
The girls in one spot together, spending 2 full days at the HPC, learning so much about nutrition, sponsorships, doing gym, Pilates, activation. It was just a good way for all of us to connect and yeah, just learn more about ourselves and what we can do to become both better surfers and better people. It shone a light on just how important it is to inspire and empower more girls to do whatever it is they want to do.
company would get people back on their feet, make complicated stuff simple, and even try to predict the unpredictable. So that's what we're doing. NRMA Insurance, a help company.
Welcome back to the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle final presented by NRMA Insurance, and the big story, North Narrabeen gone out. I cannot believe this, and I'll tell you what, we have seen some proper carnage, some absolute destruction here at the event site over the last hour as this storm just rolled through, demoed the whole joint. But wow, North Narrabeen, that is massive. Vaughan Blakey, Stace Galbraith, and a very special guest in the commentary booth with us, Miller Brown. G'day, Bungan Boardriders, represent Queen. How are you going, Miller?
Good. Bungan had a shocker this morning, but it's all good. We're here to support the rest of the crew, rest of the Northern Beaches clubs, and except for Narrabeen, that was a shocker, but
It's a young club, but a club on the way up. And one of the cool things about your club, I heard Jess talking about it, was 2 women representing the club today. And we've seen it work in the past. It was just a bit unlucky this morning.
Yeah, it's so sick having my sister Lucy in the team as well, because usually it's me as a girl, but they backed Lucy and it was definitely worth it. Just got unlucky, couldn't get any waves, but next year we'll come back stronger.
Sorry, I've just got to kind of give a sort of flight intro here. Just in the last heat, this thing nearly blew off its chassis.
Yeah.
When we had Chris Marta holding it together. Thanks, Chris. Miller, are you fit to open the emergency exit door if required?
Yeah, I always, every time you're like about to board your flight, you sit like really close to the flight attendant. So if there's any spare emergency rows, they'll just go straight to you and be like, oh, don't change your tickets. So,
so you got a little life hack
I do it
already.
all the time, always
So
emergency
good.
row, every flight.
Well, this thing could go any which way and we could be jumping out sideways at any second. So, yeah, stay tuned.
Hey, let's just set this heat up. It's on hold for just a second. Weather is playing a little bit of a role, a bit of a spoiler just at the moment. But Seaford Boardriders Club, massive shout out from me. That's my new favourite club. If I could join, I would. I just was down there last weekend, had the biggest rip in with the Seaford crew, surfed the Seaford Bowl, and dude, it was cooking. But hang on, I think we're going to do a little heat highlight. We'll go through the rest of them in a minute. Shout out to Steve, the Sheriff, Klaus, all the crew. All right, let's go through this last heat. Look at the weather. Look at it. It's just a picture perfect Queensland day, and bang, who's that? Stokesy.
Taji Stokes.
Such a good surfer, and the Quina Boardriders actually big family do, right? They had a
There's
couple
like
of
200
families
people
in there.
down there.
Slash off the back end. Well, Hoggy, I heard Shauno and Reggae say the ultimate club band, the ultimate team surfer. You never see him put a foot wrong, and a trotter wrong, I should say. But yeah, there was some beautiful surfing Kota Kill on here for Maroubra. What about these guys?
Underdogs, they full just dominated that heat.
They've been building for a couple of years. It just feels like it's on the way as Kuana, another big snap there. Wow, how good is that? Just compressed, getting the tail out the back.
Izzy Campbell.
Izzy
His
Campbell.
turn. Wow.
That was, you should have heard the point when that turn happened. We were sitting up there, and I'm not joking, I said to the crew, by this stage, when this weather event rolls through, that top bar, the premium bar, Stace, it was like a 1970s rural rugby league grand final up there. It was dead set, popping off the lumps.
Yeah. Hey, what about Trig Beach in that last heat?
Trig Point, mate.
Point.
Can you believe, like, this is why I love this event, like, these clubs that come from nowhere and absolutely deliver.
Dane Bird, Australia's greatest university surfer.
He's got a mad sculler going there. Good on you, Dane.
Yeah, he surfs like Owen and he looks like Owen.
Oh, back that.
Yeah, me too.
If I grew my hair out, that's exactly what it looks like.
He's a great bloke, Dane. Good surfer too.
And then,
so what happened here, Miller? What happened here?
He stood up on this wave, did that turn, he was over it.
Yep.
He's like, oh, I'll go get another one.
Riders up on the sunny coast. Le Bar. Wow, they went close last year. NASA, North Avalon are out there, and Cronulla, the Sharkies. This is a ripper of a heat. This is really big. We've got some heavyweights in here, and we've got some underdogs as well. Seaford, as I was saying,
Yeah, I've already been chirped about my Middleton call. I've already been slapped up in the yeah. Don't talk shit. I've already been
I
clipped.
got down there, mate, and Klaus is like, "Hey, come surf the bowler, Sabo." Like, I said, "What's it like?" It's a cross between sort of like inside Sunset and backdoor, and I get down there, it's like ankle high onshore. There's 200 people out, and to be fair, pretty fun little wave. And like the fact that it's bred two CT surfers, Jared House and Dion Atkinson, says a lot about how badly people want to get out of there. But no, I love the place, man, and a shout out to all the crew. Like, far out. I'm not joking. It's one of the best surf communities I've ever been to. Thanks so much for having us, and love your Seaford. I hope you go good. 13th Beach. Stace, you would have spent a bit of time surfing down there?
I mean, yeah, when you kind of get a look in, not you know, every now and again, not too much though, but it's a pretty cool part of the world. And yeah, I'm excited to see what they can bring to the table today.
That side of the bay, you know, it doesn't get a lot of love compared to Torquay, but
and I reckon they'd be fine with that.
They are fine with it.
Yeah.
It's raw, open ocean over there. It breeds a different kind of surfer, and I feel like that sort of, you know, waves of truth brings out the substance in people. So
I reckon they get more shade down that way than Torquay.
You reckon?
Oh yeah.
Love it. Cool. Sunny Coast. Miller, you been up that way before?
So many grom comps at that beach.
Yeah.
Like a ridiculous amount of grom comps.
How's the talent up that way?
Who lives up there?
Well, I mean, their most famous export is probably Julian Wilson. You've heard of him?
No, I never heard of him.
Never heard of him? Well, let me school you on him a bit. Pipeline master, world title runner-up.
Once donned the side of an aeroplane in an advertisement.
That's true.
Like,
had his own
jet
stuff.
Like, and of all the stuff that he's done, like obviously, you know,
world title.
Couple years off.
For me, I'm like that. I don't think anyone's ever going to do that again. Like Medina has never done that.
And back on the Changers. Back on the Chang, Julian Wilson. So Coolum.
Inverse Kersey, first heat.
The 13th beach crew of Froth, and this is a lovely day for them.
I was going to say,
yeah,
business as usual for 13th Beach.
Yeah.
Lee Bar, mate, Lennox Ballina last year finally started to show up in this event. Because they're a team with so many epic surfers. Here's the atmosphere, here's the bar. This is the premium bar right up on top of the hill.
Ulladulla, North Stradbroke Island, all the teams that have been well represented and beaten are now taking place up at that bar.
Yeah, that's where all the action is right now. But Lebar, mate, you know, this is a club with a long storied history. The amount of surfers who have come out of that Lennox Ballina area, I mean, probably most recently, you think of Adam Melling, a guy who won at Sunset, who has put in a runner-up at Jeffreys Bay, which makes a lot of sense with Lennox Point as his home ground. But to see that team come together and actually go close to winning last year was pretty cool.
Pretty sick, yeah. Wow, that's a day at the beach out there.
All right, Miller. NASA, North Avalon Surf Riding Association. You're shaking your head already. Well, how do you go with those Avcats up there? Are they too pretty for you?
Yeah, a bit pretty for us, but nah, they've been a club for a bit longer than us.
Is that Letty and Fraser and that?
Yeah,
I see them running down here in their Adidas jackets and that, and like, back to your matcha lattes, boys. Wowee.
Oh, dear.
Wow,
absolute legends.
But
what
yeah,
a great club.
I don't think we've beat them yet.
Is
but
TC in that club?
Next year's.
Who?
Tommy, Red Dog?
Newport Plus.
Newport Plus. Sorry, my bad.
No, but Bainey.
Bainey.
The great Gamote. He's in NASA. He's here today. I got to high-five him on the point. But you guys do a fair few inter-club challenges and stuff?
No, only Newport and NASA do the inter-club ones.
Oh, you're not even invited yet? No Bungan Beach?
Nah. We just don't exist yet. Not yet, though.
Time to get busy as we see here, getting things rolling. Is this Cronulla?
Cronulla.
So we haven't even mentioned the Cronulla Sharks, but Dylan Longbottom is here. Summer Longbottom is here. They've got a big team, a big turnout. And let's hope they do a little bit better than their rugby league team at the moment, because they're playing the Manly, the Savo, and Manly are dead set going to
smoke them.
Well, they're going to need to after getting towed last week.
Oh, righto. Oh, who, the Sharks or Manly? They both did. Yeah,
Manly got towed, like throttled.
Don't remind me, mate. I was really enjoying your company for a second Wednesday.
It's worse because I don't even follow it, but I know that result happened.
That was heavy.
That was heavy.
But
DCE, all the noise. Too much noise.
I wonder if there's Cronulla obviously a beach with that many heroes. Like, where do you even start? Jim Banks, Mark Ocalupo, Richard Dogmarsh, the mighty Dog. In more recent years, you know, we've seen Connor O'Leary.
Lira.
No, but not for the club, but just from the
region. Yeah, of course. Yeah, you've got to be careful. Though.
You've got to be
so careful. I get it wrong all the time.
Like, but imagine if, like I said, say to Miller, like, oh, how's Narrabeen or like Newport going for you? You just be like, mate, don't even talk to me. You're done. And like, there's a classic line where I think Joel Vaughan was kind of, because in this surf club scene now, we're seeing a few top-end surfers start to change clubs, Dakota Walters being one of them. And so there's a little bit of this sort of cheeky conversations when someone moves house, like, would you like to come and maybe do a heat or two? And I heard that a club approached Joel Vaughan and he said, mate, I'd rather die than surf for another club.
That's a heavy request. Yeah, I hope they...
you
got to spill the beans.
You
can't say that and then not say who it was.
Oh, no, I'm definitely not going to say who it was because it was a power club, of course, the greedy ones. But, mate, snapping off the top here. This is Seaford. Come on, Seaford. South Oz represent. And this is some nice surfing. Right in the pocket. Plenty of connection. And that's a good finish. Listen to the crowd up there. Hey, the atmosphere for this event, you've surfed in lots of events. Obviously, you were just in the natural selection comp, Miller. That was congratulations, by the way.
Thank you.
You freak me out with just how hard you rip in. But, yeah, the atmosphere here, describe it. Like, is it kind of new to you, even after all the comps you've done?
Yeah, this is my first ABB I've ever done. So I was away for it last year. I was watching on TV. I was like, looks like the funnest event in the world. And it is. But it would have been good to go a couple heats, but it's still sick to be amongst it.
Yeah.
All the atmosphere is so good.
I do think it takes a little bit of time to figure out the formula. We've seen clubs who really go good all the way to the final and just somehow can't quite figure out what the missing ingredient is. So for you guys, you know, 10 years going and so much talent on the come up through Bungan, like it's going to be fun to watch, I think. This was a cool little wave. It looked like nothing, but so much work done, Stace.
Just sick, yeah. It was like you said, it was a pretty rubbish wave, but it just had just enough coping on it. Sick style too, just whipping it through. Board looked really good. It's so hard in these events. Like there's a certain wave that you want, and if you get that wave and you're just kind of happy enough, you're stoked. So I think, yeah, the Seaford lads will be frothing. And I think that looks like a flat water paddle in. So I reckon that they've called it and they're going to do a run around, which, as we've seen, has been pretty crucial. Time management's been pretty average from a few teams. We've seen multiple clubs get their 5-point deduction. So, yeah, it's good to see him get him going early. No, Vorno, we're sweet. We've got Jen, whatever you are here, Gen Z. Bust out your phone, get live feeds up.
Well, do you want to know who that is?
Yeah.
Mitchell Henderson.
Mitch Henderson. Good on you, Mitch. Or just go straight to the cache and download direct. Good on you, Mitchell.
Crack off the backhand.
Out the back.
This is NASA. Did look like one of the Whiteman boys.
I was going to say, is that one of the Whiteman boys? That's sort of just the tail end of my era. Anyone younger than that, I'm going to need your help, Miller.
Yeah. There's so much action, so many surfers up at once. You think you know someone and you can get it so wrong. This is a nice ride here from Coolum Beach.
Jimmy Wallace, thanks for coming.
Bro, this sucks.
Harry Green, getting ready to go out for Seaford. Outside, Vorno.
Yeah. Arch Whiteman. Couple of snaps. And then NASA's one of those teams, unfortunately, a little bit like Manly. Sometimes they run white hot and sometimes they get a bit sticky. So they're hoping that they can find it. Wow, how's the connection here? I actually love those power taps that get down the line. They're really cool.
It's such a fine line too between getting it right and getting it wrong. And if you get it right, they're not that hard, but they look really, really good. And in this team's format, it's sort of the recipe you're looking for. You don't need to overexert yourself, but if you can get, sort of 70% of what the wave's offering out of it and get a score done and just get it in the column for your team, you're pretty stoked.
And what's the top score in this heat so far? A 5.2. Seaford locking away 4.28 on their first. It's real close.
It is, and as we've seen from a lot of the heats already today, it's just come down to time. You got to manage it well and get it done. Miller, I'd love to know, like, you've been to a few sort of remote locations this year. France isn't that remote, but it's a definitely different climate to Australia and then obviously Micronesia. Do these international crew that you're hanging with, have they got any clue about the club situation going on down here?
They got no clue. Last year I was in Portugal with Roxy while the ABB was on. I was watching on the TV and they were like, what is this event? Like, what are they even doing? Why are they running? Why are they, like, they were so confused. I just explained it. They were like, that looks like the funnest event ever.
All right, so this looks like Arch Whiteman coming in. We saw Michael McDonough just tee off. And 4.45, it looked like he was heading back out. How hard was it for you to manage the time out there? You know, you're not just surfing for yourself, you're surfing for your club. Yeah, is there this sort of pressure to get it done and get in, or were you allowed to have a little bit more scope?
Nah, we kind of had a slow start and I was the second surfer, so I had to be quick and I went one straight away.
Or it makes you that sort of, you know, that sort of agony, and we saw what it meant to him. He was really emotional at the end of last year, but look at him. He looks so razor sharp. Big unit.
He's a big unit, and this event, like we mentioned it earlier, it's kind of the start to the season for a lot of those crew that are starting out on the Challenger Series, and even though you are surfing for a team, you're surfing for your club, if you get a few scores on the board and you get a buzzer beater win, or you get up over the hill with 10 seconds left, they're the kind of like performance indicators that can take you through a big year on the Kiwi or the Changa, whatever you're getting up to.
Miller, what's the plan for you? Like, you're a weapon in competition, obviously, but you've also got the free surfing aspect. I know you've got in sublime form for Lee Bar. He put on so many good heats for the club that he loves. Yeah, that old adage, you know, you cut him, he bleeds, Lennox.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good part of the world, plenty of depth. Not too many, like, sign-ups, like what you spoke about earlier.
There's the Bungan boys.
Yeah. Who we got there, Miller?
Joel, Arch, Harry, Sol, Archie.
I'm loving that yellow. That is just so millennial.
Get out of here!
It's a great team, hey? Like, how many people are in the club? Pretty small club?
I got no clue.
Yeah. Your siblings make up half of them.
Pretty much.
Is Joel Shanahan any relation to Carly?
Nah.
No relation?
No relation.
Good question, Stace. It's good to know, though. No, I mean, we've all made that. You just see those similar names in surfing.
I'll go again. You're not any relation to Cash Brown?
Yeah, we're cousins.
Cousins.
Are you actually? Oh, my God.
Could have saved me there. That would have been good, actually.
Oh, well, look at this. Seaford Boardriders. Look, every year I kind of adopt a club. You know, for the last few years it's been Torquay. I had Scarborough in there when Kalani Ball was like ripping it up.
Kind of gnarly adopting a top tier club.
Why not?
What about an underdog?
Yeah. No, it's like adopting a short price favourite.
No, but what do you mean?
I mean, yeah, I picked you a bit more. I was looking after a roughie.
Well, Seaford is my new adopted club. I don't know if they're a roughie or not, but they're definitely a club I want to see win this thing.
Oh, for sure.
And look at the big swoopy roundhouse for the man in white. 13th beach. Oh, welcome to the power source. That is some good surfing there. You got a call coming in from Coco Cairns there, Miller. I don't know if you want to get that or a shiner on live TV.
Nah, sorry, Coco.
Oh, imagine that. So this is a beautiful turn, Stace. Power surfing. Oh, okay, we'll ditch that second turn.
Yeah.
Not good enough for the cameraman. No. But out the back, there was some more action.
Miller's cousin,
Cash
Brown, in and out from the Cronulla Sharks.
Yeah, another surfer who like kind of stands out in this format.
Oh,
no.
Nah, I think we're all right there.
Hate seeing that.
He kind of was like threw his hands up and then he didn't really make it.
So hang on a minute. There's a bit of a nervous wait here for Seaford. Let's get in their ears. Oh, that'd hurt. That would hurt so bad if you're leading.
I don't even reckon he knows Cassie was behind him.
Yeah.
We'll wait and see.
Let's have a little look here.
Oh, he was to his feet first, Red. So it's sweet.
Yeah, no priority, so it should be sweet. Yeah, there was a little claim on that, wasn't there? What are you doing?
Nah, Red was to his feet first.
Mate, I'm backing Miller on this one, Stats.
Yeah, I actually don't think it's to your feet first. It's making a turn in your chosen direction.
Oh, no!
Yeah.
The rules.
Yeah, I don't know.
The rules, but
I'll have to see. Yeah.
Oh, this is
It's to your feet first if it's a peak.
So this is a tense weight there.
But that's if Burleigh's a right point.
Look how good that first turn was, and a little jam on the inside.
Cashy Boy was up a long time after.
A long time.
Which is just like, it's one of those grey areas in the rules where the judges are all surfers. They score them and just kind of play on and don't penalise anyone. Maybe is sort of what seems like the not fairest, but the most like reasonable way to go about it.
I think you're absolutely right there, Stace. Big turn and combos up from North Ave.
Fraser? Who was it?
Yeah, that's Fraser.
Kamchatka Fraser.
Yeah, what a movie.
That was crazy.
I'm going to give a shout out to all the crew at the Beach Without Sand, Kong, and all the staff. They gather around whenever the team's events are on. They all get in there and they drink really premium coffees and they cheer on their crew. It's the Avalon way.
Alternative milk or just...
Always.
Always,
yeah. So North Ave have struck out here, and it's the quality of the surfing that's put them in the lead, a 4.35 and a 5.43. So between Arch Whiteman and Fraser DeVille, they're getting it done. Judges are still talking about this one. We are waiting to see how this goes down. I mean, you would just hate to see Seaford have to suffer some sort of penalty, but...
You're Seaford.
But we'll see what happens.
We'll wait and see.
Cool'em. Getting busy, got a 5.2 locked in.
So, Miller, who's your next in line club? Obviously, you're out of the comp.
Burleigh, otherwise I won't get dinner at the Huppert's house.
Defending champs, how's the sort of nerves and head noise in the Huppert's house?
Don't seem too nervous.
Sweet.
Queen of Burleigh's all over it.
Yep.
Isla, such an incredible performance last year in the final. Really put her on the map globally, you know. Like that one big snap she did was so sick. And, you know, like, no question that she's ready for it. Okay, bad news for your
Seaford.
Oh, man, that's... You say it, Stace. I can't even...
Interference, red on black. And,
tearing up.
Yeah. It's a tricky one. Like, there's a few different ways to look at that. Probably the easiest way to look at it is we are on a right point, and that's as simple as it is. And I didn't, you know, haven't spent a lot of time in those booths. I do know that to your feet on a point, like a designated one-directional wave, doesn't matter. It's the turn in your chosen direction, and Harry was kind of just going straight. Like, he wasn't really on the wave yet. He was to his feet, but he was still getting to, like, the swell, I guess you could say.
Yeah,
Cash had actually made his wave, you know, so...
I actually hate to say it, but that's pretty much a straight up, you know, I was looking at it from that angle.
That angle's pretty bad. The other angle's a little more forgiving for red, but yeah, that's just the way it goes.
Man, that hurts. So what do you do now if you're Seaford, Stace? Like, what's the game plan? You've got to surf for one of these... You know, you're probably not going to get the win.
So the hard thing about that is that you don't actually get the points on that wave. So even if he's say got a 5 there, a couple of nice turns, you don't get a 2-5. He's got half of his other score, which is a 1.8, which is a 0.9. So I think you still just play the clock. Got to get in time.
Jimmy Wood, look at him teeing off.
Oh my God!
Wow!
Tight man.
The two-time ISA World Junior champ finding that evergreen bones and just tee off central.
Okay.
Full-blown ribeye on that thing.
I'm going 8. We'll see how we go.
Is it top scorer of the event so far?
Nah, Sheldon's wave was a fair bit better, but the conditions have deteriorated a fair bit. Uncle Vaughan, wouldn't you say? It's still fun, but it's not as good as this morning.
Really fun, but that was just sublime surfing. Jimmy Wood turning back the clock. He's the master, isn't he? Felipe has to be.
8.45. Thank you. Combination
Get him
of
in the judges'
Major's manoeuvre. I've spent enough time in there. Yeah.
And you know what? It's going to be so nice to listen to the Ball and All podcast.
But the run, I went way too hard on the first 200 metre just straight bit. Sprinted way too hard and got to the hill, and I was just like, dying.
When the potential for disaster is immense and you just click it off like that, it is the best chip shot into a good surf for a good heat, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah,
Wow.
what have you got before you paddle out for a heat? That if something like that happens, you know you're on. Because you surfed a good heat, it's just the clock got the better of you.
Yeah.
But what about any other waves around the world? Like if you rock off good or like.
Yeah, it's just good juju. It just gives you good vibes about your surf. If you have a clean rock off at snapper without getting swept down to greenie, you're just it's a good surf.
All right, we're going to take a little break in the action here from Burleigh Heads. What a fantastic day we're having. Yeah, it's 4 seasons in one day, but you wouldn't have it any other way. It's the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle Finals, presented by NRMA Insurance. See you in a sec.
Double overhead day here at 5:15. Swell line detectors all the way out the back.
Welcome back. It's the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle Final presented by NRMA Insurance. And we've got a massive heat on our hands. Let's throw it down to Jess Starling, who is in the thick of it up there on Hyundai Hill.
Yes, I would say that this hill, this part of the running track definitely has to be the hardest. This is where we see a lot of people sucking in the big ones. Just saw Woody absolutely struggling up this part of the hill. But while they're struggling, I'm standing in front of really nice cars. This is the Hyundai Santa Fe. Hyundai are the leading innovators in electric vehicles, and they plan to be fully electric by 2040 and carbon neutral by 2045, which is pretty incredible if you ask me. We're so lucky to have them as a sponsor here at the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle, presented by NRMA Insurance. Even though the weather's gloomy, the cars are still looking beautiful. So come on down, check them out, and hopefully maybe I can take one for a spin at some point.
Thanks, Jess. Yeah, elite vehicles and elite grassroots surfing happening at the same time on the same point. Bring it!
Yeah, I can speak pretty well to that part of the point. Was walking down from there before and yeah, basically just ate it.
Yeah. Just when you think that hill can't get any more torturous, just cover it in a slimy film of water. Yeah, this is some nice stuff from 13th Beach, who have slipped down a little bit, down into 4th. But yeah, we go on about it, but just keep an eye on the time. Just get your team getting those sort of mid-range scores, and that bonus of not being penalised at the end could really play to your favour. We saw Port Macquarie do it in heat number 3 today. You know, a club that just got the work done, Stace, and managed the cost perfectly and knocked out a couple of big heavy hitters.
There's been a few heats, and this is to Seaford's point, you know, like, don't lose hope, you know, there's still plenty of time, and this is really, really good for 13th to kind of get their third score locked in, because they were starting to fall a bit behind there compared to the other teams in front of them.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say about the Seaford predicament, is like, don't swing for the fences just yet.
No.
Stick to the job and just manage the clock, because that could be a real bonus at the end. Think about losing 5 points at the end, that's like losing a score as well.
That's your wave, yeah, exactly.
Cedar.
Cedar for NASA. And that's
Oh.
another epic surfing family. Sister Bodie shreds.
I wonder if they coordinated their green jackets to being green in the first heat.
100%.
They would have, eh?
Oh, mate, you know that.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a big part of the culture in our
Second silly question for the day.
looking mint.
Looking mint. How'd you go on the paddle in, Miller?
I pretty much got a wave to the shore.
Oh, stoked.
Straight to the sand and then
Yeah.
big run.
It's been never ending at some point for some people, just getting stuck kind of a bit too close to the rocks and having to paddle the whole way.
Torture.
And then having a look at that run.
You've got an injured leg, so the run must have been even
Yeah,
worse.
it didn't feel great, but
Nah.
got to do it for the club.
Well,
yeah, there'd be no more dinners on the Bungan card if you didn't.
Yeah. Be tapping Roxy hard.
North Ave out in front now. Look at these scores. They're meaningful. Lebar in second, and they can thank the old man of the sea, James Woods, for that. And nice off the top. That's Cronulla. And Lebar, that's Harry O'Brien, I think. And he's looking in. They're saying maybe get back out there. He's out the back for Coolum. Is this Charlie?
Taylor Green.
Taylor Green, sorry. Charlie surfs for Koana. Sunny coast. The game a bit. You lose that sense of urgency.
Yeah. Yeah, the clock can do funny things. Especially out here because there's so many different little waves you could get. Like, you don't necessarily have to come straight in. You could paddle kind of sideways and get one off a bit closer to the beach here. It's still going to be, have that potential for a good score. But, obviously you need a wave to break there first, and you could easily just get stuck out there.
Oh,
this is a
that's
sick
the
wave.
whip on this dude. Smacking it. And the Shire starts to fire up. Yeah. Well, they call him Scrap. And that was a scrappy one. Taylor Green, that was pretty good, really, for a wave that didn't offer a whole lot. Like, to get a couple of snaps and to look busy. Intent is so important
Jay Brown.
in your waves. Don't you reckon, Stace? Like, I've seen it on the CT when you see an elite level surfer just not really commit to the full ride, and their body language goes a bit sour. They'll get penalised just for the body language.
Maya Tate.
Maya.
Well, Maya's getting Seaford just keeping the clock in mind here for the South Oz Club as Coolum now streak into the lead. North Ave in second. Cronulla.
No doubt, brother. Ruka tuning in, cheering on. Pot shots and all the crew down there at your beloved Seaford.
Okay, so here is Hazard. That's better. Oh, that's a much nicer wave.
He turned around kind of asking the question. That's a no-brainer, son. Straight in. He smashed that wave. Lebar on fire.
So this is the tail end of the wave. Okay, work done. Yeah, there is no reason to paddle back out. That was beautifully surfed.
738.
738, and Lebar goes straight to the top. Woody's 8 Gold Coast dash. Like Dad said, I would rather gargle sea urchins than run up that hill.
Yeah, it's so long.
I'm not feeling it.
Nah.
Such a mission.
Yeah. No thanks. I reckon we're kind of due for another season here. Sun going to pop its head back out, Savo?
I think it will.
Yeah, me too.
This doesn't feel set in.
Nah.
This feels squally.
Yep.
Stace, I'm going to rack off the club names here. I want you to tell me if your favourite surfer from each of these regions. You ready? Just going to play a quick game of quick response. Miller, you can feel free to chip in if you like. Lennox, who's your favourite ever surfer from Lennox Ballina? Sean Munro, Craig Holly,
I don't know many from
James Wood, Harry. Oh, your age? You can pick someone your age. Juniper.
Ocean Curtis, Juniper.
Yeah,
They both rip.
they rip. What about Coolum? Jules?
Yeah.
Joycey?
Yeah. Joycey from Poole. I mean, Colborne's from Maroochydore or Watala kind of zone, I think.
Oh, look at this. This is some nice slicing and dicing. North Ave, I'm going to have to go with the great Mike Ramelsi. Triple Crown winner. World Cup winner. That's a shout.
Yeah.
Cronulla, well, there's, yeah.
Yeah.
I know he surfs for Snapper now, but I can't go past Ogden.
Yeah. I'll go Dog.
Look at this. This is beautiful surfing.
Isaiah Violecki from NASA.
Yeah. Violecki really connecting the dots on a wave that was pretty poopy. Not a whole lot of power in it, not much face, but it's incredible what you can get done if you've just got that flow, that speed.
Yeah.
Ability to just generate more power than the wave is giving you.
And it's still like, at the end of the day, we're still on a point. It's obviously not classic Burleigh, but you're still going to string multiple turns together. And yeah, if you've got any extra board movement, any hopping or whatever, like, there is the drama of the run and the wind and the rain and we're nearly getting blown off the hill, but the judges don't care about that. They're just looking purely at the surfing. They'll sit there soaking wet, not giving a hoot about what's going on around them. And they're just watching good surfing versus someone who's like matching the power of the wave versus not. And at the end of the day, when you see someone like that, you know, that is, yeah, like what you said, connecting with that power, it's just so easy to write down something different to what you've just been putting down for the last 60 minutes.
Yeah, and that gets back to the intent of the surfer. You know, if you're looking like you want it, the judges will see that. No. And I reckon if you really, really love surfing, you don't care how good or how bad it is. You're just looking for your little section, your little wave, where you can connect and just start ripping it up. Ooh, this is 13th Beach. And wave selection is so tricky out here right now. You can take off on a little wedge that looks like it's going to do something, and then like a little cross wave will come across it, flatten it out. So tricky.
You made a good call earlier, Vorna, about not playing into the politics. And it's the same thing as what Mason says about the conditions. But it doesn't really matter what it looks like. There's still going to be a result. Oh, that was mental.
Wacky! Throwing the biggest tail blow on that thing.
Oh, he's stoked on it.
Yeah, come on in. Oh, they're sending him back out? What, have they got plenty of time or something? 1, 2, 3.
With 25 minutes.
Yeah.
Plenty
Yeah, they got
time.
the clock on their side. I guess this kid can bank a really big score by the looks of things. That was sick.
Oh, that was mental.
That was so sick.
Like, he had one apex and he just completely crushed it. Oh, Coolum, just a little caught behind. Big shout out to Dometic, one of the major sponsors here at the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle, presented by NRMA Insurance. And if the top four teams at the end of the whole event, first, second, third and fourth, their power surfer and their female athlete will be heading off on the Dometic adventure with O.
That's so sick.
Which is a really cool little surf trip, camping out in the wilderness, bunch of challenges. It's good stuff.
Traditional Cockery's just left the building at my house. It's just straight Dometic, like camping.
Oh, yeah.
And it's just the kids that can just demo it and they don't not worried about smashing grandma's fine china. It's just great.
No, well, that's it, mate. Like when we open a bottle of Swilly and Plonk, it's straight into a Dometic cup.
Yeah, yeah.
We've done away with
damage control.
The flutes and the glasses.
Oh, totally. Yeah. Oh, outside. Huge set wave.
What? That is sick.
Keenan, Chris. Dad Michael on the shoreline, no
Yeah.
doubt, absolutely fizzing.
Wow, Lebar are putting together a heat. Keenan Chris, I've been watching him for a long, long time. When he wants to go into the lip, you know about it. You see the plume of spray.
Felt like we saw a bit of energy in that set then. A couple of good scoring rides.
So Coolum Boardriders is the club right on the cusp. Cronulla, the Sharkies holding down third. NASA looks pretty good in second at the moment.
That was a huge turn.
Wasn't it? One of the biggest sets we've seen in a little while.
Holy shit.
There was just a full-blown thunderbolt crack of lightning
hefty.
from the gods just then.
Oh, I thought that was just Chris Smith throwing his lunch around in the production booth.
Oh, man. That sounded scary. You know those ones that make you jump?
Yeah. I was not expecting that. I thought
The other
storm was
night,
gone.
did you guys cop a crazy meteor shower the other night?
No.
One of the wildest things I've ever seen.
Make a wish.
It was so intense that I went beyond wishing into like what's going on here territory.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Anyway, obviously nothing was going on because here we are.
Nothing's going to stop this event from running, mate.
Nah.
Only a cyclone.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Wow, I'm on fire today.
Well, yeah, good.
Yeah.
I like how it all joined together there, Stace.
Yeah.
Thanks, mate. Air's gone out of the tyres just a little bit, doesn't it?
For sure.
It's just hard to like turn it around when you have a little moment like that, and yeah, you do need like a bit of luck, and it's hard to call upon on a day like today. You just get what you're given, and sometimes you don't get given very much when it's a 9-second east swell at Burleigh with howling onshore wind.
Yeah, you've just got to tap into whatever you can out there and try and make it a joy.
It's like one of those days that if you're looking for a wave, you're never going to find it. But if you're kind of just like happy-go-lucky puppy dog, you get the wave of the day is going to stand up in front of you. Jimmy Taipan Woods.
Great example. Yeah, I back that 100%. Just
early this morning, that's for sure.
Is that when you woke up in there?
Yeah, you know that vision of that guy, like when they turned
How
over
good was that? I know. It was amazing.
That was you, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't.
Okay. Ron.
Here's the Gold Coast dash. It's a long dash.
Yeah, a bit of mayo on that, isn't there? It's far from a dash. Undersold it a bit. The Gold Coast Marathon's coming up in June.
A bit of mayo.
I think this is a little precursor for that event.
That thing's drowning in mayo, mate. It is no dash about it.
Nah.
The only person I've seen fully commit to the sprint up the dash is Dean Bowen.
He nailed it, and he said, I spoke to him after, he said, I thought I was going slow. I was like, mate, you're moving.
Yeah.
And he's not a small guy. So what have we got here? 18 minutes left on this heat.
This afternoon, we've got the Surfing Australia Mascot Challenge going. So
Have you got any further detail about what you've got to do?
Well, I'm just going to introduce the clubs and their mascot. But all 42 clubs apparently are bringing a mascot, and it's this kind of weird talent show / Red Faces / Australian Idol / I don't know.
Sick.
Yeah. Trivia night thing.
With a bit of lightning in the background should be sick.
I know. What is the Bungan Boardriders mascot?
Don't have one.
What? So someone's just going to have to get creative up there.
Yeah.
What would it be? If you could, like, is there? You
I
got
have no clue.
What's the local wildlife looking like down there?
Yeah. What's the native animal of Bungan Beach?
Luca Elder.
Well played. Well played. So he'll just wander up there and just say, yeah,
He
get
doesn't
up.
allow us himself.
Yeah.
There's probably a few clubs who were going to do that, actually.
Yeah. Burleigh have got them on, like, a line.
Oh, yeah.
Up around the corner.
Choose your mascot.
Yeah.
Great slogan there from Kennards.
Keno.
Make your job easy. So Lennox holding it down. What do you say, Lebar or Labar?
I say Labar. It's a little bit. It's a little bit like Le Bar. Got to kind of chuck the pinky out. Le Bar.
Le Bar.
Yeah, I always called it Le Bar. Yeah, one of my clubs. One of the clubs I've surfed in.
Yeah.
Guess who I used to surf heats against? The late great Ed Fanning.
Oh yeah.
He was in my division. Whoa, man, I'm stretching my memory now, but yeah, there was a bunch of crew who were really good surfers just in the year above me too. Guy Walker. There was a year where Byron Boardriders went a bit quiet and a bunch of crew went down to the lead bar. Anyway, it was a good time. Really good crew, and yeah, shout out to Jake Baker, who was my best mate at school. Towed me in down there. It's good stuff.
It's a daunting prospect, isn't it? Like, you were in the club since you were born, basically, Miller, and you're just sort of growing up in that club. I remember joining Snapper at like 9 and having to do the initiation, like on the table in front of everyone, and I just was like, but then like the day that Nick Vasicek was like, Stace Dog, I was just like, oh my God, like,
made it.
I'm in. Thank the heavens.
No, well, it's true, man. Every club. Oh, there it was in that cloud out the back.
That was connected. Do I have to can it when it starts lightning?
Well, that's way out to sea, so I think we're okay here, but it sounds loud. Yeah, of course, there is all the rules are followed to the letter.
Of course, yeah.
Down here at the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle.
And if we get any of the rules wrong, I'm sure someone will text us.
What a sick wave there as NASA begin to try and claw back into a safe position because they're right on the cusp right now.
It's pretty close between Cronulla, North Ave and Coolum. They'll be stoked with that one coming into the scoreline.
And there they are on the back of Shano. Gets a nice score, so a little buffer, 24.16. They're not far behind Le Bar at all. Oh, you've got me saying Le Bar. Coolum in third, Cronulla in fourth.
It just rolls off the tongue.
13th Beach in fifth, and Seaford with the interference in sixth.
So North Ave down to their power surfer. Le Bar, I believe, got Nixie Ryan in the water. Fantastic surfer. Then their power surfer is going to be Mikey Madonna. They got a couple to go. But we'll catch up on the rest of that.
Let's catch up in just a moment. A quick break here from the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle Final presented by NRMA Insurance. More action after the break.
Looks good, eh?
Ken Earth.
What was that, love?
I said Ken Earth.
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Kellogg's make your job easy.
A help company would get people back on their feet, make complicated stuff simple, and even try to predict the unpredictable. So that's what we're doing. NRMA Insurance, a help company.
Welcome back to the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle, presented by NRMA Insurance. There is 12 minutes remaining in heat number 6 of round 1. And the story in this one is Le Bar, the Lennox Ballina Club, out in front with some huge performances. One of the top scores of the day from their master competitor, James Type-N Wood. An 8.45 and a 7.38, their backup surfer. I can't even remember who got that now. They've just had a whole team performance. Really strong. Was it Hazard?
Scrap Dog belted one for sure. Yeah, could have been.
I feel like it might have been. And
yep.
Yeah, they're surfing great. Mikey McDonough still to come for their NRMA Insurance power surfer. As we see now, Nixie Ryan, who was on the Dometic Challenge with O last year with Scrap, Harry O'Brien. We had a great time heading off to a remote part of the coast. to go camping with the medic. It's the best gear. Straight up. It really is. I've got tons of it. I use all of it. It's awesome. Miller Brown is in the commentary box with us. Mate, I'm a bit worried about this Bungan mascot situation. Should we just pick something right now? Like, what sort of animal do you want to back your club with? Have you got a favourite animal? Let's just start with your favourite animal.
I can like a dolphin or something.
Dolphin.
Something like that you surf with.
Okay, that's cool. Have dolphins got enough attitude for the Bungan crew? That's my...
No way.
Yeah,
It's
mate.
got to be something real feisty.
What about a barracuda or something?
I was thinking like a viper.
Something hell vicious.
Is there any little animals like down in the bush that you see down there, like wild ones?
Not really.
We've got to figure this out. It's stressing me out. I saw the Port Macquarie boys. Their team mascot is an eggplant. I was like striking fear into the hearts of all.
Yeah.
The Port Macquarie eggplant.
They do a good moussaka, the eggplant.
Here we go. So Seaford, just oh man, my heart is broken for Seaford right now. There was no shortage of talker from Vaughan Dead at the start of this heat. And I'm not going to say the curse is my fault, but
yeah, well, as you know, being a professional athlete, you've got to blame someone, something. So
well said.
Why not?
Well said. Wasn't my fault. Well, North Ave holding down second now.
Just the time going to need to, be an issue here for a couple of these clubs as they move on to their
Oh, that was a mad photo bomb.
That was great.
There's a Team Spirit Award too. Club Spirit Award.
Yep.
I think it's the Jim Beam Club Spirit Award. Now, when you are up there at the top bar, the premium bar, mate, you can really feel which teams are making that huge effort to win that Jim Beam Team Spirit Award. I'm curious to see who gets it.
Bungan crew kind of like looking pretty cool up there in their yellow, having been knocked out and still hanging to the death. Like that's pretty sick. Haven't chucked a wobbly and left the premises. They have yellow shirts on up the top.
Kawana were going off.
Kawana are looking
mate.
pretty uniform up there.
Yeah.
And they're still going in the comp.
Coffs always bring a big team.
Coffs, we haven't seen the banana yet.
No, I don't know. Have to come back to that.
Wow, this is a bomb.
Big snap, gets the combo.
Oh, wow.
And that's the power surfer, right? Fraser's running that.
Looked like Fraser DeBell.
And I wonder if that's enough to get him up into the first. Well, they need a 7.17, so... Whoa, look where he's finished that way.
Yeah.
Right on rocks.
Trying to do a Solly Bailey. Take the long way home, son. You got plenty of time. He's stoked. 7.5 minutes. And he'd be just cheering to see a tall wave with a bit of green face. He did well to hang on to that second turn.
Well, I mean, turn one was epic. A full shroud. And that little bonus, it just reminds the judges that he's got combo on the mind.
Yep.
And he does a good job there, Fraser, for NASA.
Now it's kind of over to like Coolum and Cronulla to see who can really light one up, because they're gonna have to. Cronulla have actually got 1, 2 surfers left. That looks like Cash Brown paddling out, but I don't recall seeing Hayden get a wave. If he has, maybe the score's still coming in.
Well, if Cash is out there, that means Hayden's all the way back up the chute.
Yeah, but there's not a score in his column for Hayden, so unless...
There's actually a missed score in the Cronulla. So they're just clock watching. They're just like, get a surfer out there. I can't believe he wouldn't stand up though and get something dribbly.
It sort of seems, yeah, unless I need to refresh here, but that definitely looks like Cash paddling.
Surely we're waiting on a score.
I'd have to think so, unless they've swapped it round and gotten Cashy Boy get out there and try and get a big score or whatnot a bit earlier in the situation, then just have Hayden kind of run around and get it done. I don't know if you can actually do that, but...
I don't think that would be in the rules. All surfers must.
No, you have to for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I was just thinking with like the clock counting down, like do you give the younger kid with a bit more firepower, a bit more time, and then just send the last surfer out to do the triathlon bit and just get in? But I don't know if you can change your order once it gets started.
Power surfer has to be last.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's got the P on his back still, so he is last, but we haven't seen a score for the other surfer. I might have just been getting way too tech there.
Yeah, man.
But
you were starting to head into like
Overthinking it a
a
little
beautiful mine territory,
Bugs
just numbers
territory.
raining down.
Yeah, yeah. Clock counting down, like 5
minutes
on
30.
the clock.
Yep.
Mike and Madonna out there for Lennox Ballina at the moment. They're looking pretty home and hosed. North Ave are done. That's their total, and it's a really good total. So it's really between Coolum, Cronulla, and 13th. 13th would need to absolutely light one up. And these other two clubs are really, really fighting it out for this third spot here.
Cassie Brown's job right now is get in, really.
Yeah.
He just needs to tee off, get one good hit in, and make sure he beats the clock.
Or even still, like you said, because there's a few clubs that have got that 5-point deduction that have finished fourth. They've been around that 17-point mark.
Yeah, exactly.
So he probably wants to get up to 20, even if they stay in fourth, and just get in. Oh, that's a nice turn.
Upside down.
Oh, wow.
This is power.
This is great. This is going to put good...
Oh, no. You know what, though? Job done, I'm calling.
Yeah, I reckon
Job
too.
done.
Yeah, you're in.
Is that power surfer?
That's power surfer. Oh, KB out the back.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, Cashy.
Jams it.
Well done.
Cassie Brown, and you can hear the cheers from the Shire. We must be getting close to kick-off too, Manly versus Cronulla. I'll be watching that on a replay, of course, because I am tuned into this action.
Dual screens on Kayo, bruv. You'll be fine. Watch
Love
yourself and the footy.
Well, he's given himself a nice relaxing walk up the Gold Coast Dash. Yeah, job done.
Jimmy
Bit
Wallace.
more wax on his
Yeah.
Jimmy just... I mean...
You're just thinking, get to the end of that wave. Get to
It's
the
a
end of it,
great
get to the end of it.
indignity when you've literally shredded a wave to pieces, and on your last turn, your front foot slips and you get a little smack on the bum in front of everyone. I'm just going to tap the imagination of my good friend Reg A. Ellis for a second. Bungan Beach Boardriders doesn't have a mascot, Reg. You've spent a bit of time up that way. Any suggestions for a... Kanji. Just Kanji boy.
Oh, yeah?
That's pretty good.
What will that look like?
It's just that mossy, stinky stuff that grows on rocks. I don't mind that.
Rockies.
I mean, it doesn't really
Rockles.
strike fear into the heart of the opponent, does it?
Neither does a banana, though.
Yeah, well, neither does an eggplant, for that matter. 2 minutes 40 remaining. A big finish here for Mikey McDonough.
He just needs to get himself in, which he will.
Yeah, that's well managed. Oh, he's still going to have to put a little bit of pep in his step. Like, how far out will his whitewash go all the way in for him?
I think he'll do all right. He looks like he's pretty wide there.
2 minutes 30. I don't think that's a comfortable paddle in or a comfortable run up the hill.
Mikey looks like he could just about run on in the back row for the Roosters, though, so I reckon he'll be fine. And I think he will actually love sort of puffing the chest out a bit and getting across, sort of showing that off-season training.
Yeah, you're right. No, he's got a motor. 2 minutes.
Yeah, he's going to go real fast.
This is going to be a really good litmus test, like you said, because there's been a couple that have come in at like 90 seconds and they haven't made it.
No. We've got a wave here, 13th Beach. What can they pull out here? Oh, it's going to take a bit of a miracle, but that's a strong finish. Jams the tail up and over, and a bonus foamy rebound.
That's a perso, but it feels good to finish on a nice wave.
It does, and you know what? You can hear the 13th Beach crew lighting up down there.
Yeah. And
Mikey's got a big
for Jack, he had a 4.65 on his first one. You'd think he's probably going to better there, so that's a good feeling for sure. But yeah, this Mikey situation
90 seconds.
is skit.
This is hectic.
I mean, this is still probably going to be fine though. Maybe, yeah.
Look at this. leading by 5.01.
So they'll be fine.
So they're going to just hold on to first.
He can kind of like gave Medina Kayo a belly at pipe and just not even bother.
Yeah.
Sort of like finishing the wave. Where does that leave you? Because it could be anywhere between like three
24 seconds. Look, from that blow up Hyundai sign. Let's see how comfortable he does it.
He might not get there.
Nah, he'll get there.
He's going to have to do a gap out.
Look at this. 8, 7, 6, 5. There's your litmus test face. 1 second on the clock. Well, that's the best example of someone needing to do it and doing it.
Yeah.
So that's, what was that? Was 80 seconds, pretty much, from the second he ended the shoot of the Gold Coast dash. But, wow. Lee Barr, you've got to put your hands together. That was a full demolition job. North Avalon surfing's very well. You know, a great campaign by those guys. They've kicked it off beautifully. Morgs is having a laugh. Everyone loves it when someone else has to put in their hard yards. Coolum Beach. Looks like they may have done enough here. Cronulla 13th and Seaford in 4th, but that score for Cronulla.
That's a big score.
That's a big score in 4th. All right, so let's have a quick break here from the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle Finals presented by NRMA Insurance. Great scenes here at Burleigh Heads. We'll be back in just a moment.
Ever been hooked from the first wave? Or given a pathway to shine? Have you ever found your tribe amongst the noise? Or sacrificed to stand out amongst your peers? Ever felt support that gives you the strength to keep going? Or paddled into the unimaginable? Ever met a generation that knows no bounds? Now you can.
Okay, welcome back to a slightly soggy Burleigh Heads. Yeah, day one of the finals here of the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle. We're into Heat 7 of the first round, and we have just kicked it off. The crew making their way down to the jump rock here at the Burleigh Cove for the 1 hour heat. Top 3 places go through to tomorrow's finals. And in the water, running down there, you saw, that was Nick Squires from Scarborough in the red. So they're from the south coast, or just north of Wollongong there. Freshwater from the northern beaches of Sydney in the white. North Shore, which is North Shore from the Sunshine Coast, a previous winner. Another previous winner in the blue, Byron Bay. A new team we haven't seen here in the finals of the ABB. It's Whoopi Woolgoolga in the green from the mid-north coast. And some other big dogs who've also won this event here in the black. Merriweather Boardriders, Reg.
Yeah, the Merriweather Surfboard Club, as they call themselves.
Yeah,
traditionalists that they are.
61 or when was their 60th? Was last year, Merriweather.
Yeah.
So they're one of the original clubs.
Yep. Yeah, I was talking to Tim Ryan, of course, who's their sort of the manager, coach, president for as long as I can remember.
1,000 years. Yep.
And yeah, stressing out as usual, as he always does at these events. I said, mate, you don't even surf for 5 hours, settle down.
Yeah, so there we go. They're all splitting off their different directions. You can see a bunch of crew heading straight out into the cove. Nick Squires, on the other hand, he's turned left.
Oh, Nick's going.
He's going around the point.
Yeah, well, Nick, always a standout at these events. Scarborough being a strong team, never quite got there as far as the win goes.
No, they've put some honourable performances on the board.
Oh, 100%.
But never, I don't think they've ever made the final.
because they got the one of the few teams with a father and son liner.
That's right. Yes.
Nick, he'll be coming to tag his son Mannix after that. So interesting, you got Nick as the power surfer. He'd also be their over 35-year-old surfer. He's their open surfer.
He does it all.
That's right. I remember a couple of events where they had an individual event before the.
That's right.
He won a couple of times. Yeah. So Nick Squires there on camera from Scarborough, beautiful part of the world there.
It is nice down the Coal Coast.
That's right. It's the Rodeo Drive of Wollongong, really.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's a bit different these days. You've got the road, of course, goes round the cliff there and heads down and down underneath the escarpment. But it is, beautiful part of the world. As is Burleigh Heads, mate. Well, most of the time. I don't know about right now. It's a bit grey out there.
Yeah, a little bit grey, but, it's Queensland, mate. Perfect one day, beautiful the next one.
There's a bit of weather around.
Yeah, we've seen these with that squall that came through before. It's sort of eased up a little bit out there now, just sort of...
Well, Reg, you were almost killed by the event trophy. It fell on you earlier during the wind. Are you okay?
Yeah, I do have a very sore back. I think there's going to be a bit of bruising.
A couple of VIP passes will probably fix that.
Yeah, it's better than being sued.
Yes, well, it's quite a trophy too.
Yeah, I know.
Good luck lifting that thing up. So here we go. Oh, here we don't go. It looked like the first wave of the heat. So out there we've got for Scarborough, as we said, Nick Squires in the red, Freshwater in the white. It's Lex O'Connor. Out there for North Shore in the yellow, a gentleman we don't need to introduce too much, because he's absolutely owned this event in previous years, Alistair Reginato. Another guy who's owned this event in 1 year anyway, Dakota Walters, opening up for Byron Bay. Justin Turk leads off for Woolgoolga, and whoa, Merriweather, Morgan Siblick. This is actually pretty gnarly, Reg.
Yeah.
This first little exchange.
Yeah, a lot of experienced surfers
Former
out there.
world, top 5 surfer Morgan Siblick for Merriweather.
Yeah.
Jeez, straight into it. That is Al Reginato.
Yeah, doing what he does in this event.
Oh, look at it. He might even come in on that. So this is Lex O'Connor here for Freshie.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a sick little one too. Thank you. I'd claim that. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's
done
straight in, or getting into it early. The first 5 minutes of this heat. So a couple of good waves reading. So
here's a replay. Alistair Reginato from North Shore. Sunshine Coast Club, but huge finish there. Just kicked the tail free. Lex O'Connor for Freshie. Couple of nice pocket wraps. And he thought about it for half a second for paddling back out, but went, no way, job done.
Yeah.
I'll claim that. One quick look at the beach.
Yeah, Noah saying come in.
He got whistled in, so, yep. Solid openers for Freshie and North Shore.
Yeah, well, there you go. There's Alistair Reginato. Speaking of Al, we're going to cross down to Binzi. Well, not cross down. Binzi recorded this interview with him earlier, one of the stars of the event.
All right, cheers. We are down here at the Kennards Hire Hydration Station. Alistair Reginato's next to me. You're about to surf a heat. Always good to get hydrated.
Yeah, got to stay hydrated running up these hills, so it's easy to fill it up halfway down and just keep going.
Definitely makes your job easier. Mate, good luck out there. Kennards are making our job easier. The infrastructure around here, a lot of the scaffolding, these hydration stations, they've done an army of work getting things ready. And when everything went haywire earlier, all the Kennards stuff stayed rock solid. So good luck out there. Back up to you guys.
All right, there you go. So, yep, Kennards Hire. I think we've got them. Is that Reginato? I mean, Alistair Reginato, of course, rehydrating just prior to his heat, and then he put out a big move, as this guy has as well.
Oh, that's Morgs.
Wow.
Morgan Siblick there for Merriweather, mate. Dropped a couple of hammers.
Didn't he? And he's going to come in and tag young Jackson Baker. So, yeah, this Merriweather team firing out the big guns in there for Woolgoolga.
Yeah, that's Justin Turk there for Whoopi. This is their first time at the ABB finals. It's good to see him here, mate. It's good to see new clubs in the mix,
Yeah.
Reg.
I was up that way in November.
Nice part of the world.
Yeah, there was actually some really fun waves on the back beach.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Sunday morning, about 3 people out. It was, I thought, this is a nice place. How we see, look at this.
Dakota Walters. Whoa, big drawn out figure 8 carve. Is he going to link this thing? He is.
Yes, nicely done. Bang! Oh, drop wallet there.
Thank you.
Wow.
So Codes, of course, he's made a dint on the Challenger Series as well. And there's Morgan Sibley. We said this heat looked pretty stacked. How's these opening exchanges?
Yeah, they are full on. So with some scores to lock in.
Yeah, big numbers coming in already. So an 8.38 for Al Reginato. A 6.38 there for Dakota Walters. A 6.13 for Lex O'Connor. So we haven't really seen a lot of those numbers. And a 7.58 for Morgan Sibley. Mate, we haven't seen those numbers around all day, Reg.
No.
And these guys have just gone bang, bang, bang.
Yeah.
Straight away, so there he is. Oh, mate, he is a tank. Morgan Sibley, he is a solid unit. There's Al Reginato, yeah, feeling North Shore. Of course, they got champions, I think, pulling a year, I think 2019 from memory. They won. Oh, Lexi O'Connor checking out his dodgy knee. Oh! Yeah. He's probably going, geez, I hope I wasn't on camera.
Yeah. Looks like he's all right.
His dignity took a hit there, but I think his knee's okay.
Like
so epic start.
Night at the Hardwood Hilton.
Epic start for all of these teams. There he is, Morgs. So Merriweather looking the goods straight away. Geez, what a tag to make out from Morgan Sibley to Jacko Baker.
Yeah. So CTs, former CT surfers, both of them, and
geez, that whole Merriweather team we're seeing here. This is Justin Turk again for Woolgoolga on his way into that whole Merriweather team. Have a go at it. Morgan Siblick. Oh, they just disappeared. Why don't they go on up top? Morgan Siblick, Jacko Baker, Ocean Lancaster. He's the Grom.
Yeah.
Philippa Anderson, Jesse Adam. He's the over 35. And you're going to send Morgs back out as the power surfer.
Yeah, well,
that's a pretty solid lineup.
That is a solid lineup.
So Merriweather are not mucking around.
Yeah.
They have sent an A+ team for this thing.
Well, Philippa Anderson, like she's always
a
stalwart for them. I think, was it last year, the year before, she locked in a 9-point ride?
Yeah, she's pretty dependable.
Very dependable. So at the moment, Scarborough, Nick Squire's the only one to get to take away. We're going to cross down to Jess Starling, who's with Al Reginato.
Last time I checked, you were doing Kennard's higher activations. Now you're dropping 8s. Man of many talents.
You know, it's half time here, so going into the sheds. Coach wasn't happy with the paddle out, needed to be quicker. So second half, hopefully bring that all together.
You are North Shore Boardriders through and through, and this to me seems like your favourite event of the year.
It's up there for sure. You can see behind there's a bit of morale up here, so it's always fun. It's not so serious, but can be if you want it to be. But yeah, I love this comp.
And I saw you getting a bit of a cheer on from Bungan Boardriders down there. They seem to be pretty loud for the Alistair Reginato fans.
Yeah, like I didn't even know who that was. I was tripping. Maybe they thought I was in yellow and they're in yellow, so yeah, stoked. I'm just loving everyone frothing, so it's fun. Good.
Might be the lucky colour. Thanks, Alfie. Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you, Jess. Yeah, great surfing there from Alistair with that 8-point ride.
Yeah, there's the North Shore crew. Of course, the Maroons, as we said, previous winners, kind of caught everyone by surprise a little bit when they won a few years ago. They always had a strong club, but then suddenly they just was Al and his brother, and they just launched all these crew. They had Bevo in the team, Shane Bevan, and of course the other ace they've got up their sleeve, Reg, Sophie McCulloch.
That's right. Yes.
She is. She's had a couple of years here at the ABB where she's just about been the best surfer, male or female, in the whole event.
she's out there now.
Yep, so she's gone straight back out. So
yeah,
North Shore, they got a pretty strong lineup too, like as we said. So Sophie McCulloch in the water now. Landon Smales is the Australian Indigenous champ. He's out there next. Blakey Wilson be the over 35. Lukey Brumby, and then Al Reginato again as the power surfer. So.
We're still waiting on Nick Squires. So Scarborough yet to take off. So
Yeah,
Nick Squires
it's-
out there in the red. Unusual for Nick. Normally he's straight into it. There you go. Speaking of the devil. Oh, got hung up a little bit there.
Well, his little tactical move, Reg, to go straight down the point didn't pay off.
No.
He's been marooned out there.
You can see that wave looked like could have been a keeper if he got through that last section. And a bit of a non-event there for freshwater surfer. That was Cullen Orchard.
So it looks like it might have actually, we're in between squalls at the moment, Reg. I'm sure we're waiting for another one every, give it 10 minutes, but it looks actually...
That's a little cleaner.
Pretty rippable right now.
Yeah, no, we've seen some great surfing. You know, these last few waves at the end of that last heat and the start of this one, some really good surfing going on. Quick in and out there for the surfer in blue from Byron. And, oh, this could be a nice looking wave.
Yeah, Mac Brindley for the Bay. Just one turn. Yeah, he might probably just get straight back out, I think. Dakota got his wave pretty quick, so they're doing all right for time. So, yeah, for Byron. So, Juki Wrencher's coming up next. Then Lahani Zorich, the mini shuckers, she's out after that. And then, yeah, very familiar name coming up after that. Kieran Perro
yes,
for Byron.
That's
So,
right.
KP, former pipe master, tour surfer. Oh, here we go. This is Sophie McCulloch. Oi! Can't quite finish that one. The first turn was pretty hot though. She's looking like she's out there just to keep that momentum going. Here's Jacko Baker meanwhile. Big forehand whip. It's a little inside. It's going to double up and go again here for him. Big backward jam. And another one.
Wow. Turned into a decent little wave. He's going to get like a little punctuation mark at the end as well.
It's like a little ladies runner from back home at Merriweather.
Yeah.
So that has gone all the way. Thanks very much, Jacko. He's out of here. So Merriweather looking the goods.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Nick Squires just jamming that one into the pocket and finishing off again. So he'll come in for that one. So a bit behind time, Nick. That took him 15 minutes to catch that wave. So there'll be a bit of catching up to do. Nick Squires will come in and tag his son, Manic. So he'll be looking to make up for Dad's mistakes.
He's got Dad.
Dad, I've got to clean up
Bloody
your
hell.
mess. So, well...
Mate, you take enough time out there?
Right. You told me to make it snappy. It didn't quite happen.
I'll tell you what.
Look at the Scarborough.
Yeah, there he is. So, of course, we've seen a replay here of Nick Squires' wave.
Good wave.
Yeah, a couple of good early turns, finished nice. So that'll be a decent score, and it'll get Scarborough started anyway. It's been clear. Well, here we go. So this is the second surfer here for Whoopi. That's Riley Smith. So not quite connecting there. He's going to get back out and go again. A nice little flurry here. That's freshy. That is...
Kalen Orchard.
Kalen Orchard. Yeah, Mac Brindley there for Byron. Doesn't finish. So that's two waves there. What's he doing? He's going to have a look in. No. They're going to send him back out. So he'd probably be a fair way down the beach after two waves. He's not happy. You can see...
Yeah,
it's going to put him in a weird spot now because he's had two cracks at it. He's got a fair paddle back out to get into a catching zone. He may not even... might just decide to abandon this.
It was a 4.18 in that last one. I don't know, maybe you just take it.
Yeah, you might have to. Yeah, he got caught up on the first one there. Yeah, nice little flare there. And he just loses the final turn. So, yeah, he's sitting on a 4. So, you know, they'd probably, even if he pulled up stumps now, they're not in a bad spot. There he is, the machine. So, don't tempt him. Don't tempt him. You've got to grab one on the way.
There you go.
Mate, but he is absolutely, well, lit up that last one there. So still waiting for that score to drop for Jacko Baker. It's going to be a good one.
Yeah.
Mate, he did about 50 turns on it. He knows it too. He knows it was a good one.
Yeah, it was a good run too. Come on, Jacko, you have to get an 8. Yeah, too for us to say that.
Yeah, there it is, the 7.7.
Big score.
Okay, Jess, you got Jacko.
Jacko 7.7 first wave, not too shabby, my friend.
I wouldn't know what it was. I'm in a daze. I haven't done that much running ever.
Lifetime worth of running right here, Hyundai Hill.
Oh, man. If we make this, I'm not looking forward to tomorrow. Nah, good start. It's good when you can send Morgs out first. Takes the pressure off me. Hopefully that takes the pressure off the rest, and let's get this thing done so we can get out of the rain.
How's that last little bit of push from Team Bungan and Nassau? It's got to help, mate.
Bungan's my new favourite team. I've got Jim Beam in the half pipe. I was going, yoo-hoo! I think that was the extra kick, you know.
Extra kick you needed. We love you, Jacko. Best of luck with the rest of it.
There you go, Jackson Baker. Yeah, put in the big run. Yeah, Bungan Boardriders, they're everyone's favourites. What's going on?
Your mates from Bungan there, Reg. Yeah. They're really making the most of their trip north.
They are indeed.
I'll tell you,
they don't get south of Manavar very often.
No.
So it's a bit exciting for them.
Well, there's there, the Peninsula. There goes Mac Brindley heading up for Byron. So he'll come in at that 4.18, which isn't, you know, it actually isn't a bad score.
No, it was better than waiting around for another 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah, so it will actually be an interesting night considering we've halved the field, Reg, today.
Yeah.
A few of them will probably take advantage of the...
They will. After the mascots challenge.
Of their freedom from the event to
well, let's
enjoy some of the sights tonight.
That's right. Well, we are on the Gold Coast and there's a lot to enjoy around here. There's a plethora of restaurants in Burleigh Heads.
Yeah, Burleigh has become quite the culinary
hasn't it?
Corner of the Gold Coast.
Yeah, it used to just be 2 fish and chip shops and a pie shop, but no, there's a lot more now. But we'll be back with more action from Burleigh Heads right after this. Don't go away with more from the Australian Battle of Boardriders presented by Hyundai.
Ever been hooked from the first wave? Or given a pathway to shine? Have you ever found your tribe amongst the noise? Or sacrificed to stand out amongst your peers? Ever felt support that gives you the strength to keep going? Or paddled into the unimaginable? Ever met a generation that knows no bounds? Now you can.
Welcome back to the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle, coming to you live from beautiful downtown Burleigh Heads. A few rain scores this afternoon, but overall the picture has improved than it was an hour ago. And with that, the surf has cleaned up as well. So to see some pretty fun waves out there throughout this evening. Look at that score from Merriweather, 2 surfers locking in 7+ rides there in Morgan Stiblick and Jackson Baker for a 2-wave total of 15.28. Pretty good. With 43 minutes remaining in the heat, so plenty of time. And things are pretty tight down the bottom, but at this stage, Merriweather and North Shore looking solid. Now, Scarborough, Nick Squires, it took 15 minutes to catch his first wave. Oh, and once he did lock that score in, it was a 7.58. So he made up for it. And his son Mannix out there in the red now for Scarborough. Yeah, Sean, definitely cleaner than we saw earlier on.
Yeah, I think the incoming tide's helping it as well, Reg. It's a few more little inside runners that are connecting up, allowing 3-4 turns at a time. So, yeah, there's been some solid numbers in this heat so far. But, yeah, a couple of statements already. Merriweather, they're not here to muck around, mate. They're probably here to have another crack at winning this thing.
Yeah, well, they haven't won for a while, have they?
Yeah, 2018. I think it was funny with the year they won. Remember the year they won, which is, of course...
Which one?
Back in Newcastle.
Yeah.
When we last hosted down there. We're seeing... Whoa! So that's Ocean Lancaster. Oh, my goodness. We're talking about Merriweather. And have a go at this Grom.
Wow.
So that's their junior server, Ocean Lancaster. And they're already sitting on a pair of 7s. But they're probably going to get another one now at least. And look at him go. So the young fella. They have, yeah. Well, it's funny, the story was when they won, it was actually almost their B team.
Yeah, that's right.
They had, because I remember Ryan Callanan was out. I think Jacko Baker was out injured at that point, as we were seeing a replay of Ocean's Way. Just perfect timing on that one. And then got a little bonus run through the inside here. Oh, yeah. He's got the full Danny Wills wings with that turn. Just gets him going. So Merriweather are cruising.
Kid can surf. That was awesome. So
I went to uni with his dad, actually.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. Smurf. Hey, Smurf. He's probably here on site, no doubt. Here we go. Oh, this is an amazing heat.
That was one rad turn. So, yeah, got some great surfing going on out here at the moment in this heat. So, Manic Squires, his dad got a 7.5. I suppose he's got to up the ante. The old man can't score higher than me. Well, and here we go, Sophie McCulloch from North Shore. So, wow. Oh, she takes it on. For Sophie, former CT surfer.
Yeah, so she's declared, so she's in. So, mate, I don't know who's going to win this thing already. You've seen Merriweather, North Shore, Byron, Scarborough, all dropping numbers. Freshie dropping numbers. It's probably not a good heat for Woolgoolga to make their debut in.
No.
Here at the ABB. They've got some of the big dogs in red-hot form here.
Yeah, well, red hot's to go. Like, definitely have a look at this.
Great big speed whip off the top, and then just perfect timing. Got up into the lip as that thing closed out.
The thing was, I thought that wave was done, and then he had this couple of bonus sections, like not just little taps too. So here is turns on the inside. So yes, this is going to extend Merriweather's lead. And out now, it looks like quick in and out there for Byron.
Yeah, so Byron's got Duke Rencher, I think, out there at the moment.
Well, Ocean Lancaster, 7.48 there for Merriweather. So 3 surfers, 3 scores over 7.
Yeah.
And taking them to a very healthy total. And Ocean will be coming in to tag Philippa Anderson. A nice hit there from, I think there's Riley Schmidt from Woolgoolga.
Yeah, it's good to see some new clubs. Of course, with 42 clubs.
Yeah. How many clubs did Marta say were in the country? Over 200.
A couple of hundred, yeah. Wow. They do the, start with the qualifiers with a couple of hundred. Yeah. It's been the good thing with this event too, as you've noticed over the 12 years. Since you put it there as like the goal for, it's created a lot of new clubs and a lot of old clubs to reform, and it's kind of given a bit of impetus. Well, to kind of, re-flare up the little regional thing. Like I look where I grew up, it wasn't long after the ABB started up again that the FBI, the old Foster Boardriders, started again. And then there was already Boomerang Boarders, so suddenly that they had a bit of a thing going. Saltwater Boardriders, which they turned 60 this year. They're up the road, so they've kind of got their thing going.
Yeah.
They were here last year. I'm not sure if they're here or not this year. I didn't see them in the draw, but you can kind of see it with the smaller clubs, mate. It has obviously the big clubs. You know, it's great for them. They're always in the mix to win some money or whatever, but it's good for the little clubs too.
Oh, 100%, yeah. And speaking of in the mix, find Vaughan Blakey, where are you, mate? You're trapped somewhere.
Yeah, thanks very much, Reggae. I'm down at the Jim Beam Bar, and let me tell you, this joint is always pumping. The weather might have tried its best to put a bit of dampener on it, but, mate, Jim Beam is always enjoyed best together. That's why me and Joey are just hanging out, talking shop, and just enjoying every bit of the action. And I think the Jim Beam Bar is going to be the place to be tomorrow, because it is going to fire up for the finals day of this Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle finals.
Yeah, yes,
yeah,
indeed.
Good. Thanks, Joey. Good to see you,
there you go, Vaughan, doing the hard yards there on the roving mic. It's funny, the first cross he does, he's in the bar.
Yeah, what a surprise.
But, yes, the Jim Beam Bar. And, of course, that will be the focal point. It'll no doubt be hosting a lot of our club stalwarts. You know, the ones that didn't quite make the A-grade team back in 1985. Well, they'll be in that bar tomorrow afternoon. But look at the scores here, Shauno.
Yeah,
Merryweather way out in front. That's a 7-point buffer. And Scarborough, they've only had 2 surfers for 12.46, so 2 healthy scores there. They've got a bit of time to catch up, though. As we see, looks like Byron coming in for the beach sprint. We've got the Grommet set to clean up, pick up the discarded surfboards. Byron Bay's 3rd surfer coming back in. And it will be...
There's Duke Wrencher there for Byron coming in, and I think it's going to be Liani Zorich going out next. BC Protein Bars female surfer for Byron. She's going out next, Reg. Here's the bit going on out here.
Isn't there? For Freshie, I was going to say, looks like Tommy Myers, and it was.
Well, you know who Tommy Myers comes in. You know who's going out next for Freshie.
Oh, what's that Grommet's name?
Yes.
Young up-and-comer.
Yes, the eternal Grommet herself.
Plenty of potential.
Lane Beachley.
Yeah, Gidge.
Yeah, she could go somewhere in the sport.
Yeah, so we've got Lane Beachley coming up for Freshie Boardriders. Lane, of course, how many world titles? 5?
4.
That'll get back. 7 times world champion.
She just stuck her head in the...
Look at that turn. Philippa Anderson.
There you go. Mate, Merryweather are not mucking around, Reg.
2 good solid turns. She looks towards the beach.
Done.
Yeah. 2 waves, 2 turns with solid commitment there. And, nice. From Scarborough. Oh, I didn't quite ride out of that one. That's a shame, because they need to pick up some time. Scarborough, I saw Mannix Squires with a 4.88.
That's Ashton Mekasic.
Yeah.
So that was the craziest layback turn. He goes the Hyundai replay of Philippa's last one.
Yeah.
So that's just easy for her. 2 turns, bang, done, thank you. Just a huge forehand gaff. But he's decided not to bank it.
Yeah.
Go and look for something else.
So Ashton heading back out in the red for, here we go, the North Shore.
Oh, not quite hanging on there.
There's Landon Smalls.
Yeah, Landon's a pretty amazing surfer, shortboarder, longboarder.
Yeah.
Kind of does it all. As he said, I think he's the reigning Australian Indigenous champ as well. Yeah, they've got a pretty stacked roster too, North Shore. It looks like he's going to declare he might be done here. Yeah.
Yep, so he's going to bank that one. So, well, we're approaching the halfway mark, so North Shore looking to get their 4 surfer out in the water. So time-wise, it's probably a smart move. You know, Ashton needs to put something together here for Scarborough so they stay in the mix. That's a serious turn. Yeah, I'd keep that one. So, yeah, some good surfing going on out here at the moment. And once Ashton's back on the beach, things are going to tighten up. Close around that third position at the halfway mark. A little bit of a stumble there, but recovers with that little cutback, and then boom, that is a serious turn. So there's some good surfing there.
So that keeps Scarborough in the mix, well and truly. So a bit of work for Whoopi to do. Woolgoolga in 6th spot at the moment, but all other 5 clubs. Seeing Philippa Anderson doing the run around. Mate, she turned that lap around pretty quick. She's only out there a couple of minutes. She found a wave and she's back in. So Merriweather are done with 4 surfers, all with scores, still with 30 minutes to go.
Yeah.
They have absolutely crushed this.
Yeah, so Philippa with a 5.88. So Jesse Adam will be heading out. He's there.
The old dog.
The old dog, Jesse.
He used to commentate these with us. In the
I
old
remember
days.
he was the grommet. He was the apprentice.
Yeah, well, time flies, Reg.
Yeah, work with
One
him.
day you're the grommet, next year you're in the over 35s.
Over 35s, that's right.
That's life, mate.
Yeah, we'll work with Jesse a lot of times at the Surf Fest event down there. But was it down there at Newey? They were fun times, those events.
They were, yes.
Oh, look at this. Big sprint there from Ashton. Next thing, he'll be looking to tag Charlotte Short.
Jeez. It'd be good to be young and Reg again.
Yeah. Yeah, to run that fast.
See how easy the grommets run that?
I know, it's like natural, isn't it?
Mate, they just float up there.
Yeah, here we go. Like some serious, putting the big ones in. Yeah.
So that's Jazzy Ross out there for Whoopi.
Yeah, so they're way behind on time as well, scores. So Scarborough jumped up into 2nd position. Ashton locking in at 5.2. Yeah, so,
wow, so
three-way total's pretty solid for them as well.
Scarborough have gone to 2nd.
Yep. So, and they've built up some time as well, so it's pretty good. Charlotte Short, great surfer, so she'll be looking to consolidate their position. Byron Bay now back in 4th. And Lahani Zorik for Byron. Not easy, you got to tag, but you sprint down to there and then you got to try and not lose your footing. And those rocks with the rain on top, it's pretty slippery. Although low tide's a bit easier than high tide.
Yeah, so that's Blake Wilson in the yellow for North Shore and Shyla Short for Scarborough there in the red. Here we go, Jazzy Ross for Whoopi.
Ooh, Jazzy just getting caught up there.
Oh. Good luck being a cameraman out here today.
Yeah. It's, our camera staff are doing, like, they're out there. Didn't miss a beat during the squall. Yeah, they got water on their lens, maintaining focus. Pretty experienced crew, though, I must admit.
They got some of the old dogs here.
Yeah, pretty funny. Yeah, Dwayne's here, and Naig's here. They drag Naig out. But that's one thing about these events. You do rock up, and there's our camera crew. Yay, Louis!
There, Louis on the tools.
Yeah.
Yeah, brah.
Yeah, so got the crew. See, they got the dream job. People go, wow, you get to travel around the world filming surfing. You go, yeah.
You're living the dream on the point.
Yeah, look at Louis. Hey, Louis, your lens is looking a bit murky, mate. Come on. Where's the tissue when you need it?
Mate, there's the scene looking north. As you can see, we are getting absolutely smashed.
Yeah, Gotham Central
at the moment. But onward we go, Reg.
Yeah. We don't stop for anything, Shauno. We know that. Not even in getting beaten by a metre and a half solid redwood timber. Surfing Australia
trophy.
The Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle presented by NRMA trophy.
Yeah, well,
you know.
You can attest how heavy it is. So
well, I can attest NRMA's insurance.
Oh, mate. It's yeah, well, hopefully, Reg, the plan is we get all of this out of the way today.
Yeah, that's right.
This all blows through today.
And tomorrow we'll be looking at the classic balmy, sunny,
offshore
Gold Coast weather that we all know and love. Well, here we go.
That's Blake Wilson there for North Shore. Quick in and out. There's Lani Zoric for Byron. She's probably been surfing a lot of waves like this home in the bay recently with a lot of swell around.
Yep.
She looked good on that too.
Yeah, I thought if she had that last turn, she might have kept that one, but heading back out to try and score some more points.
Yep, Jazzy Ross there for Wagulga, so she'll call it a day.
Yeah, well, it's 26 minutes. The score maybe a little bit tricky.
There's that big sand blob out the back.
Yeah.
Okay, well, here we go.
Jesse.
Jess Adam just overcooking that. Oh, he's lost his board too.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, brah. No leg rope.
No leggy.
Oh, this isn't actually a...
Oh, no.
Swim, mate. Swim. He might be okay here.
Yeah, I think he's going to get it. His leggies come off.
He's got it.
Yeah, there you go. He's a waterman now,
Yeah,
Jesse
well.
Adams. You know.
Mate, that could have been disastrous if
It
that
could
board
have been.
had gone all the way to the beach.
I imagine Tim Ryan would have been biting all his fingernails off watching that. And there's the crew enjoying the hospitality. Yeah, gang. Save some for us. Yeah, there you go. They're actually quite well behaved in there, aren't they?
Yeah, well, for now. It's only 3:30.
Well, that's true. And there's another score. I love the fact it's actually raining in here, Sean, and we're not even exposed to the elements.
Yeah, it is raining inside, Reg, somehow.
Yeah, it's quite bizarre.
So, Merriweather, despite that, despite Jess Adam losing his board there, still in the box seat with 25 minutes to go. They are a mile out in front.
Yeah.
So they can kind of cruise through this now and save a bit in the tank for tomorrow. Because, of course, tomorrow, let me get this right, Reg, quarterfinals, semi-finals, final. So if you're going to win this, you've got to surf 3 of these heats tomorrow.
That's right.
Oh, Blake Wilson there, right on the bricks.
Right on the bricks, yeah. So Blake just trying to get out of that area. We got 24 minutes to go.
So, yeah, big test of stamina.
So, Sean, the next heat is the redemption heat. Yeah.
Well, yeah, actually, Reg.
Redemption round.
42 heat, 42 clubs.
Divided by
6 clubs in every heat equals
7. We were just
heats.
operating on 8 heats because there's always, it's always 8, 16
in multiples
or
of
32. But yeah, man, we were freaking out about having to work too hard.
No overtime, Reg.
No, that's right. Yeah, so the redemption round coming up, which is the 6th highest place 4th. So. Wow,
Okay.
definite qualifiers.
So Cronulla, Torquay, South Arm,
and
North
North
End.
End. And Sandon.
And Sandon, so still one spot.
One spot. So
it'll either be whoever finishes 4th here, or it'll be Point Lookout.
Right, yes. Wow, Point Lookout crew. They'll be freaking out.
They might be freaking out, actually, because you remember they were only, Curtis Ewing was about 10 seconds away from running across the finish line, which would have put him into 3rd.
Yeah.
Instead, they lost 5 points, and now they might miss out entirely, even from the repechage round.
Yeah, because, it's pretty hard to be one of the top 4th place teams if you dock 5 points.
Exactly.
So, yes, we wait and see whether that happens, but out in the water at the moment, though, Merriweather putting on the performance of the day, probably equal to Snapper or maybe even beyond Snapper's
Yeah, I think,
outstanding.
Mate. Yeah, Snapper looked pretty good, but Merriweather, mate, they have not missed. Every single one of their surfers has dropped a score.
Yeah. And I think
and they've done it quickly too. Like, you know, they had 5 in within 30 minutes.
Yeah, so the power surfer Morgan Siblick is still on the beach. Of course, Jesse Adam out the back. He's got a 3:05 in that last wave, but he'll be looking to maybe better that. He's got enough time.
There, that last one. So she's definitely done her job. And she's going to get in and, yeah, she'll do the sprint and send Kieran Perro out. There's Jess Adam.
Well, there's his board gone again.
What has happened there? There's KP. Well, he's looking a bit serious there,
He's looking very serious.
Might have a bit of work to do here, he thinks.
Well, like Kira, like you said, Pipe Masters champion, of course. But that's nothing compared to surfing for your club.
Surfing around one heat for your club at the ABB final.
That's right.
It's just what has happened to his leggy, mate?
I don't know.
Is it snapped and he's... Well, there she is. How did she sneak out and no one noticed?
Yeah.
The Queen.
The Queen herself, Lane Beachley. And, well, Gidge. It's funny, still call her Gidget, even though she's...
See, well, that's how she got to the top. She put a leg rope on.
Look, she's going to push Jesse's board away from him. You watch Lane, I know.
Push it onto the rocks, yeah.
That's what she does, the loose boards at freshwater. So Lane Beachley, 7-time world champion out there for freshwater board riders, and Lane, fit as a fiddle, still surfs every single day.
Yeah, she's got the mad froth still. But how did she sneak out there? Got a wave. Was, you know, at one point the most high-profile female surfer of all time.
Yeah, exactly.
And no one even...
No one saw her.
No one saw her. Sneaky. Look at her. Look at her. Can you imagine what she's saying?
Yeah. She's blocking Jesse, making him swim wider.
She's enjoying it.
For sure. So there you go, Lane. I wonder if anyone from Merriweather is going to go rescue Jesse's board.
Yeah. Well, there's Lani Zorich's last one. And Shyla Short here for Scarborough. This was sick. First turn was...
first turn was mental.
Was off chops. And she finished it all the way through to the inside. So that dragged Scarborough up into second place because she looked good there and did that easy. Okay, here we go. So this is Whoopi. It is Tio Whitlock. Oh, nice little inside drainer. And he sticks that. And we'll take it. So it looks like he's the Grom for Whoopi.
Yep.
Gorga. So Freshie just hanging in there here at the moment. They're still in range, but they're going to need... Well, what are they down to? One surfer left. They're going to need a score. But really, between the others, there is not much between them at all.
No.
So North Shore, got Luke Brumby out there now. That's him there, you can see.
Well, Freshies, Sam Brown waiting on the beach, so Lane will get into the Oak Exchange to tag him, but we've got 17.5 minutes remaining. So they've got two surfers, two waves left to catch in that 17 minutes. So time is starting to be squeezed for those that don't have the... There she is, Lane Beachley. Go, Gidge! Yeah, look, she's not even huffing. Lane, there she goes. And while we watch Lane fall over there, we'll be back with more action from the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle right after this.
Swipe, stream, share. Boost Mobile works in more places. Now on 5G. No lock-in contracts. Bring your own number. On the full coverage of the Telstra mobile network. at boost.com.au.
Boost Mobile.
Well, here we are, the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle continuing on with Heat 7. 15 minutes remaining in this heat. Merriweather putting on a big display out there, Shauno, with a huge lead at the moment. Scarborough currently in second spot. And during the break, well, we saw this wave. Well, you didn't see it, but this wave did get ridden. And some nice little turns off the top from the North Shore surfer.
Yeah, that's Lukey Brumby there. So he is quick in and out. So he's going to get his backside up the top there to the Oakley Exchange and get Alistair Reginato back into the water as the power surfer. So, yeah, it is, mate, as we said, it's Merriweather first, Daylight second at the moment. So that battle for the second and third spots is the interesting one right now. North Shore holding it at the moment, but, well, Byron still have 2 waves to come. There's Kieran Perro for Byron out there now. As we said, of course, former tour surfer, former pipe master, former tour commissioner, has done quite a bit.
Yeah, had quite the professional career, hasn't he?
Pulled into 20,000 closeouts at Off the Wall at 15 foot. So, pretty dependable. But they really need him to drop a score here and give Dakota Walters a bit of time to find it. Dakota's the man for Byron. Of course, when they won a few years ago, they had Solly Bailey, of course.
Yep.
But it was Dakota who actually won the final.
That's right. That was incredible.
That gigantic air reverse he pulled.
Yeah.
So no Solly Bailey here today. But Dakota's the man. They just need to give him a bit of time out there to find his wave. Merriweather, as we said, they're cruising. They're just going to send Morgs back out. And Morgan Siblick will probably just drop another 7 because he's looking pretty down.
Yeah, so Kieran, he's falling on that second turn. He wants to get back out there. We've got 12.5 minutes remaining, so he'll need to get back out there and lock something in pretty quickly.
He's a bit dirty on himself.
He's a bit dirty on himself.
Because that was the score too.
Yep, it was a good-looking wave. He had 2 good solid turns, opportunity for 2, I should say. So Scarborough out there with Finn McLaren looking to lock something in soon as well because he wants to get Nick Squires back out there for the power surfer. So pressure is on the 5th surfer. You know, they've got the combination of requiring, leaving enough time for their power surfer while also scoring a few points. And coming with a 1.8, it doesn't really enhance the situation, but sometimes you have no choice. Merriweather.
Yeah, we'll look at KP having a look at this here now. Nah, that going too wide. So yeah, it is that battle. It looks like Merriweather are home. North Shore, Scarborough, Byron. Who's it going to be? There we go. This is Morgan Siblick. And he's on the inside, so this will count. Yeah, and nails it. So like we said, there's another 7 straight up.
Well, he had no choice. He had to nail that. Power surfer, you only get one shot.
Oh. Well, it was a 2-for-1 special, that wave, because Kieran Perro got the end of it. And even though he's fallen, did he do enough work on those early turns? He's looking in, look. What do you reckon?
I don't know.
Well, what are they down to? 11 minutes here now, so if he goes back out...
Yeah, I think he's got to throw the dice, get one more. If he can give Dakota like 6 minutes at least.
Okay, well, there's Morgan on the inside. There's another 7. Forget about him. KP on the outside. Well, we've lost what he got done in that one. So there's Finn McLaren. So he needs to get a wriggle on as well for Scarborough.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that's in terms of the order you surf in, that fifth surfer is probably the gnarliest spot to be in.
Yeah, for sure.
Because you're generally up against the clock as well. And you've got to really, as you said, Reg, trade off how many points you can get versus how much time it's going to take.
Yeah.
So Morgs, he's not stressed, and Merriweather are cruising. They are home. But second and third, we're not sure. He goes Freshy. So this is Sam Brown here. Right.
Couple of nice turns.
Figure eight. And he's going to finish.
Yeah. He wants to bring that one in, I'd say, yep. And then...
There's KP.
Yeah, Kieran needs to finish his wave.
Job done.
Okay, so Kieran will get back in. Dakota Waters will... I think that with about 7 minutes by the time he's tagged. But don't forget, they've got to get out there. So they've got to get out through the cove.
Oh, look, there's a few Chiefs there in the firing camp.
And Dakota's just smiling. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Because I'm just going to go out there and just do one air rev for an 8. Here's a replay of KP. Yeah, a little top jam. This may not even be his score, but one of those previous waves might go better than that. But anyway, Sam Brown, meanwhile, for Freshwater. I don't know if this keeps them in it. I don't think it does. I think there's still a fair way back. But it was a pretty sick wave.
Yeah, but they are a fair way back, as you said. Like a good 8 points behind Byron, so...
Okay, here we go. Finn McLaren. There you go. Okay.
Well, there you go. That was 2 good solid turns. So Scarborough.
Rightio. So he's going to get up there at probably about the 6.5 minute mark. So it's going to take Nick Squires 2 minutes to get out.
Yeah, it's going to be hard. Like
it's going to be pretty tight.
6 minutes for your power surfer is not a lot of time.
No. But it was a pretty sick wave, so he's put a score on the board, which is definitely going to help Scarborough.
Yeah.
Here we go for Whoopi. Oh.
See what Nick Squires has to think of his power surfer is you don't want to, okay, like losing 5 points. So, you know, a 2 point wave can mean 7 points. So, yeah, it's going to be pretty tight out there.
Okay, ripping it around there. That's the NRMA Insurance power surfer, Al Reginato for North Shore. So he'd been sitting out there for a little while, but he is dependable, mate, and he absolutely aced that.
Yeah.
So North Shore breathes a little easier. So they're done. So we'll wait on that score to drop for North Shore. They'll probably go up into second.
Hope he doesn't paddle out and stand up on the next wave.
Don't do that.
Don't stand up, whatever you do.
Yeah, so there's Finn McLaren. So he's got to get up there and get Nick Squires into the water. So Dakota Walters, meanwhile, while we've been doing all of this, he's been paddling out. So he's probably in the water right now, waiting. Okay, Forno, have you got KP there, mate?
Yeah, Shauno, thanks very much, mate. Byron Bay, if there's one thing they love to do, it's put themselves under pressure and pull it out in the last minute. KP, when you won this thing, it was just this story over and over, scraping through in the last minute. It's not the best way to win, but you just get the job done. Can Dakota get it done for you today?
Yeah, for sure. You know, he's solid out there, and that's just kind of the way you want it to be. It's always on the line. Totally fine to do that all the way to the final, then you got to win.
That's true, mate. And the atmosphere up here is absolutely electric. Like, what's it like running up that hill, totally gassed, but getting all those cheers as you get closer and closer?
Oh, I mean, that's epic. Just to see the support, you know, everyone turning up from the club and just the whole crew.
You've surfed at the highest level, mate. CT finals, a big win at Pipeline, obviously. What's this like, the pressure, compared to those events?
It's real different because you're surfing for yourself in those events. You know, this is like a team thing. You don't want to let the team down. And you know, I fell on a couple, which was a bummer. So you're just pumped. You just want to get out there and do the job.
That's it, mate. Well, best of luck. Let's see if Coates can get it done like he has done so many times before.
Yeah, cheers.
Yeah.
Well done, mate. He's sucking them in.
Yeah, well, he's sucking them in. But yeah, Kieran Perro there and Dakota Waters. They're currently in fourth spot. They want to jump up in the third. Can they overtake Scarborough? Scarborough, of course, Nick Squires just heading out as their power surfer. And by the time Nick gets out in the water, he will not have that much time. Only 5 minutes remaining, Sean. So, yeah, it's all pretty tight.
Yep, well, there's Dakota. So he's on his way out now for Byron. So it looks like basically a battle for that third spot between Byron and Scarborough.
And you got to think one of these there is a vacant spot in the redemption round.
Yeah, they might get a second chance.
They might get a second chance.
They'll have to go straight back out.
Straight back out, yeah.
Good luck.
So, yeah, Merriweather and North Shore home and hose. Although, yeah, they are. Merriweather back in, North Shore back in. So, Scarborough. This is a tight one for Scarborough. 4.5 minutes remaining. Now, Nick Squires needs to get away and get back into the Oakley Exchange in the next 4 minutes and 10 seconds. If they lose 5 points, it could hand the ball to Byron. But Byron, of course, Dakota Waters, he is out there.
Well, Nick's probably not even off the rocks yet.
That's what I was thinking. Nick's he's a long way off. So, wow. Well, no, he's off the rocks. So there's Green heading out there for Woolgoolga. So Nick Squires is in the lineup.
Somewhere.
But where? That's the big question. Now, we saw Nick take 15 minutes for his first wave, so he can't do that, obviously.
He can't blame anyone else for being late.
No. So I think the rest of the team has done a great job catching up this time. So Nick Squires out.
Scarborough, provided Nick Squires can get up in time, they've got a 4-point advantage anyway.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So Nick just has to make sure he's at the Oakley Exchange in 2 minutes and 45 seconds. I don't know if he's on the beach yet. It's unfortunately just as he was coming in, he just fell in that white water, but there is that dead water to paddle across, which we can see Dakota doing right now. He also knows he has to get up there.
Yeah,
so
okay.
Here's the replay, Sean.
Here it is, mate. First turn, he just loaded up and just for half a second. It might have looked different from front on. It looked like the board skipped out of control, but maybe it was a controlled slide. I don't know.
Well, 2 minutes.
He's just got to get his get his backside up to the Oakley Exchange anyway.
I wonder where Nick is. So he's got to get back up.
Looked like he was further down the beach.
That's what I thought. So we don't know, as we see Freshie surfer as well. Okay,
yeah.
So there's Dakota.
So
there's
good.
Nick's on the rocks.
Oh.
So Nick is going to have 1 minute and 44 seconds.
So he's got to go to the end of he can't jump over the fence here.
No. Oh, Nick is not in a good spot. So
he's got to go to the end to get onto this thing. So he took the shortcut up onto the rocks, but now it's actually the long cut. Yeah. He's got to rock hop all the way to the end.
1 minute and 20 seconds.
He's doing pretty good.
He is. But I don't know whether he can make it. Look at how fast he is.
Coates has got it under control.
Yeah,
he's checking
so
his
he's
watch.
fine. Okay, Nick Squires.
He's got a minute. He should be sweet.
Yeah, 1 minute and 10 seconds, Nick. Well, but Nick has put in some of the best performances as an individual in this event over the years. Oh, he's looking at his watch casual. 1 minute. Well, he's still in front of the... he's there. He's going past our tent. So, Nick, I don't know. 54 seconds.
Yeah, I think he's good, mate. So Coates is home. So it might just come down to what these scores. So, of course, Scarborough had a lead. They were ahead by about 4 points.
Yeah, well, he's made it 40 seconds left in at 35 seconds. So Nick Squires has to pound this track. There, he's still on the boardwalk.
30 seconds. I think he should be right.
Yeah.
He's down the bottom of the hill now.
Yeah, 25 seconds, Nick.
Yeah, he's on the hill now, mate. I reckon he's going to crawl over with that 5 seconds left. There's the wide shot.
Well, he's only got 10 seconds now. Well, I don't know if he's going to make it. 10,
he's going
9,
to run on.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, the Hooter went up.
The Hooter went up. after he was through. I was calling out clock. Out clock is not the official timepiece. Oh. Did he make it? Well, I reckon he was... It's a photo finish. Oh, I don't know. Wow.
By the hooter, he was fine.
By the hooter, he was fine, yeah. Reminds me of that time at Bells with Kelly.
Don't mention that one. That was your fault, Reg.
Yeah, but he was wrong. I was right.
Yes, we're always right.
That's right. Don't argue with the beach commentary team. No way, he didn't make it. It was like 2 seconds. No way.
Heavy.
Oh, Borno, what's going on down there, mate? That's heavy.
Mate, this is so heavy. Nick, you put in the hardest yards and it didn't quite get there. 1 second off, mate. That's heartbreaking.
Yeah, it was, I knew I was up against it, having like 6.5 minutes to get up there and catch a wave, so what do? I finished in a shit spot. Had to climb up the rocks, had to do it the hard way the whole way through, but yeah, that's tough.
Mate, that run over the rocks was absolutely so heavy, and then you come all the way up. You were so close. Did you think you were going to make it?
I looked at my watch and I thought I had enough time just to pace it. And then the stickers are slippery, you can't grip. If you want to power up that hill, it's kind of, if you miss tread, it's pretty tough. So I'm sure there's like a split second in it, but that's the way it is.
Oh, mate, look, heartbreak here, but a really good team performance. Just missed out.
Yeah, that's right. A bit gutted at the moment, but that's the way it is.
Mate, massive effort. Thanks for talking to us. Appreciate it.
Well,
man.
Reg, the other thing is...
Yeah, I know.
You know what I'm about to say?
Mm-hmm.
He might be surfing again right now. Look at their score. It's a 25-1-7, even after the 5 point. I think they come in.
No, but they've dropped back to 5th.
I've gone back to 5th.
They're not even in the top 4. So he dropped back behind Freshie.
They are gone.
So, yeah, 1 second.
Freshie might get the last spot in the rapid charge round.
I thought you were just...
Yeah, so if Nick was 1 second faster, they would have got third. Byron would have been one of the highest scoring fourth.
Yeah. Byron would have been in.
Oh, man, that's just so heavy. So heavy. But then that's what it's all about, you know, that's the sort of excitement we bring to the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle, Shauno.
Hats off to Nick Squires, mate. He's been, ever since his event's run, he's been like one of these heart and soul guys.
Oh, 100%.
You know,
he sort of represents what it's all about.
You know, if this was you or me, Reg, and we just lost by a second, we would have been protesting.
100%.
Carrying on.
Yeah, I'd be saying, okay, I want to see that. I want to see the hooter.
But old Squires, he just goes, mate, no. So it was just, you know, did everything I could, didn't get there.
No.
So tough break there for Scarborough. So they're sent packing despite a heroic effort there from Nick Squires. So you're watching the opening day here at the finals, the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle, live from Burleigh Heads. The rep charge round in the water right after this.
A help company would get people back on their feet, make complicated stuff simple, and even try to predict the unpredictable. So that's what we're doing. NRMA Insurance, a help company.
Mate, I think you're joining two of the most drowned rats on the Burleigh headlands. Just, you know, freezing. We got absolutely saturated earlier in that the first of the squalls. The second one was just like an insult to injury. But yeah, I'm soaked to the bone. I haven't tried out.
Well, welcome back, Chris.
It's good to be back in Queensland. The tropics, subtropics. Love it.
I think Jesse and I this morning, we walked in the car park, we knew what was coming, and we both just asked, you know, did you pack a spray jacket? We both just said nah. And yeah, I didn't cop it as bad as you guys, but I'm definitely, yeah, the shirt's not dry.
I packed a spray jacket. I left it in here in the commentary box.
Perfect.
I came in here to seek shelter, and then this was just like a mini cyclone in this.
I heard about this.
There was stuff going everywhere. The rain was going in vertically. It was like in a movie when you're running away from the lion and you get caught in a room and then all of a sudden the lion's in the room with you. That was what happened with me in the rain earlier.
Chris Marta, the lion, the proverbial lion. Isn't it?
He was holding this stuff together barehanded. The trophy he took out, Reg, was chaos. All right, who's in the lineup right now? This is the redemption round.
That's right. Bit of heartbreak in that last one, eh? Did you guys see what happened there?
Yeah, Nick Squires missed the finish line by a couple of seconds.
Like 2 or 3 seconds. I thought it was heavy with Curtis Ewing this morning, but then you see that with Squeeze, and I was like, oof, that actually is as close as it gets.
Well, here's the replay. Yeah, so listen out for the hooter. The pine tree perfectly blocking out the finish line just adds to the ambiguity right there as well.
Looking at it, I honestly think he just doesn't make it. Like, I think the hooter does go, and you can hear Bungan and NASA. I absolutely knew that was them cheering, counting it down.
Well, the laughter coming from the NRMA Insurance tent was probably what the video replay...
Was that the horn? Because I didn't hear a horn.
Yeah. All right, the start line. These are the teams who are now surfing with chips on their shoulders. This is the 6th highest ranked 4th place teams from the day.
And what, there's 7 heats?
There's 7 heats.
So Scarborough didn't get in?
No, they came 5th.
Right.
Because they lost the 5 points. They went from second, I think, to 5th.
I think it was Point Lookout that didn't get in. They came in 3rd. Which was actually a similar situation. 10 seconds to go. Curtis didn't make it in. He made it literally to where we have the scaffolding for the presentation tomorrow. He made it to there. Bede was there, like, trying to run him up the hill, and then nothing. And I remember talking to Bede. He was like, I really hope we get in. We don't have a great total. It was like 16 points. And I just was like, oh, I don't know if 16 points is going to do it.
We were trying to do the maths earlier. It's about a 7 or 8 minute loop if you don't catch a wave. So you times it by 6, you're up to 45 minutes. You've only got 20 minutes to sit and wait for waves as we get underway in the redemption round. Any team that's got all their surfers back in the box has basically got through.
There's been a lot of heats today, like you've seen it in the past iterations. We're up to series number 12. Plenty of times in Newcastle you'll see one team not make it, or maybe 2. But today there's been multiple efforts of 3 or more teams not actually making it back. So yeah, it's definitely a race against the clock.
Culburra winning the efficiency award today. I think they got through. They caught 7 waves between their 6 surfers. That's how you do it.
They got a pretty big reserve list too. A couple of big changes coming tomorrow.
Well, I'm on Heartbreak Street today, if I'm being really honest. Hoggy, Narrabeen's out, and I'm really sad about it. But I'm also
what's the inside there? Give us the inside scoop.
I think he was just flustered. Like, he's surfed so many of these that maybe it just like didn't click that you can only get one wave. We've actually won a grand final that way too, where like we were coming second, and then the team who was in first, their power surfer caught a second wave, or maybe we made the final because of that.
Were you brave enough to bring that up today?
No, but I did ask him if he knew the rules, and as soon as I said, I was like, oh, it's a bit brutal, isn't it?
I think obviously it's the team aspect this weekend, but even in the individual pursuit of this endeavour that we all love so much, it really is swings and roundabouts. You can have the biggest shocker of all time, but if you do look out over for Hoggy, what is it, a 25-year career?
Yeah.
Maybe more?
More.
You will have those moments where you did get the rub of the green on the other side. It probably doesn't make that feeling any easier right now, but it's a really good point that you make up. You've been the beneficiary of that in the past, and it's just how it goes. The clock can do funny things, and it's just, even someone as experienced as Nathan Hedge. Like probably the ultimate team surfer, still, unfortunately, he made that error, which is, it's sort of, it was surprising, I guess, to say the least.
I think it's sad as well because like we had that massive rain squall, and you know that his intent is always good. Like his intent for Narrabeen is to always win, or for anyone really, anyone he's helping out, is to always win and always put his best foot forward. And I think if anything, like when I was talking to him, like you could feel the self-pain. Like you know how much Hoggy's going to take that on too, because he is the glue for a lot of teams, and he's such a standout performer, and a lot of people probably look up to Hoggy in this event as well. And I think, yeah, it was a bit of a sad morning, especially for me now that Narrabee's out.
I was about to say, he's the glue for one team, and that's North Narrabeen, and a lot of supporters.
My team.
That's right, your team. But it's true, you know, and like every club, you know, wishes they had a Hoggy, and some clubs do, but there is only one hog.
Only one.
But there's a lot of people that sort of fill that similar space, and yeah, you're right, a lot of people do look up to it.
All right, so we're seeing a bunch of teams that came fourth. So they've all surfed once already. What lessons are they going to have learned? Do you think we'll see any of these teams not get all 6 surfers back?
There is a possibility for it, because we've seen it. Just like Stace said, it is so swings and roundabouts. Like, they might have had the worst heat and come fourth in their first round, but we might see someone have an absolute blinder and beat Merriweather's total of 41.49 and up and riding Sandon Point. I mean, these guys have a team that can definitely do it. This guy on your screen, Australian Junior Champ last year, he's the reigning Aussie Junior Champ. And we're surfing like that. That is exactly how you want to start a teams event. It sets the intention, it sets the vibe. And Cooper Davies said it so well. If you can get the first 3 surfers right, then it takes a lot of the pressure. First 4 surfers right, it takes a lot of the pressure off the power surfer. That was a great first wave for Sandon Point.
Given the tone of this conversation, I am baffled that Sammy Lowe didn't just come straight in.
Yeah. Well, the good thing is, with it being such a long point, you basically get 2 cracks at it anyway.
Yeah.
You're going to catch a second wave.
If you decide to go wide, and a lot of people, as you know, we all do, you want to be up. You want to chase it up. There are great waves further down, but not one person, us included, would paddle that way. Everyone wants to be up the point. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out.
You know what I've noticed as well from people who are sitting wide, then the next surfers are coming out and they are getting those deeper ones that they want to be on anyway. It seems like a bit of a, I don't know, the idea's there, and it's like, okay, get one up the point, then get one down the point, then you just come in through, you know, the Gold Coast Dash, the start of the run. But I just don't know if it's that simple when there's no priority. Like, I just think you have to get your hassle on, and the only way you can do that is to be up the point. Get away with, like...
You can take the girl out of Narrabeen. Here we are, you got to get your hassle on. All right, cheers.
Come on.
No, the grass is always greener though, no matter where you're sitting. You're seeing those waves up the point, you're like, oh, I should have been sitting there instead.
I wonder if he is just going to come in. He's looking like he's moving, and I like it, you know.
He may as well.
I would, you know. What's the score? 517. 100% you're out of there.
575.
My bad.
And this is, as he was paddling his way to the beach, he's found a runner.
Yeah.
Upside down. Ha, ha, ha.
And it's just hard because all these juniors, like, they're so critical of themselves that they consistently score themselves down. Tricky.
Troy Brooks just... Look at that wave. Wow. This is one of those ones you were talking about, Stace.
The pool mechanic. He won't bother. He is straight in. Thank you very much for coming. Tide turning now on the way back in. We're seeing way more sort of double ups and good scoring opportunity.
You know what? I actually have a bit of a soft spot for Torquay. They're wild cards into this event. They were so gutted when they didn't get in the first time. And then Brooksy, he said he didn't get a good run. This is exactly that type of wave you're talking about, Stace. So good from deep on the point and just runs the whole way down and just absolutely tags it. He's right in line of where he has to be to come in, run. This is textbook start to heat tag team surfing here from Brooksy. And you can tell with his quick little stand tall at the end of that one too.
So good. What about this one, Binzi?
Yeah, walled up all right. Pretty wedgy wave, couple of turns. And are we going to see the Cronulla surfer make their way on in? There it is, Troy Brooks. Second, so we're seeing surfers do the run for the second time today as well. So fatigue will be starting to creep in, especially for the power surfers. Sammy Lowe out in front, fresh legs. I mean, Troy Brooks would have competed with Sammy's dad for years back in the day.
That's pretty cool. I like the idea of that. That's sick.
Absolutely. I mean, we're seeing the Kerrs competing for Snapper Rocks.
Yeah.
A lot of generational stuff going on in surfing these days.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, just while we have a tiny, tiny lull in action, we might cross to the one and only Vaughan Blakey, who's with the other one and only Nick Atkins, the Skeg reporter.
Yeah, here I am with Nick, mate. I'm a frother. You're a frother. Cop leagues frothers. Oh, my God. The premium bar is going absolutely turbo.
This is me nice shirt, you bastards.
Mate, it's not even finals day yet. What is going on up
Hey,
here?
you know what's so sick? These guys got knocked out first round and they're the biggest frothers here.
It's the best weekend.
It's so good.
Oh, go Tricky Chook!
You cannot match the froth that's up here at the top of Burleigh Point. We had the craziest storm just come through before. Wiped the whole joint out. Everyone's already back. Full house. It's so sick. The storm kind of helped it, I reckon.
It did, mate. And I mean, look, this event, we talk about it every year. Surfing is an individual sport. We love seeing the best. But how good is the team element, the team atmosphere?
It's something really different, eh? And it's like, I talk to the guys and they're heading out. It's a different kind of pressure. You're doing it for a group of people. It's so sick. It's so sick to see surfing be a team sport like this, and it really works. And the waves are kind of good. Like, it's pumping.
It's pumping. And, mate, these frothers came dead last and have a crack at them.
I don't know if I've ever thrown to a live cross before that started off with the talent getting booed. That was brilliant.
I love bunging.
Was that a boo? I think it was a boo. No. Or is that the bunging have a team boo?
Team song.
It was more of like a guttural roar of excitement. That was like live golf scenes right there.
Torquay, Troy Brooks. A 6.88, if you don't mind, to open proceedings for the replacement team.
Up there earlier,
Have
you
a
and
point
I
to
were,
prove.
Chris and Jess, you were too, and there were conversations getting flying around about like, oh, okay, who is the best ever team sort of surfer? I don't know where Troy sits in that list. It's definitely podium though.
Oh, yeah.
Like that score to start a heat against people probably half his age, that generation are crafty, and you don't want to draw them. And if you're lucky enough to have like a Troy Brooks in your heat, in your team, yeah, your job's half done.
Some people drift in and out of the board riders scene. You know, they live somewhere for a little while, they move on. Brooko wouldn't have lived in Torquay for 20 years, and he is still you'll never find a more passionate Torquayan. Okay, this is South Arm. Oh, that was the layback, holding on to it. And that's going to help him as much progress towards the beach as it is bank more points.
I like this wave from South Arm. Very kind of skatery style, like kicks it out. Love that carve back, gorgeous. And then this layback, it's just a little bit of spice at the end. That was a really nothing section, so the fact that he just put it all on the line, I'll take it. And then comes in, stays like that, comes straight in after a good wave.
Oh, well, I just think like this team's format, as we've got the Ibis here up and riding, it's doing the mascots proud. Big finish, as does Chris there. It's just like finishing on your feet and riding that wave in for that sort of 20 or 30 metres that you get out of it is just so much better than having a paddle. Because that little break there is what's sort of been setting that timer apart.
How come he's called the Ibis?
Have you seen his chassis?
His physique.
We'll get a look at the pins on the Gold Coast Dash as he comes up the corner. I mean, Ibis, he comes from really good stock. He's actually incredible board paddler.
Surf lifesaving royalty.
Yeah, that's right. And he's done a lot of time on the beach as a lifeguard, and he's an esteemed... Christopher, you're going to have to fill in the blanks here. He's not a sonographer. X-ray, what's that word?
Yeah, sonographer.
Is he a sonographer?
Yeah.
He's a clever boy.
So you got to be careful what you say, because he'll see right through you.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
You've been holding on to that one all day. You know what?
Just with a couple of dads sitting next to me right now.
You are now a father, and that just is just perfect. And it's the dash for him will be. He's gonna. That's not something he's worried about. Whereas you look at maybe some of the other surfers. I don't know what they get up to down at Tassie, but I don't really think they're doing run, swim, paddles that often, whereas Ibis just grew up on them.
Sure did, yeah. All right, 53 and a half minutes remaining. The froth is real. That's the South Arm crew.
Oh, Zave. Oh.
One sort of time slip up to then add that pressure to any kind of club.
Yeah.
And, you know, anyone's kind of susceptible to it. And it has been a real day of managing the clock.
Well, I was talking to Nico, who was on the screen before earlier today, and he's like, I've never really understood, you know, the team surfing format, but now I do. And he's like, I didn't realize how crucial the last 5 minutes were. And I was like, mate, you got to look at the remaining time as well. Like, it's all so crucial. Like, any moment, any team rider can slip up, and it's like dominoes. Like, if one person does, it takes a lot of energy to be able to pick the team back up. You know, you all feel and feed off each other's energies. And I also think being a team surfer, you have to be a very specific type of person. Like,
totally.
The best surfer in the world might not be a very good team surfer. Like, just out of example from personal experience, my sister is an amazing team surfer. On the other hand, me, not so much. Like,
you're right. It's like you can't be a surfer that likes a lot of opportunity.
Yeah.
You have to be really good at limited opportunity.
Yeah, and you kind of have to bury your ego a little bit. Like, you got to be able to cop a 5, which obviously a 5 isn't a bad score, but you've got this kind of ego, like, okay, I'm going to go out there, I'm going to get an 8.5, I'm going to hold it down for the team. But no, it's a team. All you really need is a bunch of 6s and a bunch of 5s string together, you know, and then when you get down the line, so you kind of have to just pat your ego down a little bit sometimes in teams as well.
So Xavier Huxtable just dropped to 5.03.
Beautiful.
Should he be making his way in?
With Troy's 6.88, yes.
Yeah, I think so. And then you've got Tully and Ellie, like, yeah, I think they're going to be sweet.
So this is Jed Ashton, second surfer for Sandon Point, and he's releasing Eddie Hamati with 50 minutes remaining.
Who's Torquay's NRMA Insurance power surfer?
It is the man in the water right now, Xavier Huxtable.
Exactly, and that's why I'd rip him in.
Yeah.
Give him himself.
He's got to do the run around twice.
That's right.
For the second time.
And on this run around right now, if you were going to say how hard's he going to go, he's probably going to go 75, 80%. He's going to get up the hill pretty quick, but he's going to need a little bit left in the tank to go 110 at the end. Get in now, wave him in.
And give the wizard, Tully Wiley, a little bit more time to hunt down a bomb.
For sure, and you can get... It's hard, though, because you can over-analyse it, but I guess that's our job to do that. Like, Tully needs a specific type of wave being on his backhand out there.
Yeah.
And he's an amazing surfer. He's easily capable of getting a big score, as we see Kaylin Orchard here up and riding. That's a no-brainer. Freshie crew will be psyched on that.
Well, the Freshie crew are doing it tough because they just surfed. So they are straight back in action.
Doing it tough or just getting it all done in one go? Getting all the pain on the...
2 goes.
Well, as in one large go.
Yeah.
You know, like they're not resetting. They're staying in wet boardies.
130-minute superheat.
Yeah, but you're only surfing 2 or 3 waves per surfer. Like, it's grueling and it's gnarly, but ultimately, if these guys want to be pro surfers, it's kind of mellow.
Bring it on.
Bring it on, yeah.
Yeah, it was interesting talking to some of the competitors this morning, like even just like after interviews, and if it was their first time, them just being like, oh, so much more puffed. Like the run wasn't even that bad, but you're so like puffed and I couldn't figure out why. And I was like, because you're so locked in and just like tense for 70 minutes. And then you're out there and you're like, okay, I've got to rock off, and you're probably not really breathing. Like once you're out there, like, okay, now I've got to get a wave, and you're just constantly thinking. So then by the time you get up, you're like back to reality. And you're like, wow, what just happened?
Cashy Brown for the Canala Sharks here. It's a very similar situation. Were they in that same heat as well? No, they couldn't have been, but they might have been 1.5 heats ago.
This is a good-looking wave.
Wow,
Continues
gorgeous.
to run.
Stoked.
Oh, and here goes Zave.
Huxley.
Oh, bring it in, Zave. You've got a 5.03. I would take that 5.03. That first turn might even... Oh, did it look like he was paddling back out? Wow.
Now that Darabin are done,
yeah.
What was their signal?
Well, I don't want to get in trouble by saying, but we've had the same signal for 12 years, and if you just watch Narrabeen team, you'll probably figure out what it is pretty quickly.
because that is a part of the event that is quite challenging. You hear it plenty of times, like surfers go, oh, I looked in, I didn't see you or hear you or any of those things, but you do need a specific flag or a board or a mascot.
A saucepan and a wooden spoon if you're Aladullah.
No, that's going off all day. That wouldn't mean anything if you heard that.
I feel like, would it change on a point break? Because it's so far away. Like, would you think of a different schedule? Like, say we're on a beach break, you might have a different tactic considering you got to take in like run time now as well, and not everyone runs as fast as each other.
Oh, for sure.
That was Chris Zaffis. He'll have another go.
So Zabe came in.
And he's going to hang on to that first wave, you'd imagine, the 5.03.
God, look at him go.
It's like a train coming down the tracks when you hear that thumping on the boardwalk.
This is my first time in the booth today, so like I'm actually hearing it for the first time coming past. I'm like, wow, you actually can. They're right there.
Yeah.
I heard Dean Bowen from the top of the hill.
Oh, there was a great one before the. So there's a couple of lollipop men, like crosswalk attendants, so we're guarding that one bit between the two tracks. And Kersey was coming around the bend and they were holding everyone back. And then as soon as Kersey went past, the lollipop man fell asleep on the job and just let everyone cross. And Dean Bowen was about 10 feet behind and just about bulldozed an entire kindergarten. All right, Zave unlocks the wizard. Here goes Tully Wiley.
Jay Brown heading out there next for Cronulla as well. Cronulla is a bit of that dark horse team.
So Cash Brown, Jay Brown, are they?
No, not related.
Non-related?
No, neither is Miller Brown, I heard over the broadcast, not cousins.
Chris Zaffis here, kind of hippie looking like he wants to really just put a real exclamation point on this heat. He was unfortunate to not get up the hill in time in his heat for North End earlier.
Oh, unfortunate? I don't think he was even close. He
was kind of getting up the hill though, right?
They butchered that at the end, North End. I reckon they'll be surfing with a mega chip on their shoulder right now to try and set the record straight. North End, this is their second home down at Burleigh. They spend a lot of time here and would not be happy going out.
Eddie Hamady, it's a nice turn, just sort of under it there.
Oh, looking back at the team.
Oh, there was more out the back for Chris Zaffis. Gosh, he's such a smooth surfer. I've always really loved the way he surfed, and then that turn was really nice. And he gets that one more kind of extra just, oh, there's a section up and over. I feel like that's a good wave for North End. You know, they're currently out of a qualifying position. They needed a 3. Chris just trying to make his way back in. I feel like that, you know, it's still such early days, but that could be definitely one of those waves where they could probably rely on it, you know?
Stace, Chris is from Angari. How long would he have been in the North End fold?
Oh, it's between 5 and 10 years. It's more than 5 and less than 10 by my loose calculations. Yeah.
Is that just a tactical move to get more waves over at Stratty, or?
Chris is never short of a wave in any lineup in the world.
Yes.
All right. On that note, we're going to cross down to Vaughan Blakey. Who have we got there, Vaughno?
Yeah, thanks, Binsey. Mate, redemption round is well and truly underway, and sometimes it just doesn't go to plan for those clubs that have worked so hard, put in the true grit to get all the way here, and it just doesn't go to plan. And one of those clubs is Werry Beach, and I've got the Werry Beach Wombat with me. Mate, bit of a tough one for Werry Beach today.
It is tough. It is tough. We've put in a lot of hard work. We've been grinding for the last couple of months, trying to make it happen, but hey, if we can't win today, we're going to win tonight, and that's what matters.
That's it, mate. You're going to be flying the flag for the Werry Beach Club, for the whole town down there. Tell us about it. How are you going to take out this Surfing Australia mascot? What is it? Beatdown?
It's a challenge. It's a championship. It's a one and only, and we're here to rip in. Like, I haven't prepared anything, but what you're going to see on this stage today is something out of this world. I promise. You will see something that's going to be crazy, and we're going to love it. It's going to be fun.
Mate, I heard the Scarborough Steeler was just going to take you down. How do you feel about that?
Look, down on the South Coast, mate, there's 2 things we do. We surf and we play rugby. So we'll see who can take who down, and we're going to find out soon.
Run it straight. Run it
straight. Let's go. Weary, 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 weary. Come on!
Wowee. As we see a beautiful wave there from Tommy Myers.
Hey mate, it's Ryan. I just really need to know if you're coming or not. Give me a call.
Welcome back to the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle. This is the redemption round. Freshwater currently in the lead from Sandon Point, Cronulla, Torquay, North End and South Arm. And you see right now, this is South Arm, South Sienna Lawrence on the Gold Coast Dash.
Apparently this is one of the hardest parts. Talking to a bunch of people, that they just reckon the straight run just keeps going. It just never ends.
It almost looks like it's gotten a metre longer throughout the day.
Yeah.
That first bit just seems to go forever.
All right, as we see Sienna Lawrence putting in the big ones on the Gold Coast Dash, we're going to cross down to Vaughan Blakey.
Beam is best enjoyed together, and together means hanging out with your best mates like Nev Hyman, the master craftsman. Good to see you, brother.
Oh, yeah, you too, mate. This is just too much fun.
It is too much fun, and mate, we are standing in front of the Together board. Have a go at this thing. Where did the idea come from to shape this bad boy?
Making a 40-foot surfboard and getting 60 people on it. Yeah, pretty dumb, but togetherness, I mean, seriously, Jim Beam have got such a great idea here to actually bring surfers together and have synchronised surfing on the board. Check the footage, it's unbelievable. Morgan and the boys and girl, Sophie, on this thing, turning it. So we're actually surfing, synchronised surfing. It's going to be in the Olympics, by the way. Nobody knows that yet. So, awesome.
That's amazing, mate. And like, how hard is it? I mean, you've shaped incredible boards in your career. How hard is it to shape something of this magnitude?
It's really nice to have a computer because I have a computer shaping machine. You know when you get those little toys and the little bits and you break them out in little rectangles? That's how we did this. 8 pieces cut on my surf shaper machine, and we had to break it all out, cut it all out and stick it all together. A little bit more complicated than that, but that's basically what happened.
That's awesome, mate. You've done an amazing job, and you know, I love the Together board, but I also love the ones you're famous for, man.
But check that. That's only 3 times smaller than that board. So everything about that board 3 times bigger is the 20-foot board.
Still works a treat. Always does when it's a Nev.
And guess what? It's a channel bottom. And why would you put a channel bottom on a 20-foot surfboard? Because I can.
Well played, mate. And mate, look, you're pretty much a mainstay here at the Jim Beam Bar over the course of the ABB. What's your highlight of being down here in this particular space and sharing this moment with so many people?
Enjoying surfing from a different perspective, okay? Because surfing is somewhat of a selfish sport and it's all the ego around the big events and things, but this is togetherness. This is fun. Everybody down here is having a, shitload of fun. And that's what it's all about. Surfing is fun. Doing it with your mates and your mates' girlfriends and everybody else that wants to go surf.
It is, mate, and it's an absolute joy to be together again at last. Let's hit the bar. Jim Beam.
Well, there you go. One of Western Australia's finest red-headed exports. And Vaughan, that's not the original oversized surfboard.
Round 2.
He's gone again.
Coral Durant, speaking of West Oz's finest exports, now surfing for North End. A couple of nice turns there.
Cozzy pretty close to making the Challenger Series as well. Like, she's one of our country's best, and she absolutely charges. Like, there's footage of her on this left-hand barrel, and it is insane. But she's been recently adopted by North End. I couldn't imagine what her Boardriders Club would be from over west, from where she lives.
I'm not sure if the Bluff has one, to be honest.
Bluff Boardriders. That's kind of cool.
I don't know if they exist.
Well...
So we got some scores in. Tully Wiley, a 5.03, so Torquay back into the lead. Freshie, they've got 3 good scores as well. Sandon Point, they've got 4 surfers through already. Parish Burns last wave was 2.55, but enough to put them into the lead. So we are definitely seeing the teams. They've picked up the run rate. Everyone is really getting through their surfers right now.
It is a little bit of heartbreak, though, for South Arm. It's not a very healthy total right now with 35 minutes to go, but it could all change. It could all change.
And they've only got 2 scores on the board.
Yeah, it's not...
No one's really running away with it, though, are they? First to 5th, all within one really good score. Of sort of putting their name on it. Sandon doing the best job, obviously, at the moment.
Yeah, Torquay probably the highest averages across their waves, although Freshwater haven't been far behind either. And they do have a certain 7-time world champion in the lineup right now.
Mm-hmm.
I love that Lane's still getting it done for Freshie.
So good.
Yeah. I honestly don't reckon she'll give it up anytime soon either. And we were having a laugh about it in that last heat. Even just, I think someone lost their board and it was like, Lane was just like charging. She was like, no one is getting in my way.
Jessie Adam, they had a paddle battle, except Jessie was swimming.
Yeah, and she just had that competitive look in her face. Like, if we start running at the same time, I'm going to beat you. And I love that about her. Cozzy on your screen.
Just getting a beer shower on the way up the hill, if you don't mind.
She said this morning that run was the longest run she's ever done in her life.
Saw Ellie Harrison practicing the run on her Instagram. Getting up and down the steps at Winky.
Yeah.
Did any teams do a dry run and time it and try and figure it out?
For sure, Burleigh and North End would have, for sure.
I feel like you should. I feel like that should be like a
well, then you've got
team
a base.
prerequisite. You shouldn't be figuring it out in the first round. That's just risky business. I think get here Friday Arvo, get the stopwatch going.
What happens, one year we're going to turn up here and it's going to be proper thumping Burleigh. A guy's going to be going out the creek or jumping off at Sharkies. How are you going to score a wave in the Cove if the judges only have eyes on the Rocky?
There was a little bit of that last year. I think they added a few minutes onto the clock to the jump off because you had to go around the corner. Like it wasn't crazy pumping, but there was a lot of like whitewash and a lot of pretty tall clean-up sets. And you had to go around the next point. You had to go into the Sharky section, or even into the river mouth. And I think there was even like water starts from memory.
I didn't even know there was part of the rock-off called Sharkies. I just thought it was there in the creek.
That's the top thumping, dredging barrel of doom on a big thumping swell.
Parrish will be stoked to get that one. He was like a whisker from nailing a real big score earlier, just kind of got a bit late up to the section, and they're the kind of things that would just eat away at you while you're sitting out there waiting for your next wave. It definitely took him a while, but he'll be stoked. Speaking of which, Lane Beachley, similar situation. She pretty much had it, but just fell on the whitewash there.
So Freshie would have more world titles than every other team in this event combined. It's incredible.
Yeah. I'm trying to think if we have any other world champions competing. I don't think so.
Well, juniors, is Jarvis competing?
I don't think he is, but like it depends if you count like ISAs and masters and all that stuff. Like,
yeah, that's a really good point.
Lane's got 8.
Bainey's
if you count
here.
the masters.
That's what I mean. Yeah, but
oh yeah, Bainey won one that year too.
Bainey won one, and then Jimmy Taipan, he's got a couple of ISAs.
So it might be touch and go between Lane versus the field.
Yeah, she might still have everyone covered. I reckon she'd know.
Absolutely.
She told me this morning that she was the oldest competitor in the draw, and she had a big grin on her face. And I said, Lane, I think we can pick a different accolade, surely. But she's so proud of that, and as she should be. Like, what'd you say, Benzie? 52.
I didn't say that, but I believe it.
I love putting words in your mouth. It's
that makes her the
amazing.
same age as Kelly.
Which seems about right.
I'm pretty sure she's I actually think I know this from a podcast that I did with her. I'm pretty sure she's a year older than my mum, so I think she's 53 this year.
So cool.
Not far off.
So your mum's the same age as Kelly?
Yep. Megsy and Kelly.
No, it's really, really cool to see.
Yeah, no, she's definitely also maybe one of the biggest grommets in the draw too. Even though she is the oldest, she's just forever young. She's like Peter Pan. Like, she's just got that Peter Pan kind of outlook on life where she's just wants to be a kid forever. And I think it's sick. It's definitely part of her brand and like who she is and what she brings to our sport. And then this morning we had that Rise Women's Breakfast, and I'm not sure if you guys got to hear, but that is an initiative that Surfing Australia has put in. It's the next generation, next wave of women and girls in surfing. It's $1 million grant to go into female surfing from the federal government, whether it's to put more women in judging roles, commentating roles, competitive roles, coaching roles. Like, that is just absurd. And Lane, she was the most excited about it out of anyone, so we can see.
Parish Burn looks gas. Let's cross down to Vorno. Take it away, mate.
Thanks, Benzie. Parish, mate. Sand and Point getting it done.
Yeah, it's bloody tough out there, but still some good waves.
Yeah, man. And, you know, everyone wants a shot at redemption. You guys have got it. You want to grab hold of that thing.
Yeah, definitely. We were pretty disappointed in our first heat, you know. We knew we could do better than that, so stoked to get a second chance.
Such a great legacy, your club. Been around for so long. I think 64, it's thereabouts is when it started. It's a club that should be right up there with those big powerhouses. Are you guys the team that can bring it home this year?
Hopefully. You know, we've been working hard for a long time now. We've always had a good young crew, and they're just getting of age now, so next couple of years we should be right in the firing line.
I love just keep asking you questions while you cast, man. But
I'm far out.
Yeah, we got defibs, no problem, man. Listen, the club, you know, so many great surfers from there. Does coming to a point suit you guys, do you think? Do you get an advantage when you come to a nice long point?
I think definitely, you know, the length of ride's one thing, but knowing where you're sitting in the lineup and the positions and the sidewinder waves to take, I think it definitely helps.
That's awesome, mate. Well, best of luck. Hope to see Santa get through.
Thanks, Forno.
You beauty. Thanks, Vaughan. Parish Burn sucking in the big ones right now. So just a reminder, this is the redemption round. These are the 6 highest ranked 4th place teams after the 7 heats. So everyone is running the Gold Coast Dash for the 2nd time. Right now for South Arm, this is Luke Johansson. So South Arm have got some work to do. Just their 3rd surfer in the water and 28 minutes to run. Meanwhile, Sand and Point doing pretty nicely at the moment.
Yeah, Sand and Point are sitting pretty, and look at that. Lindsay, like what we talked about earlier, they only have 5s and 4s. Their highest scores are 5.75, have a couple 4s following it. I mean, that kind of just gives off the point that what we were talking about earlier is that you don't have to get out there and get an 8. Like, you can put your ego aside. And obviously everyone wants to get an 8. Like, that is just such a dream life. But in heats like this, you can just, I don't know, calm down a little bit, get yourself a 5 and get through and ensure that you're in the next round, because at the end of the day, that's all that matters. It doesn't matter what scores on the board. So I love the fact that Sandon's more working like a team unit and making a combined strong total. And I feel like Torquay is on the same track too. Just a shame there's a 1.18 locked in there. But other than that, all their scores are really great. Sorry, that's Freshie. I'm looking at the wrong one.
Yeah, that's Lane's score, that 118. So she's still sitting out there trying to upgrade it at the moment.
Ellie Harrison is up and riding.
Oh.
Big tag.
Wow. Hold on to that. Well done.
Gets the finish. That was quite a quick turnaround for Ellie as well.
So this getting the finish is double whammy because not only do you get the points for sealing the deal on your wave, but you get the free ride to the beach, chance to get your breath back, regroup before you hit the track for the Gold Coast Dash. And that was a great wave. Looking forward to the replay because that first turn was huge. Buried a chunk of rail. Here we go, talk us through it. Oh.
Love that first turn. She's so good on the rail. They've just had a crazy swell down at Bells. You can tell she's been on forehand. And then that section, that was hard. It had a weird little lump and bump coming through it. She attacked it with so much speed. That Binzi, just so on rails, so on edge. Looking like she's just made the swap. She's onto sharp high boards now, and they look really nice under her feet. And almost fell off. She kind of had us on her toes for a second there. She's like, nope, I'm still here to stay. Grace Gosby out the back. She's one of our best juniors actually coming up. She's got a really great backhand where she can wind it up. So she's going to come in from Cronulla and send out their next surfer. But yeah, I think Ellie Harrison's...
That finish, there was so much grit that went into just
definitely
muscling her way through that, making sure that she rode out of it. Alfred saw this event get moved. Did I see Ellie Harrison get a couple of bombs on that swell?
Big time.
Yes,
yeah,
she did.
And while we've been catching up on replays, this is Ryder Lucy from North End.
Oh, wow.
That was sick. Like, as a Grom, to get a wave like that for your team, that is so cool.
Okay, just does not stop. All right, here's Lane. This is her third wave, so she's had a couple of swings. Would like to put something a little bit more significant on the board. That's going to upgrade her score. I reckon she's going to keep paddling towards the beach, but hope that something pops up for her.
It's a real bummer that nothing else popped up because you can see on her feet, she's looking amazing.
Luke Johansson copying a hero's reception up the hill. The NRMA Insurance tent. They can really lift your spirits, can't they? Let's cross down to Vaughan and catch up with Luke.
Thanks, Binzi. Yeah, Luke, mate, from running the store to running up the hill, holy smokes, that's a big difference.
Massive shout out to Red Harry Surf back home. My boss is right behind trying to give beer. Any weekend, so good to be a part of it.
Mate, South Arm not in the best position right now, but you got to be stoked that you guys got a second shot.
Absolutely. I've been part of this club for a long time, and it means a lot. Yeah, we're stoked.
Mate, it actually feels so super rude to just keep asking questions when you're just so done. But, mate, Tassie Club Surfing, tell us a little bit about it. How real is the culture down there?
Yeah, it's good. We probably need to be better, but that's part of what Surfing Australia's doing. Yeah. We just need our clubs and our groms just to grow up doing stuff like this. Like we've got a crew up here this weekend for the first time in however long. And we've got a 12-year-old kid and another girl that's 15, and they're like, I want to be part of this.
Yeah.
In a couple of years, so yeah.
Mate, your team is just pure core. There's not a lot of bells and whistles in there, but geez, there's a lot of stoke to be here.
We're good, mate. We love it.
Good on you, Lukey.
Thanks for having us.
On you, mate. Go South Arm.
Awesome, that's what it's all about. 1 minute you're talking to Luke Johansson from Tasmania. The next you're seeing a 7-time world champion sprinting up the beach. This is the event that caters to every corner of Australian surfing, and we love it.
God, absolutely. I just mean, even something that you mentioned before, the fact that this format, you can be a 12-year-old Grom out there with a 7-time world champion. Like, not very often you get to surf a heat with someone like Lane Beachley.
And call them off a wave.
Exactly, or hassle them. Like, how many times does that opportunity just lay itself out in front of you?
What's with you and hassling? Everything comes back to hassling.
You know what? It makes for a good competitor.
Just own it and tell him to beat it. He's had to do that out Burleigh 1,000 times.
I actually have had a great hassle with Stace in this board riders heat tag team heat once. I don't know if you remember it, but you paddled me up the beach.
I deleted it from. Oh, I do remember that. Yeah. That was just to like. I remember at the time, it's like you have to have that in you.
Yeah.
And I remember thinking like, I don't want to do this, but if you want to be a pro junior surfer at this level, you have to understand, which you do coming from where you do. Like that's like there is no friends like in the water, and you saw it here the other day, like with. Which you beat me in that heat, so it didn't really work for me. But you've seen like Sammy Lowe rip off like underneath Lee Winkler, went left on kind of a right. It's just good theatre, like you know. And Wink gets it. Wink comes from that generation where you had to be like that. So does Troy Brooks. So does all these dudes. Like Lane's the same. Good on you, Lane.
We love you, Lane.
Oh yes.
Wow. We got no choice, do we? Let's take it away, Vaughan Blakey with Lane Beachley.
Lane Beachley, 7-time world champion, Order of Australia. You are the biggest legend of all time. Tell us about this team's event, though. It really demands the most out of everybody.
It's so challenging. Oh, my God. I had such a hard time out there. I'm listening to my team send me one way, I see waves another. It's really, really quite hard to find a spot out there. But when you do, I've seen everyone else get some good waves. I just haven't yet.
It's amazing. We know how much you love Freshie, mate. You're such a true believer. You've built that club. You've been such an important figure in there. How does it feel to come here and be surfing for freshwater?
I'm really proud to surf for Freshie. It's such a small community, but with a really big heart. I'm really proud to be their representative and love surfing for them. They're very supportive, very encouraging, and then the women's division now is the biggest division in the club, so I'm very proud of that.
That's amazing. And Bungan Beach got knocked out early this morning. They are basically everyone's favourite cheer squad now. They're going for every single team. You got totally barreled by them on the run up.
I did. I just got barreled for the first time today, and they got a Win Team Spirit Award, don't they? They're just cheering for everybody.
They're going good. They've definitely captured the essence of this thing. Congratulations, Lane. You look like you could really do with a rest.
I could really do with a nap, but I could really do with a wave that opens up and lets me surf the way I want to surf. I have not done that, and I just want to punch myself in the head sometimes. But
you're still in it. You're still in it. Maybe just a couple of scores.
How many come through? Only 3 come through here, right? Yeah. Oh, well, it's up to the boys now because I certainly didn't carry my weight.
Good on you, Lane. Love you and congratulations.
Everybody. Thank you, mate.
Oh, I love it. I just love the competitiveness. The flame never goes out.
Vaughan said he wasn't out for any Logies, but I reckon he is now. That was a great interview. Well done, Vaughan. And thanks to Lane for her time after doing that run and being able to kind of verbalise anything is a job well done, I reckon.
Oh, it's the theatre of it, isn't it?
Oh,
we just have to interview them when they're completely gassed at the top of the hill.
It's the best. And you don't really get sometimes like, and it's just like a slight, like it starts high and ends really low because they can't breathe. But it makes for great theatre. I think the ABB that we're seeing over the last 2 years, especially at Burleigh, now introducing the run, it's the most entertaining I think it's ever been.
It's been really entertaining. I still have not seen anything trump Travie Lynch going over his toes at the Newcastle main beach though. So we will give a shout out to Travie for that. As Merriweather absolutely blitzed it today. We just need to give him a little ribbing. But yeah, the run at Burleigh has definitely it's definitely shown sort of who does the extracurricular activities and the extra training really well.
Oh, here goes South Arm flying the Tassie flag. It looks like Duke Armstrong there, junior. I got a funny story about Lane. I was working on a wellness TV show, so pretty mainstream. And we were down south yelling up, and Lane, we'd filmed her surfing, but the surfing wasn't, the waves weren't great. She wasn't totally thrilled with her surfing. It did not matter a bit because we're filming her getting massages and eating healthy food and da-da-da-da. A little bit of a swell hitting on the day we were meant to drive back to Perth. Lane hit me up the night before. You reckon we could get up early and hit the road before, surf before we hit the road? Got me and a cameraman, got a couple of better looking waves just to slot in.
Love that.
Love it.
Beautiful.
Love that.
All right, we're going to cross over to Vaughan Blakey now, who's talking to the one and only Xavier Huxtable.
Thanks very much, guys. Well, I got Xavier Huxtable here, and mate, 3 jobs to do this year. Job 1 in the can, qualified for the Challenger Series. Job 2 to qualify for the CT. But job 3 surely is to get a win for Torquay Boardriders here.
Yeah, no, hopefully
go well. Jarvie just got bumped then, but yeah, hopefully go well and get one here and bring us home. So, yeah.
Mate, that heat this morning, you must have just been kicking yourselves. Like, how did you find yourselves in that position?
Yeah, I mean, everywhere we went, we couldn't get one, so it was so tough out there. I think it's just, yeah, I mean, it's just so peaky and shifty, and it's all luck. Like, you paddle and hope the wave comes to you. So hopefully it comes to me this time and can get one and do it for the lads. Yeah,
it's mad, mate. You know, we've seen teams with really big scores not get a 5-point penalty, and then just completely miss the boat. So even if you're in a good position like you guys are now in second, you got to be right on the ball.
Yeah, you got to be like, time's such a big thing. That 5-point penalty is huge. So you just pretty much, yeah, you got to get in pretty much is the way. Yeah. If you miss,
and how's Kayo Warren going? How's his heart? How's his ticker?
Oh mate, I reckon he's had about 5 heart attacks today. So hopefully he's all right. I haven't seen him in a bit, so hopefully he's still kicking.
Well, mate, make the most of that last chance to get in. Go for it, Zach.
All right, well, that's the pre-NRMA Insurance Power Surfer sesh that we'll shortly see from Xavier Huxtable. He's basically a footballer.
Yeah,
I love it.
Kayo Warren's fine. But the Cats had a big win the other night, so he's fine.
Did I see Xavier won a premiership playing for like Torquay and local
multiple? Yeah, he's a gun. Yeah, absolute weapon.
And you can see it, the way he carries himself. That's a footy player's interview. Yeah, just, got to get in, dig deep, do what it takes, get across the line.
Fully, he was like kind of there, kind of watching the surfing, just...
Bit of nah.
Yeah.
15 minutes to go, and we are seeing far better team management from the majority of the squads in this redemption round heat. The rock off in the cove doesn't get any easier, no matter the tide or the time of day.
Burleigh is one of the harder rock-offs, I think, sometimes. Like, I don't say I've ever been graceful rocking off our Burleigh.
Whoa. That was a really good decision to go back out there from the young fella, because he had the fall earlier, but he kind of was like, oh, do I just get in to give Zabe the chance? But that's definitely an improvement on the scoreline, and he didn't use up too much time.
All right, this is Sam Brown from Freshwater, and out the back, Louis Hind.
The most
out
of anyone in the whole draw, and it's so like cool to see that at the end of the day, like you're saying, good surfing just shines outside, but you do need that opportunity.
Yeah.
And thank the heavens he got that, because he's so critical of himself.
Oh, I know.
He's such a beautiful surfer to watch, and I think he'd be stoked, and so would the team.
Speaking of beautiful, Vaughan Blakey, take it away, mate.
Oh, that's a long stretch. Dukey Armstrong from South Arm Boardriders, congratulations, man. You've just paddled out at Burleigh Heads to represent not just your club, but your state and all the people from down there. And, mate, they cheered you as you come up the stairs. How did that feel?
Oh, it was wicked. It was so good to get a quick one off the board and then keep progressing from there. But it's such a good atmosphere up here. I love it. So good.
Mate, you were saying just a second ago that this is like your first time to Burleigh, your first time over the rocks. And like before you paddled out, I could see it on your face. There was a lot of nerves there.
Yeah, I was definitely nervous. Like even the rock jump and stuff, not too sure where to go, but got through it and it was good.
That's awesome, mate. And like South Arm, not really in a position that you want to be in right now.
Yeah.
But the good thing is you guys are going to take this experience and grow from it.
Yeah, exactly. And we have done that from last year. Like things didn't go our way last year, but this year we've done much better than we expected and done really, really well. Everyone's super proud of themselves. Yeah.
That's sick, man. Good on you. Well done. Great to see you surfing, and best of luck for next year too.
Legend. Thanks so much. Have a good one.
Dukey Armstrong.
Vaughnie, that was insane. Good on you, Duke.
Absolute sweetheart.
How good. And I think that, like, it just goes to show, like, obviously we live in an age where kids can flick through their phones and see what everyone's doing and watch video parts and all that stuff, but nothing beats, like, exposure to environment. And what Vaughno just said then so perfect, like, you got to rock off.
Oh, Louis Hind. That was a dodgy changeover.
You'll never beat the real thing.
Are the ankles intact, Louis? Vaughno, can we get an ankle update from Louis, please?
Louis, how did that... Careful, mate. Be careful.
Yeah, it could have been a workplace claim there.
Well, I mean, NRMA Insurance is the best on the planet, so don't worry about that, mate. Look out, here they come. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Hey, mate, how tricky is that? Like, North End, you know, you guys basically are part of this point, heritage, culture as well. When you find yourself in the redemption round, you got to make it count.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're sister clubs with Burleigh, so we're all mates and surf there every time it swells up, but you still feel lost out there when it's like this. I was freaking out. Everyone's whistling. Under the pandanus, go wide. A few tins, it's all. Yeah. The coaching goes out the door, but you just gotta get one and get in.
I was going to say, everyone's a coach when you're in like 4th, 5th and 6th and you need pressure, like you're under pressure to get scores.
Yeah. I mean, everyone went really good at the start and you're kind of thinking about, oh, I don't want to be the guy that kind of stuffs it up. We're going good here. Especially we got so close this morning, so hopefully, Zappis can get one more and put it to bed, but yeah, buggered. That run hurts.
It's, yeah, I mean, Zappis just missed out. It was a 5-point penalty that really cooked you this morning because everyone's been surfing so well. Just want to make sure that time management is bang on.
Yeah, that's it. I think got greedy this morning, sending back out, try to get a bigger score, but he kind of just nuts and bolts, get 2 turns and get out of there at the end of the day.
Well done, mate. Some beautiful surfing out there, and best of luck for North End. Hopefully see you tomorrow.
Vorno.
Yo.
Louis been lifeguarding with Morgan Sibilic. The boys been doing any training runs?
Hang on a sec. Mate, we know you've been lifeguarding with Morgan Sibilic. Stace wants to know if you two have been training face-to-face, getting the battle ready.
Yeah, we've had a few days together, a couple of rescues together, a few lunch break surfs.
Yeah. You sparring? Was there a bit of chat in the lead up to this event?
Nah, I haven't seen him in a little while, but just good mates, good camaraderie. See what happens if we both get to the final, but yeah, friendly rivalry.
Oh, mate, if you both get in the final, guaranteed Morgs is going to start chirping.
Oh, for sure. He's a cheeky bugger.
Best of luck, mate. Hopefully do see you in that final. Go NEB.
You beauty. Thanks a lot, Vaughan. The irony there of Louis Hind almost coming a cropper on the NRMA branding.
Done right on the rocks too. He'd be feeling better after that one. And now he's got time to come in. I wonder how far up he is on the point.
I just want to rewind a couple of interviews to Duke Armstrong from South Arm, who was like, oh, you know, obviously this isn't where we want to be. They've already beaten 14 other teams who didn't make the redemption round. So
yeah, go South Arm.
For the little team from Tassie, they're doing pretty bloody well.
Well, similar to what I did to you earlier, that's sort of what Vaughan said to him, but his answer was amazing in that he said, yeah, we've done a lot better than last year, which is kind of all you can expect or hope.
That's growth.
Exactly. And they should be stoked, you know. They're the only team representing, I don't know if you can call like Torquay, like the Hawks, sort of like home base in Tassie because they took a Tasmanian spot. But truly the only Tassie team here, and you know, they're stoked. Like they're doing so well.
So it was Northeast, I believe, was the club from Tassie that couldn't make it. Talking to Cale Bellwarren, Torquay and Northeast, there's been a little banter between the two teams that if Torquay was to, you know, end up going all the way, they might have like a
coach's fee,
a bit of a friendly battle between the two clubs, or form a bit of a brother sisterhood between the two clubs.
I'd just be claiming spotters fee, 20%.
Yeah, 100%.
We're on the Gold Coast. That's a real estate agency.
We'll just have the committee come over to Bell's, VIP treatment, put us up in the grandstand for a week.
Take one of your permits for the day. Thanks for coming. 7 minutes to go. Cronulla are in. North End, if Chris Zaffis was their last surfer, which I think he is, they're in.
Yep.
Who's Torquay's last save? I don't know if we've seen him catch a wave yet.
This might be the first heat where we see everyone in with time to spare. Who to goes early.
That would be nice.
Or it might leave South Arm sitting out the back with the lineup to themselves.
Oh, you take that.
Looking for the buzzer beater miracle. All right, that was Cash Brown. Cronulla are done.
Wow, Freshie. Looked like he was nursing that knee just a little bit through that bottom turn, but that was beautiful surfing, really nice on rail.
So that's Lex O'Connor. This is freshwater through to the beach as well. Xavier Huxtable, the NRMA Insurance power surfer for Torquay. And obviously, it's just the one wave. Two. as
careful.
we know.
Careful now.
That spells bad news. He's found a little runner too. This one gets across the gutter and gives him some inside wall to work with, banking points and getting himself closer to the start of the Gold Coast Dash. Still running. He'll be copping it right now from the pavilion crew, and then he'll get back up the top and be hearing it from the NRMA Insurance tent. Run us through this wave.
He low-key needed this turn right here, because the lad from Freshie kind of belted his wave. But I think he's done enough. He's already a few points ahead, and
They didn't need much to get further up the rankings anyway. It's pretty close. There's only a few points between Cronulla, who's already finished, and Torquay, so I think it might bump them up, but I totally agree, Stace. Yeah, there we go.
There you go. Great call.
It's maybe a little bit less exciting now that they all know how time works.
I know.
Funny construct, eh?
All right, this is Sammy Lowe, the NRMA Insurance Power Surfer for Sandon Point.
Wow.
National Under-18 champion.
Yeah. And won it, I believe it was 30 years, exactly 30 years after his dad did last year.
So
yeah, and it was down at his home beach too, and all of his mates were down there. It's pretty cool. It's kind of like Ethan Ewing at Bells with his mum, but different. Anyways, that was a really great power wave.
You should be allowed a runner in this circumstance.
I was thinking about that, because you see a bit of strapping getting up and down the point, and I was like, nah.
Not if you bring it in.
No,
if it's a fresh injury, it should be like cricket.
But then again, like, it's like you're in for the whole lot. Or
If you
you're
can
not.
surf, you can run.
If you can surf, you can run. Yeah, like, it's... Because it's such a big part of it.
Yeah, they're in. They're all in. Freshwater. Freshwater.
Well, I've got some analysis of the scoreboards right now. We're going to throw down to Vaughan Blakey, who's with the Cronulla Sharks.
Yeah, thanks, Binzi. Things are getting tense. The scores in this heat are going through the roof. Check those totals. Cash Brown, you got the job done. Cronulla really didn't want to be sweating on the clock. You got it done, mate, but a bit of a nervous wait here.
Yeah, wow. Everyone just seemed to got crazy waves at the end, but I hope we've done enough. I don't know, it's tough out there. There's good waves. But no, I just hope we got it done.
Yeah, mate. I mean, we have seen big teams go down today. Tell us a little bit about the culture of Cronulla as Zave Huxtable runs straight past us. Yeah, tell us a little bit about the feel of the club. Do you guys feel like you're on a roll at the moment? Could you do something special at this event?
Yeah, we're feeling good. Everyone's surfing good, but we haven't really got ourselves on the one yet. But, you know, maybe tomorrow we could flare up a bit more, which would be good. But no, everyone's feeling good. Got a good crew around us, so it's good.
That's awesome, mate. Best of luck. Let's see if you can get through this one. It's looking pretty good.
Cheers, Vorno. Have we worked out what the Sandon Point mascot is? That's the Scorpion?
I think we're going with Scorpion. Yeah, I know. What I want to know is, has the Scorpion changed personnel? Or is it the
He's done
same?
that sprint every time.
Every time.
That was a brilliant wave from Sammy Lowe, but I don't think it was enough to move them up.
Okay, so a bit of an update. There's 90 seconds remaining. The clock we can see on the screen is a little bit off. And we're just waiting for South Arm to Rudy Davis to bank his second score. And then that'll be everyone done, which might just be the first heat today we've seen that.
We're due for one.
We were, I agree. It's not like, it's the first time a lot of these teams have done the ABB, but it's so easy to sit here on my high horse and say it's not that hard, but it is that hard.
Talking about the Sandon Scorpion, we have the mascot challenge is slated for this. I don't think it's going to be on the broadcast, but here's hoping some cutaway footage gets filmed. Quite keen to see the Wary Wombat in action after the afternoon they've spent.
And Bungan's got a rapper, I believe.
Yeah, she's little, dressed as MC Hammer.
Should be the Bunyips.
The Bunyips. Yeah, it's more than just a surf comp. The grand final, the ABB grand final, it is always just more than surfing. It's about community, all the vibes coming in, and I just think, yes, the surfing's fun, but this is going to be the best weekend of the year just for the way that everyone feels and the energy that everyone brings too.
So we spoke too soon. There was 50 seconds out between the two clocks, and that has left South Arm copping the 5-point penalty. So I don't think we got all teams through in any heat today, but yeah, Torquay, winners of the redemption round. We'll be seeing them in the quarterfinals tomorrow. Don't go anywhere. This is the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle for 2025. We've got the Jim Beam post show coming our way right after this quick break.
A help company would get people back on their feet after things go wrong. And it would make complicated stuff simple. A help company would cover you no matter who's driving your car. Or if you forgot to lock your front door, Kevin. It would hire climate scientists and try to predict the unpredictable. It will do all those things. So that's what we're doing. NRMA Insurance, a help company.
Double overhead day here at 5:15. Swell line detected all the way out the back.
Would get people back on their feet after things go wrong. And it would make complicated stuff simple. A help company would cover you no matter who's driving your car. Or if you forgot to lock your front door, Kevin. It would hire climate scientists and try to predict the unpredictable. It will do all those things. So that's what we're doing. NRMA Insurance, a help company.
Looks good, eh?
Ken O.
What was that, love?
I said Ken O.
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Ken Oath's make your job easy.
Would get people back on their feet, make complicated stuff simple, and even try to predict the unpredictable. So that's what we're doing. NRMA Insurance, a help company. Would get people back on their feet, make complicated stuff simple, and even try to predict the unpredictable. So that's what we're doing. NRMA Insurance, a help company.
Welcome back to the Jim Beam post show here at the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle for 2025. Chris Binns in the booth, joined by Stace Galbraith, and we are going to run through some Jim Beam moments from a very entertaining, exciting day of action here. As we can see, the NRMA Insurance tent, action's getting heated. It's been pretty spectacular and fun up there, Stacey.
Yeah, you can kind of hear it from here. It's definitely at its peak right now. The clouds have parted and it's been a great afternoon.
So we do have the 4 Jim Beam moments to run through. The first of which was Noosa's Gia Lorentzen dropped a 7.28 in the second heat of the day, and really sort of set the benchmark for the scoring and also, you know, just the waves you were looking for.
And Jessie had a really good chat with her after the heat. You know, unfortunately, she didn't have the best run in the final last year, and it's been a long 12 months waiting for this redemption wave, and then she absolutely nailed it. And, you know, she's going to sleep well tonight because, she mentioned she had a great event last year, but just couldn't pull it together in the final. And first heat out of the gate today, she absolutely destroyed it. Well done, Gia.
Oh, have a look at that Burleigh landscape.
Told you it was going to pop through.
Yeah. Took a while.
It had to.
I mean, the weather was maybe a highlight, maybe a low light for the day. We also had the Seaford drop-in that caused a bit of a stir. No priority, of course, here in the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle. And this kind of caused a bit of a ruckus in the heat.
So, yeah, Harry Green and Cash Brown on the inside there. And it was, look, it's one of those situations where it's unfortunate for Harry Green, but I think that a lot of the juniors in this event and a lot of the, the competitive surfers that really want to chase it, they would have learned something today. And that was probably two things. A, check on your inside when you're on a right point, and B, being first to your feet in a situation like that doesn't truly matter.
Yeah.
And when you're on a right-hand point, that's what matters.
When we say there's no priority, that means there's no priority board, but it's still the regular rules of surfing. You just can't drop in on people.
Different story if Harry had done a major manoeuvre. That would be then considered snaking for cash, which is a rule. But in that sense where it was there wasn't enough distance between Harry standing up and Cash standing up, it's like what you said. At the end of the day, it's a right-hand point. So unfortunately there, Harry did a lot of learning for a lot of people, which is, good for them.
Sure
Bad
did.
for Harry.
Bit of a low light there for Seaford, the South Australian team. Highlight moment today, Merriweather, powerhouse board riders club, and they just put on a clinic in Heat 7. Morgan Siblick, Jesse Adam, Jackson Baker, you name it, the team just went bananas.
I thought they adopted Al Reginato there for a second. I was thinking, they really do have a strong team, but you're right. It's Ocean Lancaster there from Merriweather and Jackson Baker, but yeah, Alistair Reginato there is a standout in these events from North Shore. It was a competitive heat, but it was Merriweather that really just owned it from top to bottom.
Yeah, Jackson Baker with a 9.3. How's when you run up the hill and you come a beer shower?
I don't think Jackson would be too devout about that.
Not in the least. I just love it. That's the spirit of this event.
Not
right
like Tommy
now.
Carroll when he won the single fin and copped a beer shower. That was a different level of distaste. It was an action-packed heat. It was one of those ones where when one team gets going, the rest kind of lift to that level. And there was plenty going on. Poor Lane, she's been up and down all day.
This was Nick Squires. This is probably the heartbreak moment for the day.
No.
These guys were sitting comfortably in the top three. If you listen in very closely, one. Huda goes now, finish line there, and unfortunately Nick Squires, he was short by a second at the most. 5-point penalty took them from second down to fifth, I believe.
Wow.
And, that was tough. And then, of course, we're going to throw to some highlights from the heat. We just saw it was the redemption round, so the sixth highest scoring fourth place teams after 7 heats. So basically only one of them missed out. And 3 more spots up for grabs in the quarterfinals tomorrow. We saw North End. They were surfing with the chip on their shoulder. We saw Torquay. We saw Sandon. This man, Sammy Lowe. And, it was great. Obviously, these are the first teams to surf twice. Obviously not in circumstances that they would like. Troy Brooks came flying out of the gates with a 6.88. And you can automatically see the lessons learned from the first heat implemented straight away.
Totally. I mean, I don't know if you can recall, how much did Sandon lose by? It was about 3 points, wasn't it, in the end? Because at the time we were saying Sammy Lowe's got to come straight in. And it probably was the right call at the time, but all the other teams matched that energy of pace with the clock. And Cash Brown from Cronulla here, he got it done on multiple occasions. He's the power surfer for the club. And it's one of the beautiful things about this event. They got a lot of juniors as the power surfer. Huey Vaughan, Cash Brown, to name a few, and they're doing a great job. And that's Ellie Harrison there from Torquay, doing a great job.
Opening carve was pure from Ellie, and I love that moment where she just fought so hard. You had to hang on, not just for the points, but just to get yourself into the beach with that little bit of breathing space. And then Xavier Huxtable, the NRMA Insurance Power Surfer for Torquay. They are one of the marquee board riders clubs from around the nation, and they surfed like it in that redemption heat. So we'll be seeing them in action again tomorrow right there on the beautiful Burleigh Heads headland, Australia's smallest national park.
It didn't look like that all day though, did it, Christopher? You got absolutely pummeled.
That squall was wild. It just came from nowhere, soaked everyone, and then vanished again, but left us all shivering, slightly wet. We had a second round. There's a wave that I hope makes one of the highlight edits at some point of the lightning bolt crashing as the surfer was flying down the line. Had a little bit of everything today. Blazing sun, heat to start the day off. Squalls, thunder, lightning, high action, world champs, interferences, double whammies, the works.
It cleared out the fair weather fans, didn't it?
Sure did.
But not many people left. Up top was still packed like through the whole thing.
Well, they were just forced to take shelter in the
horrible position to be in.
And Stace, what are you calling for tomorrow? What are we looking at? A bit more swell, maybe?
Yeah, there's a little bit more swell. The tide will be higher, you know, an hour later, which is good for those surfers in the morning. I wonder about the sand, how the sand has been moving around from from the creek mouth all day, and it does need a bit of work to get back to its sort of brilliant best, the rocky section. But I think it's still going to be really competitive and plenty of opportunity. And like what we saw today in that last heat, the redemption heat, crew started to figure out the clock. So I don't think we'll see as many hiccups.
Any personal highlights from today?
Yeah, there was a couple. The younger clubs that you see, the juniors being the power surfer, that's one for me. And then also too, like clubs like Bungan having two girls in the club too, that's pretty cool. And I think that this club, it's kind of got both ends of the playbook. You've got kind of the retiring pros or having just sort of retired, maybe like, I don't know, a Parko might be floating around, or Mikey Wright, who's not on the tour anymore. He'll be surfing tomorrow. Versus like the juniors, like Huey and Miller Brown and those kind of crew that are coming up. So yeah, it's really really cool to see.
Personally, all three WA teams making it through today.
Oh, well done. Hey, what about Trigg? Louis Cam and the crew going mad. That was sick. Yeah, great call.
That was sensational.
Yeah. That was
We've had a great day.
It's been a good day.
Best bit about it is knowing that tomorrow is going to be even better. So make sure you tune in. We're going to be on Kayo, YouTube. More action tomorrow from the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle coming right up.